The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be said by my niece, Jacqueline Strand. Thank you, Representative Soper.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Rep. Barone,
Excused.
Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Representative Brown is excused. Caldwell, Minority Leader Caldwell is excused. Camacho, Representative Camacho, excused. Carter, Clifford, Representative Clifford is excused. DeGraff, Rep. DeGraff is excused. Duran, English, Espinoza, Foray, Representative Foray,
Excused.
Flanell, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Representative Gilchrist is excused. Goldstein, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Representative Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Rep. Leader is excused. Lindsay, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall,
Here.
Representative Marshall is excused. Martinez, Rep. Martinez, hey. Morrow, McCormick, Wynn, Pascal, Phillips, Richardson, Ricks is excused. Rootnell, Ryden, Sirota, Slaw, Representative Slaw, excused. Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone. Oh my gosh. Representative Titone. Oh. No. Valdez is excused. Velasco. Weinberg. Wilford. Winter. Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 58 present, 7 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Journal of Thursday, April 23rd, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Members, any announcements? Representative Carter and AML Bacon.
Come a little bit. I don't know why.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I would like to, I have a guest in the gallery, my second favorite vice president of the Aurora Public Schools. I want to give a heartfelt thank you to Stephanie Mason for her force, an inspiring community leader here in Aurora through her vision and dedication in founding the Mason Museum and Learning Center. Stephanie has created a space that reflects the vibrant diversity, culture, and lived experience that makes our community so special. Her work goes beyond art. It builds bridges, fosters understanding, and invites people from all backgrounds to connect. Her leadership reminds me of the power of community and is rooted in inclusion, creativity, and purpose. We're incredibly grateful to call her our neighbor and to witness the meaningful impact she continues to make. In celebration of Stephanie and her important work highlighting Black culture in our community, we invite you to join us tomorrow at Paris Elementary from 11:30 to 3:30 for the Black Pride and Joy Museum. Once again, I want to make sure you guys understand what Sister Mason has done. Sister Mason and I were on the school board together back in 2021 to 2022, and we were facing what most of you have already been facing, the closure of schools. But what we did, and through her leadership, we closed the school, but we repurposed it into a place for community. And one of the things that she has done is created a Black History Museum within one of those spaces that we closed. So if you could give a round of applause for Ms. Mason.
Thank you and welcome. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning and happy Friday. I was going to sign up, but she was gone, so just so you know.
A dollar, Rep.
I'll take it. Members, I wanted to recognize a crime that happened about almost 5 years ago. One of my friends that I went to school with, his name was Luis Loma. He was killed in a hit and run. He was a bicyclist in Fort Collins, and the perpetrator...
Representative, one moment. Members, your attention, please. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I went to school with Luis, and unfortunately, in October of 21, he was killed. He was killed in a hit and run, and the perpetrator fled the scene. They were able to identify some evidence in December, and I just want to recognize that after so long and so much time for the family that has been grieving, Luis was such a great guy. He was always happy and smiled, and a great student to go to school with. They actually have a suspect in custody now, and so I believe that he has been charged with failure to remain at the scene, a Class 3 felony, insurance fraud, a Class 5 felony. He was issued a cash-only bond, but I just wanted to recognize Luis and the family, who for so long has fought hard to get justice. We are in the brinks of potentially getting the justice for Luis, and so I just want to recognize the family, my friends, and people back home who knew Luis. Let justice prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We'll recognize that as a moment of personal privilege. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is a reminder that we are in open enrollment now through May 11th. If you have any questions regarding your benefits or open enrollment, please feel free to reach out to Shannon Briggs in accounting. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reminder, this Monday is auctioneer day. So if you have any items to donate, we would highly appreciate it. Our esteemed chair of the Hair Caucus, Whit Barone, has promised to donate an exclusive picture. I've also heard about beef and wine being donated. So we'll have some flags as well. But if you want to contribute to the cause, it goes to our nonpartisan staff who have been doing amazing this year with a lot of extra overtime. So please make sure to bring something and let me know if you want to help be a spotter or some kind of volunteer on auctioneer day to get more into the action.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought she was talking about me when she was talking about the hair caucus. But anyway, we're going to see if we can get Mr. Schiebel up there with us on Monday as well. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Representative Luck. And Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would like to introduce Concerned Women for America. Concerned Women for America of Colorado is a grassroots public policy and research organization committed to giving women a voice in their communities while defending family, life, education, and religious liberty through prayer and action chapters.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With them today are 2 Young Women for America Fellows visiting and representing the next generation of concerned women leaders. Welcome.
Thank you, members. Representative Lindsay and Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. When we're both down here, you know what it means. Time for Capitol Choir. We have a couple of birthdays to celebrate.
Capitol Choir.
Representative Brown and Representative McCormick.
For the second time, Rep. Brown, please come down.
The birthday couple, apparently.
Come
Yes,
down,
come down.
please.
Let's sing. We've only got a couple more birthdays that we might be celebrating over session, so let's take advantage of the opportunity.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Cha-cha-cha.
Happy birthday to you.
Cha-cha-cha.
Happy birthday, dear Rep. Brown and McCormick.
Cha-cha-cha.
Happy birthday to you. That was good.
Members, please take your seats. We are moving on to business. Members, we are moving to third reading. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 43 until Monday.
Thank you. Seeing no objections, Senate Bill 43 will be laid over until Monday. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 95.
Senate Bill 95 by Senator Weissman, also Representatives Froelich and Wilford, concerning measures to support victim survivors of certain crimes that do not include changes to substantive criminal offenses.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 95 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 95 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Mabry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mabry votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 2 no, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 95 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1132.
House Bill 1132 by Representatives Froelich and Lindsay, also Senator Kipp, concerning increasing pollinator habitats through the conservation of native plant materials on lands in the state.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1132 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1132 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Mabry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mabry votes yes. Representative Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Members, we are on third reading. I'll ask you to keep your voices down. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1132 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Mabry, co-sponsors. Mr. Schiebel. Oh, please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1130.
House Bill 1130 by Representatives Story and Jackson, also Senators Cutter and Judah, concerning baby diaper changing stations and restrooms accessible to the public.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1130 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, thank you. So this has been a bill that I've had the opportunity, not pleasure, opportunity to speak on a couple of times. And just, going to not necessarily reiterate for all of you. I'm not going to necessarily talk about the specifics of what I had discussed previously. I'll take a little bit of a different track. Still, though, this is not a bill that I can support. If nothing else, it's a mandate, yet another mandate on businesses, yet another decision that we're making here that forces businesses to do something that perhaps they don't want to do. And I think we ought to probably hold up a little bit on those decisions and slow down. There have been instances, and I'm going to dance around the edges of kind of what my arguments were on seconds, but there have been instances where businesses have had to make some difficult choices. They've had to make some difficult decisions and remediation and things that they had to do for their own public, for their own clients, to ensure that they were safe. And this is something that I believe we ought to still let businesses decide for themselves. There is a once free market that we had in this state that we could press businesses that aren't doing what we want into doing what we want through simply diverting dollars, right? That's our most powerful voice that we have as a consumer. If I'm part of a dad's group and we're taking our kids somewhere and there is not a public restroom and I decide that that's an inconvenience, if we don't have a diaper changing table and that's an inconvenience to me, well then I would imagine that as a group we're probably going to take our business somewhere else. Market choice. It's not up to us to tell businesses that they have to do something in a certain way. Let the free market decide, the once free market at least. Nothing more powerful than the consumer dollar when being able to influence business decisions. If you don't like the food at a restaurant, you don't go back to that restaurant. If you don't like the service, probably don't go back there. Divert your dollars, divert your consumer dollars to the places that are doing things that reflect what you feel like you need. There have been instances throughout Colorado that businesses have said, you know what, having these tables aren't necessarily right for us for varied reasons, which I've spoke to. Why go back through and tell them that you have to do it? Let the free market decide. We need to stop regulating, we need to stop mandating, especially unfunded mandates on businesses, and I would ask for a no.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When this bill came to committee, it was a bill that covered both public and private bathrooms. And in committee, the public bathrooms were removed because of the high cost to the state. A bit of an irony when you consider that the state is a multi-billion-dollar entity and the businesses that we're inflicting this on aren't. There was not an exception for small businesses at the time, and an amendment was put on in committee to try and exempt them. It was a stopgap. It was meant for future conversation to figure out a solution for our small businesses. It remains in the bill, but there's been a definition that has been added that I believe, working in tandem, basically makes it such that small businesses really aren't exempted, because I'm not really sure of a building, even in my small rural community, that is managed by a small business and has an occupancy total of less than 25 people. That also has a public restroom available. But putting that aside, there are a number of considerations that I just would like to put out in my own way that have been stated repeatedly. One, it's not just a $150 diaper changing station. When the state was represented, the individual explained how much would likely be required to move pipes or studs, because obviously you can't just put something up. It has to be secured properly. It has to be in the location that is usable. And that can cost a lot of money for folks. We've heard about the maintenance issues and the fact that certain individuals are not using this for babies. They're using it for drugs. We heard yesterday from a colleague whose niece, I believe, was killed shortly before her first birthday because of trace elements of the drug types that are found on these baby diaper changing stations. We also heard that the libraries that have had to remediate this, that it costs them tens of thousands of dollars to remediate a bathroom because you have provided a table for this purpose. You have the basic maintenance costs of cleanliness, but you also have maintenance costs because people can use them for children, they can use them for bags, for all sorts of things, and so there has to be regular checks. There are numerous articles written by tort attorneys, ER doctors, pediatricians who note the dangers of these stations and encourage the use of other things. Imagine that someone before you came in and put some heavy load on these and it weakened the structure. And then you come in and you lay your child on and it falls. And that child has now fell and injured itself on a tile floor. Who's responsible for that? How frequently are businesses going to have to change these out? Which leads to the next question. If you're a business and you see this mandate and you say these liabilities, these new costs of checking in every 20 minutes or so, make sure it's clean, make sure it's still stable, fixing it however often, that's just too much, and you're not otherwise responsible or required to have a public bathroom, how many of the facilities, how many of the stores and shops that we all frequent will just shut their bathrooms to all of their customers? I have a 2-year-old. I understand in very near term what it is to need to change your child. After doing the research I've done on this particular bill, I'll tell you I will never use a baby changing station again in a public place. But to force the public, to force the private when not forcing the public, to not recognize all of the costs associated with this, and not to realize that there are other ways that moms and dads have been changing their babies for years, decades, I dare say. Because the representative from El Paso is not here today, I will channel him for one moment and say, this is truly an example of the nanny state, and I'd encourage a no vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I couldn't agree with my colleague anymore. if it were even possible. I just want you, before you push your button today, to understand what this means for the businesses in your district. This is for every business in your district. And you had to face them and tell them that you understood these, but changed or pushed whatever button you pushed at the end of this vote. It's not $200 a station. It ended up being around $1,500 to $2,000 per station. We have businesses that are barely making it by as it is. We have business owners who go without. They pull zero paycheck. The first 2 to 3 years, they pull no money out of their business. And now that you're saying, well, that's not enough. We want to take even more money out of your pocket in the thousands of dollars. How do you explain that to your small businesses? I had a small business, and I can tell you that would have devastated my business. For the first 1 to 3 years, we make no money. I didn't pull a single, matter of fact, I put my money into it, so I made sure that my employees had the best pay possible. It increases insurance. Insurance in Colorado is already at the max. This will increase insurance for businesses. It will increase liability, especially if a baby is harmed or possibly even killed. Put yourself in that business owner's mindset, knowing that something could happen to a child in your business because you were forced to do it. Tell you what it does decrease. It decreases civil liberty, and it decreases their free market rights. My opinion, this is an absolute egregious bill. It's a dictator bill. It's a dictatorship bill. You might even say it goes to the point of the level of a king's demand. We say no kings, but sometimes bills like this act like a king, demanding of its people. You will do this. We don't care about your free rights. It's a demand onto businesses that they just cannot afford. It's anti-free market. It's a poster child for anti-free market. We already have 206,000 regulations we push and mandate onto businesses already. What's one more? We're 6th in the nation. Let's go for 5th. Heck, let's go for 1st. That's what it seems like anymore. I don't blame businesses for going to other states, friendlier states that are welcoming and happy to have them in their state, who don't tax them to death, who don't regulate them to death. And I just want to apologize today to every business owner in the state of Colorado if this passes. I'm asking for a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues who have already spoken. I know this seems like we're blowing something up that shouldn't be maybe so blown up, but the businesses are hurting. This is not going to affect large corporations in our state. This is hurting the mom and pop general stores, gas stations, the rural coffee shops, the small businesses that are they are struggling. I know you guys are getting the same emails. Are you just not listening to them? We're the 6th most regulated state, and for those that can only do cowboy math, that means 44 states are better than us. Businesses drive the economy. If we continue to drive them out of Colorado, what's left? And I told you that 98 businesses as of 2019 have left our state. They have left. And with that, they have taken billions of dollars in revenue that should be spent here. With that, they have taken employees with them that buy houses in Colorado, that shop in our stores, that eat in our restaurants, that drive the economy. Maybe we don't get the basic foundation, and that's why we continue to be in a fiscal crisis year after year, and we need a special session year after year. I don't understand what we're not understanding. Apartment Association came and testified and said, we don't have enough space. This will increase costs without increasing accessibility. The state architect said this will cost millions of dollars, so we exempted them. We're like, cool, we'll exempt you. We're just gonna go after the private sector. We'll take state buildings out, we're just gonna go after the private sector. We exempt others, ourselves, in this building where the taxpayers come. You can't change your babies here, put them on the nasty floor that we talk about, but go to the rural coffee shop and mandate on them to put a diaper changing station in there. Don't talk to them. Don't ask the small mom and pop shop, hey, I don't want to change my baby on the floor. Could you possibly think about putting in a diaper changer? Because no, we don't do that. We just regulate. 600 bills, we continue to regulate, or we wouldn't be the 6th most regulated state. If we just had a conversation with the local mom and pop coffee shop, like the representative from Jeffco did, like I did, and they're not going to say no, I'm not going to do it. They're going to work with you, but we don't allow that conversation. We say, nope, we know better than you. We know better than the businesses in Colorado. We don't, because they're leaving our state. They're sick of what's happening here. They're tired of it. And with that, they're going to take, if I'm a small business owner, close your restrooms, because you don't know what's coming next. Just close your restrooms. Just close them, because you don't know what's going to be mandated next year. You don't let the free market work in here. If Coffee Shop A has a diaper changing station, then guess what? More parents and moms are going to have prayer groups, prayer time. They're going to go to that coffee shop. They're not going to go to Coffee Shop B where they can't change their kid, but we won't let the free market work in the state of Colorado, because we know what's best. We know what's best for the businesses. Clearly not, because they're leaving. They're leaving by the droves. They're going to better states that welcome small business opportunity because of little bills like this that say, hey, we're going to exempt state buildings because it costs too much money, while mandating that same cost onto the small businesses and selling it as a $149.99 mandate, which is not what they told us. The state architect said it would cost $2,000 a unit to install these stations because it does need dry rod repair and anchoring. So we continue to wonder, next year we'll be up here talking about 100 more businesses that have left because of bills like this, and we'll scratch our heads and wonder why, and I'll bring this back up. Say no to this bill.
Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not speak for very long, but I did want to stand again because I do feel like it's important to, and I won't be super fired up about stuff. I don't know that that would necessarily help the intent that I have with this bill. And to that point with intent, I did want to recognize the sponsors and recognize that I appreciate the good-hearted intent that I do believe that they have with this bill. I do understand that, and I do appreciate that. That said, I do have a lot of concerns, and I hope that as we vote on this, that we consider the concerns, many of which have already been brought up. I will speak to a construction concern. As a person who very likely may be installing baby changing stations if this passes, because it is part of something that I would do in my businesses and have this done, I can tell you that it is not a $200 job. Almost never would it be a $200 job. That would probably be the dollar amount just for the service call to show up before any materials, before any labor costs, before any profit, before any overhead, before anything. That is just to show up. Small businesses will feel that. Many of the smallest businesses will feel that significantly. We've heard a lot of discussion about all of those points, the different things that you run into when you are retrofitting something. In new construction, maybe it's an easier situation, but in install after the fact, it is always an adventure as to what you might find and what you might run into and what might increase your costs well beyond the minimal amounts. That also doesn't necessarily include the ongoing maintenance costs and the very likely and certain reinstall of this type of equipment every certain number of years, depending on the usage and the quality of the install, the quality of the product. It's going to be a continual cost for small businesses. And I don't think that that is fair to the small businesses who are operating on a budget. The second point I'd like to mention again, and it has been mentioned, and I am that colleague that you all sit with, who did have a niece, she was a niece, who was just under 1 year old, who did pass away from contact with trace amounts of hard drugs. And it's okay, you don't have to stand. I appreciate it, it's part of the story and things like that. It is very sad. And we don't want to expose infants and children to that. And it is undoubtable and undeniable that in many places, these changing stations will be used for those things. Her death was not from having her diaper changed on a changing station, but the point is that it was a trace amount of drugs that did kill her, and there will be trace amounts of drugs on these changing stations at times. So we have to consider that. Are there other places where that might be done? Yes, but it is a concern that I do think deserves to be considered. Again, this is, we've heard the word mandate. I'm not going to pound on it super hard, but it is a mandate on small businesses that they expend some of their hard-earned money on something that is not necessarily necessary. I made somewhat of a joke about what did the poor Hebrew slaves or the Egyptians do when the pyramids were being built? How did they change their babies' diapers? I'm sure that they did something to clean up their babies. I think that parents, mothers, fathers, they are resilient, they are smart, they know how to take care of their children. I recognize that this is to give them an assist, and it is a luxury. I don't think that we need it in all places. I have certainly, as a father of 4 children, watched my wife more often than me, but me sometimes also, have to figure out how to change a diaper without causing costs to businesses and causing potential concerns for truly bad things to happen for children because other bad things are being done. And that's all I want to say about that. I think this is these are important things we really do need to consider, even though I do appreciate, again, and understand where the good-heartedness is coming from in this bill. But I just think that this is not the right thing for businesses, and it does cause some safety concerns for myself. So thank you.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, let's be clear and truthful. Small businesses are exempted from this bill. This bill applies to businesses with revenue of over $3.5 million. I'm not sure if people read the amendment or not, but that's what these are the businesses that this bill impacts. And it also affords flexibility for businesses to decide on their own how they want to implement this. There is no mandate for renovations. That's not in the bill. There's flexibility in how these businesses will implement this, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We urge a yes vote and appreciate your support.
Representative Luck, this is your second time to speak. You have 4 minutes and 38 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to be clear. I'm looking at the second engrossed bill that was finalized on April 22nd, so 2 days ago, I believe. Page 3, definition of small business. Small business means an employer with 25 or fewer employees that generates no more than $3,500,000 in annual gross income. Turning to page 5, lines 1 and 2, the exemption does not apply if the building is owned or managed by a small business, so an entity with 25 or fewer employees that generates no more than $3.5 million, and has an occupancy of less than 25 people. That's even more narrow than what came out of state affairs. And again, speaking as a rural representative who has a lot of small businesses, even many of our coffee shops do not have the ability to fit within that limitation. When you count an occupancy of front of house and back of house, when you consider multiple shifts of part-time workers, it is a very narrow definition of small business that, again, I'm, as I said before, not sure it covers all that many within Colorado.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1130 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Mabry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mabry votes yes. Representative Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Camacho, Espinoza, Ricks, and Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 35 aye, 28 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1130 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Mabry, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 136.
Senate Bill 136 by Senators Peltonar and Coleman, also Representatives English and Sukla, concerning the reporting of missing livestock to the Department of Agriculture.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 136 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 136 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Members, we are voting. Please keep your voices down. Thank you. Representative Mabry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mabry votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Bacon, Brown, Flannel, Luck, Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 136 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1287.
House Bill 1287 by Representatives Basenecker and Brooks, also Senators Kolker and Judah, concerning the continuation of certain regulatory functions of the Division of Real Estate and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2025 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1287 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1287 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Mabry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mabry votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 14 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1287 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1206 as amended, 1256 as amended, 1276 as amended, 1306 as amended, 1315, 1347, 1416, and 1419 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 147 by Senators Cutter and Pelton R., also Representatives Johnson and Froelich, concerning the regulation of lobbyists and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 147 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs. I have an announcement. Representatives Brown, Sirota, and Taggart will be excused at such time as is necessary for the Joint Budget Committee meeting. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders on April 24th, 2026 at 10:01 a.m. House Bill 1225, House Bill 1347, House Bill 1335, House Bill 1276, House Bill 1281, and Senate Bill 120.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, April 24th at 10:01 a.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on House Bill 1335 be limited to 2 hours during special orders on April 24th, 2026.
Members, the motion before us pursuant to House Rule 14 is to limit debate on House Bill 1335 to 2 hours. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and does require a majority of all members elected to pass. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Mabry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mabry votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 24 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on House Bill 1276 be limited to 2 hours during special orders on April 24th, 2026.
The motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14, limiting debate on House Bill 1276 to 2 hours. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Mabry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mabry votes yes. Representative Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Please, Rep. English. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 24 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on House Bill 1281 be limited to 2 hours during special orders on April 24th, 2026.
The motion before us pursuant to House Rule 14 is to limit debate on House Bill 1281 to 2 hours. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Mabry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Mabry votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 26 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, AML Bacon will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading of bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1225.
House Bill 1225 by Representative Smith and Wilford, also Senator Ball, concerning requirements to foster distributed energy resources in the state.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1225 and the Energy and Environment Committee report.
To the committee report.
I move Amendment L013 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, Amendment L13 was distributed to your desks. It is a multi-page amendment, I believe, on April 23rd. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The strike below is a result of extensive negotiations with stakeholders, particularly with the Public Utilities Commission, XL, and IBEW. The biggest concerns we heard from stakeholders going into the Energy and Environment Committee hearing were related to ratepayer costs of any bill credit adjustments, picking winners and losers among interconnection customers, and the safety of workers and the public. This amendment addresses all of those issues. The first part of the amendment deals with making sure bill credit rates are adjusted to reflect the cost of electricity rates. If electricity rates go up, community solar subscribers should end up with bill credit rates that fairly reflect those electricity prices. The second part of the strike below revises the language regarding interconnection. The goal of speeding up interconnection for all distributed energy resources remains the same, but the process changed considerably. In the amendment, the utility will form a working group of all stakeholders to determine whether there is a path forward to accelerate interconnection for processes like cluster and batch studies, and whether surety bonds can be used instead of the customer paying the entire cost of interconnection upfront. In this same working group, the utility will discuss how to best implement a process incorporating third-party contractors who will do the necessary studies and upgrades to the distribution system. And it incorporates guardrails to ensure those things will be done safely and correctly. Finally, the amendment will take away any artificial capacity limitation on front-of-the-meter solar facilities so that large customers like hospitals, industrial buildings, and apartment complexes can take advantage of solar power if they choose to do so. In conclusion, this amendment will help us create a viable fixed bill credit to better save money for low-income community solar subscribers and speed up interconnection in a way that works for utility and distributed generation developers. And I ask for an aye vote.
AML Winter.
He's going to go ahead, because it's to the...
Thank you, AML Bacon. I would like to move Amendment L014 to Amendment L013 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Okay, it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Basically, all this amendment says that is if a public utility shall not implement this subsection 7 if the public utility determines that doing so will result in higher utility rates for consumers or instability to the grid. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative. Ooh, Wilford. I know. Sorry.
It's okay. Take your
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Try not to sneeze on the mic.
I appreciate what my good colleague is trying to do with this amendment and his intention to always put customers and ratepayers first. I think we absolutely share that commitment and to wanting to make sure that we're not negatively impacting folks. I am going to be honest in that I need a minute to be able to read and totally vet this with stakeholders. And so I'm going to ask for a no vote, but do want to offer that we will share this with stakeholders and give them the opportunity to vet it. And if it's something that they're able to do, they can do it in the Senate. But I appreciate the conversation that you're wanting to have here and look forward to continuing it. But again, we just ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on L14? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
L14 is lost. To the committee, actually, we are back to Amendment L13. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. L13 is passed. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Okay, the committee report has passed. To the bill. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to start by offering that in 2024, the legislature approved 300 megawatts of community solar to be built and added to the grid. 300 megawatts has the potential to serve upwards of 85,000 customers. And these are customers that either don't have the financial ability to purchase solar and put it on their homes, that don't have a home that is ready or for solar, or that lives in a multifamily home where you can't install solar, and allows these customers in particular to access the benefits of clean energy through solar credits. The solar community garden facilities take shorter amounts of time to build than wind farms, utility-scale solar, and gas plants. And a major choke point to getting them built right now is the excessive amount of wait times required by Excel before the facility can interconnect with the grid. I do really appreciate everybody voting, well, most folks voting to approve our strike below amendment, because it is the outcome of many months of work to try and come to an agreement. And I think a working group, as well as the bill credit changes, do offer an elegant solution and opportunity for continued conversation and consensus building that move everybody forward together. So with that, we do ask for an aye vote of this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1225. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1225 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1347.
House Bill 1347 by Representatives Gilchrist and Brown, also Senators Doherty and Ball, concerning changing practices related to federal benefits for youth in foster care.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1347 and the committee and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait so we can all catch our breath. To the committee report. Who would like to speak to that? Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. In committee, we made some changes. There was a combination of requests from ORPC, the Office of Child's Representative, and counties, and so we made some changes to the bill. There were some technical changes. We clarified who is screened, who is screened, and how applications would be processed, how reassessment of the representative payee happens, and then we removed ABLE accounts from the bill, OCR coordination, and the department liaison section. And then I also move L004 to the Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, L4 is displayed. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, AMO Bacon. So L004 amends the Health and Human Services Committee report and just clarify some language the counties had requested, particularly around so inserting potential growth or development issues, physical behavioral health issues, or other factors or conditions relevant to whether the child or youth meets the requirements for federal SSI income. So just making sure that that's super clear. And then inserting needs before, striking needs before expending supplemental security income on cost of care. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L4? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. L4 is passed. To the committee report. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L005 to House Bill 1347 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay. Okay, the amendment is properly displayed. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, again, another technical amendment from counties asking that we strike qualifies and make it clear and substitute may qualify into the bill, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L5? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L5 is passed. to the bill. Sure. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, today we present House Bill 1347 to you. And I want to thank my co-prime sponsor, the brains behind this operation completely, and the most amazing advocate for foster kids in the state, really in the state capital, probably in the state of Colorado, for her work on this bill. House Bill 1347 ensures that children and youth in foster care can fully access and benefit from federal resources already available to them, especially supplemental security income for those with disabilities. These are some of our most vulnerable young people, and we have a responsibility to make sure that systems meant to support them are working effectively and transparency. So the bill builds on existing law around survivor benefits and by extending similar requirements to SSI. We are making sure that we are documenting the use of the money, we are screening youth for eligibility, and we are applying for those benefits in a timely manner. So this bill is really about strengthening transparency and accountability and making sure that we are maximizing federal dollars already intended for these youth. And we would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are here today to ask for support for House Bill 1347, a critical step forward in how we care for children and youth in foster care. I also would like to thank my co-prime for his partnership in this work, and his partnership particularly given the nature of this bill and how relevant it is to the work of the JBC and the work of the Appropriations Committee. Children enter the foster care system through no fault of their own. Yet too many of them leave that system without the financial stability they need to successfully transition into adulthood. That's not just unfortunate, it's something we have the power and the responsibility to change. This bill builds on the success of last year's bipartisan effort, House Bill 1271, which ended the practice of using child survivor benefits to pay for the cost of their foster care. That bill was an important step. This one continues that progress. Following its passage, we convened and facilitated a working group to tackle the new challenge, how to properly handle federal SSI disability benefits for youth in foster care. This group included 40-plus individuals from counties big and small, relevant agencies, advocates, and most importantly, youth formerly in care. The result of that collaboration is what you see here today in this bill. The bill focuses specifically on SSI benefits, disability benefits, monthly payments intended to support children and youth with disabilities who have limited financial resources. These benefits exist to help them, and this bill ensures that they are used that way. The bill requires, as my co-prime mentioned, children and youth are referred for screening for disabilities if needed. Counties must determine potential eligibility and apply for benefits within 45 days of gathering the necessary documentation. And eligibility isn't a one-time question. It will be reviewed annually, ensuring no child falls through the cracks. The bill also ensures transparency and accountability. If a child is receiving SSI benefits, counties must document and report how those funds are used. It also requires communication and consultation with the child or youth and relevant parties in line with the federal Social Security guidelines. At its heart, this bill is about doing what's right. It ensures that government agencies act in the best interests of children, not the system. It creates parity so foster youth have the same access to federal benefits as any eligible child. And it aligns Colorado with a growing number of states across the country that are taking action to protect vulnerable youth and their financial futures. From Arizona to Kansas to New Jersey, Oregon, and Washington, D.C., states are recognized that these benefits belong to the children they are meant to serve. Colorado has the opportunity to stand with them, and more importantly, to stand up for the youth in our care. Supporting this bill means giving young people a fair start, greater stability, and a stronger path forward, and we urge a yes vote today.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1347. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1347 is passed. The next bill is House Bill 1335. We will be limited to 2 hours of debate. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1335.
House Bill 1335 by Representatives Garcia and Nguyen, also Senator Wallace, concerning access to abortion medication services on Colorado college campuses.
Representative Nguyen.
Madam Chair, I move HB 261335 on second reading.
I believe there's a committee report as well.
And the
Representative Nguyen.
Madam Chair, I also move to the Education Committee report as well.
To the committee report. To the committee report.
I appreciate it. No, so the committee report, we incorporated some amendments that incorporates all the requests from higher education. We're also able to incorporate language that were recommended by DORA and the Attorney General's office on the definition of different types of pharmacies and data privacy. And also we, in the committee report, we include language for bona fide and sincerely held religious beliefs that are both used throughout the Colorado Revised Statute. The amendments were changing the language to sincerely held to align with Supreme Court language.
We ask for an aye vote.
And we ask for an aye vote.
Okay. Representatives Garcia and Nguyen ask for an aye vote. Is there any discussion on the committee report? Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L007 and ask that it properly be displayed.
L7 is properly displayed. Rep. Flannel.
I introduced this amendment in Education Committee, and what it does is it allows an institution to opt out regardless if it's a religious institution or not. All they have to do is just submit a written notification to the Department of Higher Education, and they can opt out. The reasons for that is I think that there's a wide range of philosophical and logical arguments that have nothing to do with religious doctrine. For example, the fiscal note. So the fiscal note, if you look at the fiscal note put together, it says that the pill will range in cost from $580 to $800, and it just depends on the number of prescriptions sought. In addition to that, so, I mean, I'm a business owner. I know that in order to have stock, you have to pay for that stock first. And so who's going to pay for this? I think that this is an unfunded mandate. In addition to purchasing the abortion pill, you also have to train staff, you have to upgrade your technology, and then you also have to increase your insurance. And then in addition to that, what if your medication expires? That's a loss. At the end of the day, who is going to pay for this? Because colleges are businesses. They're businesses, and they're not going to absorb that cost. The people who are going to absorb that cost are going to be the students with their tuition, or it's going to be the taxpayers, because we passed a law that says now taxpayers have to pay for people's abortions. In addition to that, there's already access off of campus. I know that this bill was brought forth because it was all about access, but I just learned a few weeks ago that you can I actually just learned about the abortion pill a few weeks ago, but I just learned that you can get this online. I can't think of anything that is easier access than that, than going online, doing some telehealth, and then having it shipped directly to your door. You can also get it at different community clinics, private providers, and pharmacies. And then I believe that, students will choose a college based on not only the degree that that college offers, but also the culture. So many students don't just pick a school for the degree, they also consider the values and the culture it represents, including where it stands on issues like abortion. And that doesn't always have to do with religious values. So for this, I think that, we talk a lot about choices for students, but I think that we should also give colleges choices as well. And institutions, especially private ones, should have the freedom to decide what choices that they will and won't offer, and students can freely choose the environment that fits best for them. And so I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. If we're going to carve out all kinds of discrimination, let's carve out religious exemptions, because that's still in CATA too. I don't understand the unfunded mandate on private institutions. Just a quick research study. 2,800 to 3,000 abortion pill users per year in Colorado are among women ages 20 to 24. Not all of them are college students, but 10% of abortions are under the age of 20. That's roughly a couple thousand in college at $580 to $800 per pill. That is going to increase costs. And let's talk about, I mean, are we going to have doctors on the scene for the abortion pill? There are serious consequences to the abortion pill, and we're not even making sure these women are pregnant. And there's complications with that too. So is there going to be an OB on staff, or are these women just supposed to bleed out in their college dorms?
Representative Bradley, to the amendment, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for bringing it on back. Private institutions with religious basis should be exempted from this. People that want to send their children to private institutions with a religious basis shouldn't be funding feticide at college campuses. There's plenty of ways. You can freaking probably Grubhub it at this point. You can probably Grubhub the abortion pill on over with your Big Mac in the state of Colorado. So this is not an access problem. This is a vendor bringing it back because we're closing down facilities all across America because college kids don't want this on their college campuses. That's why most of these clinics are shutting down across the great United States, because the people of Colorado and all across America are waking up, and they're going to go to these universities because they're tired of this. Vote yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Brooks.
Chair, thank you. Honestly, very reasonable amendment, especially if we want to be pro-choice, right? This allows for choice. That choice could be driven, the need or the desire for choice could be driven by any number of factors. It could be driven by, say, the religious position of the particular institution, could be driven by the size of the school, and whether or not they feel that because of the size, i.e. a smaller school, that perhaps it's not the most appropriate for a mandate. Or perhaps it's also, it could be related to the size, but the funding, the available funding. Because again, I think we just talked about it at the beginning of this amendment, the expense of these individual pills. We talked about mandates earlier today already. It's a common theme that we talk about here. And yet this is another state mandate telling institutions you must comply, you must bend the knee. Giving the institutions, though, a choice about whether it's the right thing for their school, I don't know how you could effectively argue that. I get that you want to make it available. You want to make sure that the schools that do choose that there is that you've got this program here, but jamming this down the throats of the schools and telling them to pay for it and telling them that they've got to carry this when perhaps they have some difficulty doing so, or they just have a different way of looking at it and decide that they don't want to. Let's just please give some choice. That's what this amendment does. Not unreasonable at all, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I stand up here in support of this amendment as well. As a body of people who decide, who spread the word choice, 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 everywhere you go, everything's choice. It should be choice. But it seems like we keep taking those choices away, not just from businesses, from families, but now from schools and higher education. Who else knows how to run their campuses better than them? If we are truly a state of choice, if we are truly a people of choice, then we need to allow these campuses to be able to choose for themselves for what's best for their students, what's best for their school, what's best for their campus. And those who are investing in those campuses, the parents of the kids who are going to these schools. I stand up here in absolute support of this. If we do truly believe in choice, by God, let's let them choose. And stop dictating to them what you want them to choose for them. It's ridiculous. And I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment.
Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, the costs about this is actually to the patients still. There is no costs per se that the state is bringing in. Obviously, an argument was made that it's $500. That is true. $500 is the average cost for that medication, but providers are going to be able to pay that either out of pocket or through insurance. And another point about the religious exemption, we want to emphasize that this only applies to universities, private institutions, and community colleges. There is still religious exemption in this, and we ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. California was the first state to enact this. And looking at how much it costs for them. So California became the first state to require public universities provide medical abortions due to a law that they passed. And as a result, so the implementation of this mandate, it cost California $10.2 million. And about 23% of CSU students and 12% of UC students are enrolled in Medi-Cal. In 2024 to 2025, California required 5,794,586 for public university and medical abortion funding, providing 646 medical abortions coming out of the $8,969 that was for abortion. So to say that this is not going to cost either students or taxpayers, I think is incredibly difficult to believe, because there is a cost associated to it. Again, as a small business owner, when you have to, stock something, the pill, that even on the fiscal note, it says that it ranges from $580 to $800. That's going to cost money. Where are they going to initially get those funds? Even if they sell it, who is going to pay for that? So it's either going to be insurance that is state insurance that's going to increase, going to impact the taxpayers, or it is going to be the students who are going to end up eating that cost. So I think that there is a cost to this, and I really question that there's no cost. So I do urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There certainly is a cost. The college pharmacy would have to pay for the medication before they could dispense it. And since this is a medication that has an expiration date, they would have to, whether used or not, they would have to, after expiration, replenish that. And also, since this is a medication that comes with perhaps very severe side effects other than what it's intended to do, they would have to have, the staff would have to have plenty of training in order to administer this medication. So yes, every college would have an unfunded mandate with this medication in their pharmacy.
And as a reminder, we are still on L7, not just the entirety of the bill, just the amendment. Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I subbed in on this committee. I don't usually sit on education. Really wish I hadn't been there that night. But we heard an awful
normally have a lot of
from
fun.
folks that were supportive of the bill and those that were opposed. And I think this amendment becomes very important when I got to share with you what was said by one of the supporters when we were asking about limited resources in the state, and perhaps our college students were amongst the the most privileged, that is this where you need to be focusing your efforts? There was a little bit of back and forth, but the representative of a nonprofit looked at us in the committee and said that this bill would allow them to target large groups of young people. And we should not be mandating across the board that our universities, especially our private universities, set up the opportunity for their students and their young women to be targeted. So this amendment, if passed, will at least allow some universities and colleges to make a decision to protect the youth that are in their care, that they are there to educate. But allowing them to be targeted, to force them to mandate that all allow their youth to be targeted, as some supporters of this bill determined it, is just wrong. So pass this amendment, let's make at least an effort to allow some choices to be made to protect our youth.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're in a fiscal crisis, and I was just looking up. Hi, Rep.
Hi.
Religious universities are excluded. Thank you for that. Well, my members told me that, so I'm going to correct myself. About $14 million has been cut from need-based aid, especially private proprietary colleges. So my question is, if those have been cut, if funding for need-based aid for kids that really need to go to college has been cut, why are we now mandating something that's going to cost about $50,000 for colleges to even start up on their campuses? And why, if it cost California, ready? Initial statewide estimate to California was $10.3 million to equip all public universities. Why are we doing this if you can just go to Walgreens and get this medicine? Thank you.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for already a robust discussion on this bill. I want to clarify, I appreciate the comparison to California. The big difference between California's policy and Colorado's policy is California mandated that the universities in the state paid for everybody's access to the abortion pill. We are not doing that. This bill does not require the state to cover that cost. It does not require the universities to cover the cost. In other states like Massachusetts and New York, where they have the same policy that we are trying to pass, the implementation costs were between $500 and $1,000 to actually get it going. So with regards to the fiscal note, that's actually why the California example is not quite accurate to compare to Colorado. We stake held with the higher ed community. And aside from the religious exemption that was just discussed, there was no desire of being exempted from this policy. We'd like a no vote on this because it is important and imperative that as a state, we do what we can to make sure that people's constitutional rights, which is access to abortion, are realized when they need it and when they choose it. So with that, I ask for a no vote.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that clarification. But we're acting like we live in the middle of the boonies. There's a Walgreens on every other corner. There's a CVS. Well, we're not shutting them down because we're the 6th most regulated state, but beside the point. We're acting like the universities aren't going to take on that cost and then disperse that cost to the students in their tuition. And for a mom that's going to pay for 4 kids to go to school, I will not send my kids to a school that's going to have this on their campus. I will not share in the cost of this. So thank you to all the religious universities out there. That's where my kids will be going. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L7. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L7 is lost. To the committee report, is there any further discussion on the committee report? Rep. Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Guess that's as low as it goes. So excuse me just a second. So I am coming from public school experience, hypersensitive to unfunded mandates. And I realized that the conversation that was just had with my good prima from Adams and Jefferson County, She talked about where the funding from California, where that money came from. And California actually had a $10.3 million fund that was composed entirely of privately raised money rather than state funds, which it helps, when you're talking about unfunded mandates to have that not coming from state funding. However, what's of concern is that each campus received approximately $200,000 in one-time funding to cover the costs of implementing the program, and the use of those funds were used to pay for equipment such as ultrasound machines, training for staff, telehealth services, facility upgrades, and security improvements. And so those ongoing costs, again, those were initial startup costs, but the ongoing costs could continue to accrue, such as maintenance for ultrasound machines, ongoing training for staff, ongoing telehealth services, any facility upgrades, security. So with that said, I move L016 and ask that it be displayed properly.
One moment. L16 is properly displayed. Rep. Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does is if an institution finds that they can't cover those approximately $200,000 in equipment, training for staff, telehealth services, facility upgrades, security improvements, if they just don't have the funding because this is an unfunded mandate, then they could opt out or they would be exempt from the requirements. So that's what this amendment would do is just exempt the university or the school institution of higher education from being mandated to provide abortion medication, because really this is an unfunded mandate if they don't already have facilities, ultrasound machines, training for staff, telehealth services, facility upgrades, and security improvements. So I encourage and I vote on this very simple amendment.
Rep. Hartsook.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Happy Friday, and thank you.
I'm sorry. All I heard was good morning, Madam Chair.
It's okay, it's Friday. So members, we had a great discussion on this fiscal issues in the Education Committee. Normally we have these discussions in the Finance Committee, but we had them in Education. And I want to read one other thing on the fiscal note on page 2. It says, institutions of higher education. Higher education institutions and colleges will have increased costs to provide abortion medication, clinical training, data system updates, paid for by institutional fees. It states in the note that they will have increased costs. That's a given in the fiscal statement itself. Yet the summary on the front page says there's zero. You've heard multiple points of where it costs in California, which is what this bill is modeled after. The cost. California had money set aside. It was stated in the Education Committee that they wish they had $6 million to put to this or have the institutions do things. So then the question comes down is how do we pay for that? Well, we know the state doesn't have the money because we just wrangled through that with a $1.5 billion budget shortfall. We cut higher education. So what is left now? What other options are available, though, to pay for these things? You increase tuition, you increase fees, or you increase overall costs. Any way you look at it, the key word is it's going to be increased, it's going to go up. So either as a student you pay more for the school, you pay more for the services, you pay more for your insurance, you're going to pay more no matter what, because the state has no money to send to the higher institution to cover this. On average, they average it, everybody says, well, California is much bigger. If you average this across everything in the University of California system and the California State University system, it averages around $8,900 per student. That included increased fees, increased tuition, increased costs. All of this is what was passed on to the student.
Right now, we have a massive fiscal crisis in our cost of living and everything else going on, and we're going to now add to that, and the students, when we say you need more education, but we're going to add these additional fees to it. This amendment is saying let's exempt them if that's going to be the case. Clearly, in the fiscal note, it says they will have that increased cost. It's not, oh, they might have, maybe. It says they will have. That cost is going to be borne by the students, ultimately by the consumers, because the universities do not have that money. I urge a aye vote. Thank you.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, stand up here in defense and support of this amendment. You know, it's very typical that we hear all the time, oh, it's not going to raise any costs. Oh, no, just don't look at that. It's not going to raise any costs. No. When we hear and see this all the time in so many bills, including the one that this amendment is for, and then the ugly head arises, lo and behold, the costs are huge. And then it's too late. We already put a burden on our universities and our schools in the state. And yet here we go again. We complain that the tuitions are too high. Well, I wonder why. It's because of bills exactly like this. This amendment is very much needed. If a school cannot afford it, they cannot afford it. You can't take blood from a stone. And then when it is too late, then you just glaze it over. Oh, don't look at this, the people of Colorado. Don't look at that. Let's concentrate and look at something else. It's egregious. It's dishonest to say the costs are not going to go up. Honesty seems to be very low lately, and it's a shame. If a school can't afford it, the school can't afford it. If you care about the fiscal nature of a school and the fiscal nature and the ability for a student to be able to go to a school, you'll be a yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really take quite a bit of objection to the statement made by the sponsors that this doesn't have a cost. It does. And college institutions are institutions that the state supports. They don't get all their money from the students' tuition. They get a lot from the state. So in one way or another, money is going to the institution, would have to be paid by that institution, and I don't think it is on an ad-need basis. I think when a young lady walks into a clinic and says, you know, this is what I want, this is what I think I need, and the clinic director says, well, now you'll just have to wait about 36, 48 hours while I talk to our distributor and see if we can't get a rush delivery of this medication. And you would be the first, so we have to do some training and get some equipment here first before ethically we could prescribe this medication. So there are many things to think about before a college takes this on, and many colleges are not able to do that. So I really urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to thank the sponsors for a robust discussion so far. I want to just clarify the last comment that we heard, that campuses or colleges can't afford this. And I will say that through the stakeholding, that was not actually the case. They did not say, no, we don't want to do this. They did not say we're not going to be able to afford this. They understand that this is actually necessary to provide the holistic type of care on their campuses. Health centers are funded through many different ways. And a lot of this is through out-of-pocket, and a lot of this is through private insurance, and it's through the student health insurance that students buy into. The way that our health centers, not only on campus, but even in pharmacies, we heard Walgreens come up a couple times, which we're not supposed to mention, my bad, sorry. These other private medical facilities or prescription entities and authorities, it is not a purchase to sell agreement. You often have agreements that are whole to sell and pay. And so with that, I do just want to say, again, this amendment is not necessary. Not a single health center has requested it. Not a single university has requested it. Please vote no.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L16 fails. To the committee report, is there any further discussion? Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move L017 to the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be properly displayed.
One moment. L17 is properly displayed. Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am bringing you this amendment today because, let's talk about choice. Private institutions should be absolutely in control of their own campuses and services. That's the whole point of being a private institution. Yet through the bill, they're not exempt, and they should be. They're not government actors, and this is an absolute complete intrusion on their organizational autonomy. Public institutions are state-run. So yeah, you can have a say in the public institutions. But private institutions are private for a reason. They're privately funded, they are not state extensions, and this is an uncalled for mandate. Most private institutions, they're small schools. Not only can they not afford it, but most lack the infrastructure to accommodate it. Plus a lack of expertise that resides on these private institutions gives it increased safety challenges and liability. What if something happens? Who gets sued in that one? The private institution. You're putting schools and these private institutions at risk, a financial risk that they can't afford to begin with, and then to put them under any type of legal scrutiny. We should not be doing that. Why do we keep trying to mandate on individuals, on schools, on entities within the state of Colorado, when we know they can't handle it, we know they can't afford it, but yet it's still done? These private institutes want nothing to do with the state, and I don't blame them. They want to be left alone to be able to run their schools the way they see fit, because they are the experts in that. But yet, the state of Colorado just can't leave them alone. I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment because it matters to those who believe in freedom of choice. Let these institutions, especially the private institutions, choose for themselves. Stop using that word, throwing it all around, choice, choice, choice. But then you mandate the very next sentence. Let's let our private institutions run their schools how they feel it needs to be done. Let the parents who send their schools to these private institutions because they believe they are running their own schools how they believe it needs to be done. I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment because if you truly believe in choice, choose this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Private schools did not ask to be carved out of this, and we have actually received feedback from private schools as well through the stakeholding process, so we ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to remind the body that This medication is not illegal. There is nothing that prevents any pharmacy, any student health center, any private, public, etc. health provider from providing this. The sponsors insist that there's no cost to this, yet they feel a need to mandate something that has no cost and they can do already. Let's think about that through the rest of the discussion, because there's got to be a reason, and perhaps it's the reason that witnesses brought up in committee, that doing so allows them to target our youth.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to remind everyone, the cost isn't just the cost of the medication itself. There's a greater cost in the liability of these schools if something were to go wrong. Please keep that in mind when you're voting on this amendment. The cost could be great. The cost could actually shut down these schools. The choice for these schools to be able to make the cost choice for themselves, to lessen their liability, should be up to them, not up to us. I'm asking for a yes vote.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to caution us to not make unfounded arguments like that. I also want to address that private higher ed institutions must obtain a state authorization or licensure to operate already, which mandates compliance with minimum standards regarding financial stability, faculty qualifications, curriculum quality, student record maintenance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The state regulates these institutions as well. It is not far-reaching to make sure that they are also upholding the Constitution. Thank you.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't ever come up here and give anything that's unfounded, let me tell you that right now. But let me tell you what is founded. The common side effects of these medications include diarrhea, abdominal pain, nausea,
Rep.
vomiting.
Kelty, the amendment is in relation to...
It's about the amendment, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Fever, chills, headache. And then so the cost to the schools, if something were to happen, heavy bleeding, severe cramping, uterine rupture, the cost to the schools and the liability is great. These private schools cannot afford this. Let's give them the choice to opt out. They're private for a reason. They don't want anything to do with the state, and we shouldn't be mandating on them, knowing they want nothing to do with the state. The cost can be great. I'm asking for a yes vote for private school institutions across the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L17 fails. To the committee report, is there any further discussion? Rep. Bradfield. I said Bradfield.
Yes, she did. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment 013 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. L13 is properly displayed. Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not all colleges in the state of Colorado have thousands of students. And some of the smaller colleges really work on a shoestring. And that means that, of course, that, you know, they have very little extra cash around to make this unfunded mandate realized. If this is required at a smaller college, it might be more than what they can afford. And especially if something catastrophic happens to the young woman that takes this, requests this medication and takes it, and has serious side effects, there could be serious repercussions for that college. So that is why I have this amendment right here that would exempt the smaller colleges from this bill and the having them have a medication, and especially if that small college did not have a health center on campus, and many of them do not. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment that exempts those schools that do not have a health center and are on the smaller end of campuses. Thank you.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, unfunded mandate, unfunded paperwork, here we go again. So the institution that doesn't have an on-site pharmacy, it states the student health center shall make abortion medication available to student enrolled at the institution either by submitting a prescription for abortion medication to be filled at an off-campus pharmacy or dispensing the abortion medication through a provider on staff at the student health center. So now we've become an abortion clinic. Now, if they don't have an on-site pharmacy, they need to make sure that the student can get one at an off-site pharmacy. Like, what are we doing? This has become a bigger issue, a bigger thing for the state institution to digest. We're all about choice, but you can only get an abortion pill. No family planning, no adoption planning, no ultrasound to see if you're even pregnant, no pregnancy test to make sure you're pregnant. We're just gonna kill the baby. No. Yes to the amendment. This is not what state institutions are made. They're educating our children from the K through 12 debacle that's going on in the state in the first place. They're just trying to educate our children. Shouldn't be an abortion clinic. You can go to clinics off-site to get all of your needs met. The big chain pharmacy centers get all of your needs met. This is not what the Colorado colleges need to be dealing with. It's a simple amendment to help out a bad bill. Vote yes.
Rep. Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also would just like to add that I think that this amendment is really important, especially since colleges do not have the ability to give ultrasounds. And for any women who know anything about pregnancy, I mean, most women do not know how far along they are in pregnancy. And so the pill says that, I've actually found different things, but it says anywhere from, I believe, 10 weeks to 13 weeks, you can take this abortion pill. But how does somebody truly know how far along they are in pregnancy? And I mean, you could even get your period, you could spot in between, even while you're pregnant. So I think that this is, just for the students' safety, I think that this is a good amendment, and I think that everybody should vote yes. Thank you.
Rep. Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to emphasize that right now, our bill carves out that health centers with already established health centers are providing this reproductive care or primary care. And that medication abortion is within the scope of practice within those clinical areas. And on the topic about training or folks who are operating without pharmacies, I mean, most of these facilities are dispensed by a clinician in the office. So the campuses that have centers have clinicians who can prescribe, but with no pharmacy, the medication can be provided by a clinician. So we ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L13 fails. To the committee report, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Rep. Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, it is a great privilege to join my co-prime sponsor from Adams County on this bill. This bill ensures people can exercise their constitutional right to access reproductive health care. In 2024, voters passed Amendment 79, enshrining abortion access in our state constitution. There is no argument about this being in our state. However, we know the rights are not always accessible, and there is work to be done to make sure people can access abortion care when they need it. Even though our state has strong legal protections for abortions, many Coloradans still experience practical barriers that undermine this constitutional right. Many students that attend and live in Colorado's college campuses are often navigating their health care for the first time. They may not be near the doctors that they grew up with, and therefore rely on campus health centers for a wide range of services, from primary care, urgent care, and sexual and reproductive health care. When students can't get the care they need on college campuses, they are forced to receive care through alternative methods, which means they miss classes, they miss work, and they miss the opportunity to receive the education and our universities provide. HB 263535 requires institutions of higher education that operate student health centers to provide on-site abortion medication services and requires on-site pharmacies to maintain a stock of abortion medication. If an institution of higher education does not have a student health center, this bill requires such institutions to submit a prescription for abortion medication to a pharmacy located on campus.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. The question before us today as a body is if we should require college and university campus who have health centers to carry and or prescribe abortion medication to those on campus. That is the question. The question that is not before us today is the question of abortion or the effectiveness of abortion medication. The question is clear. Should universities and colleges ensure people's access to their constitutional right to abortion? The answer is easy. It is yes. Colorado recognizes access to abortion as a fundamental right, but there are still practical barriers that exist that disproportionately impact access to care for certain groups, including young people. Abortion pills, also known as medication abortion, are a safe and effective medication regimen to end an early pregnancy. The medication abortion regimen was first approved by the FDA more than 25 years ago and is offered by providers for up to 12 weeks of pregnancy. As a reminder, what this bill is not doing is requiring procedural abortions on campus. This bill is limited to medication abortion. In committee, we were asked, why is this bill needed? Well, advocates who work with and organize young people heard loud and clear from college students that this was a need. These students asked the legislature to address this gap in access to abortion care on college campuses, and we listened. We were asked in committee if the so-called abortion pill reversal would be provided as well. The answer is no. The so-called abortion pill reversal is not supported by any legitimate scientific study or recognized as safe or effective by any major medical association. Campus health centers provide evidence-based standard medical care, and offering an unproven or experimental intervention would violate accepted medical and ethical standards. There is a question in committee if this bill requires medical providers on campus to work outside of their current scope of practice. Again, the answer is no. These centers already provide a wide range of sexual and reproductive health care. Adding abortion medication is within their scope of practice. There was a question about what could happen if students experience complications with abortion medication. Complications due to medication abortion are rare. They occur less than in 1% of cases. That is less than complications when taking Advil or Viagra. Campus providers already have policies in place to support students who need follow-up care outside their scope, and this bill does not change that. As you can see, the fiscal note is zero. There was a lot of discussion around the actual cost of stocking and prescribing abortion. We just engaged in this in the committee report. A reminder, in Tufts University in Massachusetts, the actual cost of implementation to the university was less than $1,000. In Board College in New York, where the state was not covering any of these costs for the student, the cost was only $500. The bill does not require higher education to cover this cost, nor the state. The cost of abortion medication will fall on the student, either through out-of-pocket or through their health insurance. This bill is about making sure that we are realizing access to a constitutional right here in Colorado that voters overwhelmingly supported. And I ask for a yes vote.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's funny when we talk about constitutional rights, when we strip the constitutional right to carry on college campuses. Let's not go back and forth about constitutional rights. We don't let people carry on campuses, and we strip their rights every day, their Second Amendment rights, in this building every single day. So I am going to, with that, move L018 to House Bill 1335 and ask for it to be displayed.
One moment. L18 is properly displayed. Rep. Bradley.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is to make sure that only females can get this, because, not false rhetoric on the mic, but there have been men who have been charged with tricking women into taking the abortion pill and ending their pregnancies. Women that had no knowledge whatsoever, who were roofied with an abortion pill, that wanted to stay pregnant, that had to go through a miscarriage unbeknownst to them with serious complications. I have an article, I'll bring it up after the pastor comes up here and tears down some of the misinterpretations we've heard. 1 in 10 patients out of 900,000 experience a serious adverse event. I don't say that that's like an ibuprofen. I'm pretty sure ibuprofen doesn't have statistics like that, but I'll come up here and read it. 865,000. 10% of women that experience sepsis, infection, hemorrhaging, or another serious adverse event within 45 days following mifepristone abortion. But let's talk about this. Let's talk about the fact that men shouldn't be going in and getting this. We need to make sure, A, the woman's pregnant, which we're not going to do, and B, that they know exactly what's going to happen, because there are serious side effects. I don't know if the representative from, Broomfield has ever had to change a pad every 30 minutes because he's severely bleeding with his period.
Representative Bradley.
But that's not fun.
to the
Yes, Madam
amendment.
Chair, it's totally to the amendment. I'm talking about the serious complications of taking mifepristone, and that men don't understand the complications of serious bleeding and abdominal cramping and all the effects of the complications that 1 in 10 women go through. And if they don't understand that they're going through it because they've been roofied with an abortion pill, they need to understand the consequences. Why, if we're all about public safety and given equity and all that good stuff wrapped up in this bill, we should at least make sure women know if they're getting an abortion pill. We should make sure when they're hemorrhaging, if that's one of the serious side effects that happen, they're abdominally cramping and they're vomiting their guts up, we should make sure the women are protected, that they have pads and tampons in their dorm room to make sure they're not bleeding through their clothes. Women should be protected from being roofied with an abortion pill. If we're all about protecting women, let's make sure we're protecting women with this amendment. Make sure they're not getting medication put in their drinks. Let's make sure there's not severe side effects that they don't know about, because 1 in 10 women do experience it. It's not like taking an ibuprofen. If you're for public safety, vote yes on this amendment.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am also up here in support of this amendment. My colleague is absolutely 100% correct. Let me just read you a little information here, why this amendment is so important. Several recent cases, 2024 to 2026 in Texas and other states, involve men criminally charged for secretly drugging pregnant partners with abortion-inducing medication to end pregnancies against their will. These cases often involve charges of assault, injury to a child. How about murder of a child? Sometimes resulting in jail time. Sometimes. Let's talk about Montgomery, Texas in 2026. Done there. Parker, Texas. Corpus Christi, Texas. Houston, Texas. Illinois. And other states. You know, I didn't even know this was a thing until I was just told by my colleague. It's literally astounding. And whose liability will that fall on? If a school gives out this medication and that individual uses it to end the life of a baby of their partner that was against their choice. Again, we're back down to the word of the day, choice. The school will be liable. Shutting down these schools, they can't afford, especially the small schools can't afford that. Let alone the cost of life these monsters are actually doing to women. I absolutely agree that it should be only distributed to females only. Thank you.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the debate on this bill. I just want to I will also appreciate if my colleagues will not talk about my genitalia or my bodily functions on the mic. I think we can all do that favor to each other, please. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L18? Okay. Rep. Garcia.
Members, I feel like it's just wasting precious time on the clock to give the opposition more time to debate this bill, but this amendment is just wildly unnecessary because I think if you know anything about abortion medication, you know that abortion medication is only handed out to the patient. No one else can go and get it for anyone else. That just is. This is completely unnecessary. It's offensive. Please vote no.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to put on the record that we were up here talking about females and vaginas and lady parts. So I apologize if anyone believes they have those that are of a different gender, but we were
Rep.
only
Kelty,
talking about
to the
females and female
amendment.
parts. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L18. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it. L18 fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. So 4 years ago, I ran a bill directly related to this that had to do with the abortion pill reversal, which is what the sponsor just came up and talked about, that there's no scientific evidence. That year, there was about 65 children in the room that were direct evidence, not anecdotal, direct evidence of abortion pill reversal. This was, at the same time, there was over 700 children saved that year, that first year. Then, the next year I ran this, there was over 4,000 children saved by the reversal. It's interesting that we're not allowing the reversal to be part of this conversation, but we're pushing this indoctrination on the university campuses. So I produced page after page after page of scientific research, and I know the sponsor knows this because she was sitting in the room. And I did that 3 years in a row. Now, guess what? This is the third time this has happened where I've run a bill, something like this, and the Supreme Court has backed me up on this. The Supreme Court has just recently ruled that everything that I was saying was correct and everything the sponsor just said was incorrect. I'm going to go ahead and lean into the Supreme Court on this one. I do have to say, because I've said this before, I do not understand a people that desires to kill their own babies. I don't understand that. I don't understand a people that thinks that that is good, that's a good idea. I have come up here year after year after year and tried to defend all of the babies, the black babies, the brown babies, the white babies, because why? I believe in life. I believe in life for all babies, every baby, every baby, every baby. And somehow we keep acting like this is good, that we murder babies. This is good. Let me tell you, no matter how much indoctrination we push into the university on these issues, that every single child is still conceived and breathed in with life by God. This is not a human thing. Humans get to procreate with God, but they do not give life. God gives life. And no matter how much evil we bring to this floor to try to destroy that life, that does not change the fact that God is the one who creates life. And the best we can do is kill it. And we continue to do that over and over and over in this room. And the fact that Planned Parenthood is losing so much money.
Representative Bottoms, we can't mention specific organizations in the floor or on.
The fact that an organization that rhymes with Ramin Hood has the ability to keep closing down all over the United States, closing down in this state, and Alpha Gen is moving away from abortion. Statistically, they are fighting against it, and the lower Gen Z. This is why we have bills like this, because we're losing our hold on death. We're losing our control over destroying babies. So this is why we run this kind of legislation. This is still evil. This is still the highest of immorality. This is still the destructive forces that tear down complete societies, and is doing so in this society. And I can guarantee you right now, whether you agree with this or not, God is the one who backs up the life of these babies, because he's the one who gave it to them. And he will hold us accountable. He will judge you for this, and you will not get away from this. You will stand before God for this. All I can do is warn you.
AML Bacon.
Church say. Okay. Members, I wanted to share what I said in committee on this. And, you know, obviously this is an issue that's important to a lot of our spirits. Find some of the conversation interesting, especially for those of us who may actually have also been raised in the church. But in regards to the state, because that is our responsibility right now, where we do recognize, even through all of the, some of the flags I see in pledges, that we believe that we should separate the two in order to honor the potential of this country, but I digress there. What's been interesting to me on this is that we're talking about access to a medication that is legal in this country on a college campus. The arguments we heard in committee were that if it's simply available, young people will do it, and therefore we should not make it available. I also then pushed to say that, do you believe people are having children because they do not have access to the pills? The irony of all of this is that we're talking about pills on a college campus, and the sole purpose or the primary purpose of college campuses are to educate people. And so the irony that we would say, if something is near you, you might choose it or learn about it. Therefore, the opposite is it shouldn't be there so people can't know about it on a college campus kind of baffles me. What I believe is a rational and fair argument in the discussion of choice is that people should be informed. But to say that they should not even have access, which means they can't even know that it's an option on a college campus, does not honor choice. People also choose to have children. I don't want to go down the road of suffering from crimes and sexual assault because I don't want to go through the data of college-age children and to note that someone did not have a choice to even engage in assault, and now they don't have access to the thing that they could choose about it where it's closest to them, is baffling to me. Furthermore, The health centers are already equipped to deal with this because, as it was pointed out in committee, people can also get this medication online. And the issues that happen to young people, if that was the case, college health centers are prepared. They are prepared to deal with addiction, drugs, alcoholism, and pregnancy. For the primary demographic of 18 to 22-year-olds. There was no university that showed up opposed to this bill. None. And I checked, it's because they already are prepared to have these conversations on college campuses. Here's the last thing I will say about assumptions, because I did ask. We are assuming that these licensed healthcare providers are not telling people about where they are in their pregnancy before this pill, that they are not actually referring people to where they may go if they want to make choices. We are assuming a lot about these providers who have licenses to practice, and they know where they are because they're on college campuses. The assumption that all universities have people there who believe in one way or the other, but don't know how to practice law. And we believe and we should keep people from resources because the data shows if they have it, they'll do it, which actually does prove what access means, not for the unintentional deaths, but what it means for someone to be able to think through something and make a choice, God forbid on a college campus, is not fair. And so we cannot stand up here and say we're going to keep it from you because we don't like the outcomes. The state deciding, ironically. But then to say, God forbid, if you could learn about something, you might actually make a choice for you, so we're going to keep it from you so you don't learn about it. So I believe that even if we're going to be talking about judgment, that still comes down to someone having the right mind that was also given to us to be able to discern. I will never believe or walk in hubris and think that I could do what my Creator's job is. There is only one entity that could stand before us for judgment, and it ain't in this room. But what I do know is, to the extent we should talk about what we have access to by way of knowledge, especially on a knowledge-giving space, then we should do it. Because then we would actively be getting in the way and saying we're bringing children into this world because we kept resources from them. That is not also the basis of bringing children into this world. And so I hope we can get back to the issue. The state has said we have access to. I'm sure in college campuses they are talking about the biology of conception. So I'm sure they understand. But in order to do what the state requires us to do as a matter of law and this Constitution and our state's Constitution, we need to do what the voters asked us to do and recognize that the ability to make a choice means having all of the knowledge, even if it is the knowledge of how far along you are or the knowledge of where to go if you want to keep your child. But to make assumptions that our campuses are some sort of political machines and our alternative is to keep information, that's not acceptable to what our voters have asked for and what I believe the purpose of this state and this government is to do.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I wasn't going to come up here and speak today, but I think a couple things have changed my opinion on that. So I represent West Fort Collins, West and North Fort Collins, home to Colorado State University. We welcome thousands of young learners, young adults, and all sorts of folks into our community each year. to come and learn at CSU. It's part of why I'm so proud to represent my district, because we have an anchor of higher education that really does serve as, I think, a beacon for the state in terms of what we're able to offer in education for our young learners and young adults. We have folks who come from all over the world to attend CSU. And they do that for a number of reasons, not the least of which I would like to say is what they experience when they come to Fort Collins. And that is that we are a community that is open to everybody, that embraces a diversity of belief, but also believes that you should have the choice when it comes to issues like this. And choice is so important. It also means that we have folks who are coming to our college campuses who aren't familiar with where they can go to get medication should they need it in an instance where they find themselves in need of one of the medications the sponsor is trying to be able to provide. They might not be familiar with our town. I can tell you the first place they're probably going to go, which is the health clinic right there on the corner, College Avenue. And they're going to expect to be able to seek the kind of health care that they're looking to have. Now, what I would say to my constituents is what happens inside of that setting is your choice, but you should have the choice. I think most importantly is who won't be in that room. I won't be in that room. You won't be in that room. And there's a large number of us who don't believe that any politician should be in that room with you. It should be a decision between you and your health care provider. This is not the role and place of government, to be in that room deciding in a moment that is so deeply meaningful and important to that individual, what you should do next. So I salute the sponsors for taking us out of that conversation. Elected officials should not be in the middle of that conversation. And I'll tell you another thing, pastors should not be in the middle of that conversation either. And I say that as someone who used to be an Evangelical Lutheran Church in America pastor. There's a broad spectrum of belief on this issue, and I recognize that, and I am not interested in a theological debate. I don't often bring up what I used to do here, because what I do here is very different than the responsibility I had to my congregation. But there are some commonalities. There are folks who genuinely care when you come into their office, if you are a pastor, and want you to make the best decision for you. And that doesn't come with shame or admonition for what you believe is true, or what you have done to find yourself in that moment. Too many folks have been harmed by that line of reasoning. Too many folks have walked away not just from organized religion, but from their family and friends because they don't have the support they need in that critical moment. It was never my understanding as clergy that that was my job, to make you feel ashamed of who you were, to make you feel ashamed of what you have maybe chosen for yourself, to make you feel ashamed of what you might do next. And if I have anything to say, it is this: there are congregations out there who do not operate that way. Most importantly, there are elected officials out there who do not hold that to be true. That is my job here. That is your job here. Choice and getting government out of that hospital room or that medical clinic so that people can make an informed decision based on human biology and not long-seated religious trauma. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask that I request that I move L008 and ask that it properly be displayed.
One moment. Rep. Flannel, L8 is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's discuss fair and rational arguments of choice, knowledge, and the law. Colorado law protects more than just abortion. Colorado law doesn't just protect a right to abortion. HB 22-1279 protects a fundamental right to make decisions about reproductive health care, which includes, but is not limited to, quote, a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion and to make decisions about how to exercise that right. Because that right is broader than abortion alone, campus policies should reflect the full range of options, continuing the pregnancy, adoption, parental support, counseling, not just one outcome. My colleague from the other side of the aisle from Denver said previously, the ability to make a choice includes all knowledge. And my other colleague, of course, from the other side of the aisle said, from Fort Collins said, who says choice is so important when you have a choice? So I think we need to take that into account. We need informed, autonomous decisions for students, ensuring that students' health centers can present adoptions, parental resources, counseling options, all of that, I think is incredibly important. We want to talk about pro-choice. Let's give people choices. Let's take into account, the diversity of student beliefs and values. The legislative declaration includes students with different identities and backgrounds. That diversity includes a wide spectrum of moral, cultural, and religious views on pregnancy and abortion. One of the organizers actually in committee from Cobalt, she said that she got pregnant in college and she's so happy that she had her baby. Why aren't we giving women all of the options? This isn't a decision that should be taken lightly. Let's prioritize a student's well-being. Long-term academic and emotional outcomes are better when students feel they have time, they have all of the information presented, and they feel supported. So as a result, I urge a yes vote. I think that aside from just one option, students should be given knowledge. Students should be given choices. And as a result, I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Rep. Garcia.
Madam Chair, I request a title ruling.
The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. I have ruled that L8 does not fit in the title. To the bill. Rep. Brooks.
Chair, thank you. Trying to decide how much I wanted to speak. Here you go. Okay. To the bill itself right now. I won't take a whole lot of time to do it, but the only thing we need to try to keep in mind here is just one of the things that I have had a hard time with this legislature in general is taking away support mechanisms, taking away whether even it is a pastor, whether it's a parent, being able to ensure that there's another voice in decisions that are weighty, incredibly important, life-altering. Decisions should not be made, I don't believe, just in a vacuum or with a vacuum. There are medical repercussions there can be medical repercussions. I truly do hope that they are discussed in full in each and every case. My little research that I've done have found that there's been roughly 36 deaths of the mother, deaths of the expectant mother traced to the use of this medication. If it's not fatal, this pill cause heavy bleeding, an incomplete abortion, infection, life-threatening complications such as sepsis, hemorrhage. It's just not so easy. Just pop a pill and forget about it. I worry, and I don't know, perhaps the bill sponsors can speak to this, what I worry about is like that high school girl that's taking concurrent classes, one of the real smart ones. That's on a college campus taking some additional classes, 15, 16, 17 years old, has the student ID, has access to this, and then risking these types of things, without any parental knowledge. Honestly, the argument's been made up here. Hey, we've got this in the Constitution. All right, how much further do we need to continue to go? I bet you right now, that if we opened up the notebooks of legislation to run next year, there's stuff like this already on the calendar. There's stuff like this that already. Let's take it one step further. I move L011 to House Bill 1335 as to be properly displayed.
One moment. L11 is properly displayed. Rep. Brooks.
Sure, thank you. Just over the last few minutes, there's been a lot of discussion so far, but over just the last few minutes, we've talked about choice. We've talked about the role or lack thereof of legislators in this decision, not being in the room. I agree with that completely. Of course, the very easy open door argument of whether or not government should be involved in this is I don't believe the government should be involved in this. So let's ensure that we're not promoting. You want to have choice. The way that that's defined, I think, is going to be a little different from one side to the other. But let's not go out and market this. L011, an institution shall not use state funds or profits from student tuition or student activity fees to pay for marketing or advertising around these pills. Why would we want to take money from students, student parents, from the organizations that are supported, football, sports, whatever activity fees that we have that are associated with that school, and then use that to then promote and then market these pills? Providing access, we could argue that. Promoting access, I don't know that can or should be argued. Why would we promote access? This amendment speaks to that. This amendment does not hamper, does not infringe on what the bill is trying to do. This amendment simply clarifies that funds from families, from students that may have moral objections won't be diverted into the promoted use, the advertised use of these pills. I ask for a yes vote on what would seem to be a very easy amendment to accept.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and surprise, surprise, I am also up here in agreement with this amendment. The word of the day, again, I said it's choice. So if we're going to promote choice, so be it. But then we should promote all the choices. And if you're going to give fair and equitable marketing, then that should also include that of adoption and other options for a mother to be able to give for their child if they find themselves, if they are pregnant, not just infanticide. And you say that there's, again, no cost, but even in the marketing for a school, there's a cost. And that's aside from the liability, that's aside from the loss of enrollment that some of these schools are going to have because of these things that they're going to be mandated to do. And now this. Adoption is also a choice. If we're going to provide information, we should provide it all. We should make it fair and equitable, and then let that person decide for themselves. Let them make the choice. If you only promote one thing, sometimes all the other options are not thought of. So let's give women all the information they need to make the proper choice for themselves. But if you're not going to give that marketing, then we need to allow the schools to not have to pay for that. There's more costs involved, and it's being swept under the rug. And I am asking for a yes vote on this amendment.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. And I think is with the competitive nature of universities, and especially as large as our state is, we don't want to see kids move out of state, go to other institutions based on, student fees at the end of the day. A lot of them come from student loans, which are federal loans, and then secondly, for the kids that self-pay and the parents that pay and come into these fees. And I think that at the end of the day, to have somebody put money towards something they wholly might disagree with based on their moral values is a tough situation to put them in, drive them out of state into other universities. I think that a lot of families want to make sure their kids get an education in the state of Colorado, and I think everybody in this building has moral convictions. We're at the point right now where people are picking and choosing what businesses they'll shop in, depending on what party affiliation that somebody in that business might have. And I think that we are going to see this trickle down even into educational institutions, which at the end of the day hurts the state, hurts the institution, and it really drives parents and kids that may have a moral objection to this pill to make a choice that may not make their life easier with either how far they are there from their parents, the cost of out-of-state tuition, and where they would like to go to school. So, for those reasons and more, this isn't touching the access whatsoever. This is just making sure that at the end of the day, which they are taxpayer dollars, whether fees are being paid, like I said, by federal loans, or they're being paid by the parent or the student themselves. These are dollars that are coming from the citizens. So I urge a yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And like our colleagues before me, I also agree that this amendment is a good balancing. While we may disagree on the bill itself, I think this amendment does a good balance in one, you can't allow state funds. We heard an amazing comment that the state government should not be in the clinic room with the patient and the doctor. So why would we allow state funds then to be used for advertising on a campus where we're having then the government and in connection the campus, the education institution promoting in a sense and getting involved in healthcare? That should be kept with the patient and the provider. I also like the second part that, in the state, if we're going to say that all the colleges have to have this if they have a pharmacy, we don't want to chase people out of the state. And it was mentioned, people are choosing businesses based on party affiliation. There are people who choose where to go or not go if they offer animal products or vegan products. People choose where they go based on their beliefs, their ideologies. Let's not chase students out because they feel like something that goes against their morals or their faith is being advertised with their money or their parents' money. This is a balance. If the institute can find other ways, sure, but it shouldn't be off of the taxpayer money, and it shouldn't be off of the students or the parents who are paying to go as well. This is a good balance. Let's keep government out of the patient's decisions by not forcing this, out there. And let's keep, people who want to come to college in Colorado and not force like they have to go out too because their money might be going to these flyers. This is a good balance between everything, and if they find other ways to fund it, but just don't use the money from the parents, the students, or the state government. I urge a yes vote.
Rep. Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These schools and student health centers are not marketing or advertising these healthcare services. And so we really shouldn't be requiring this. I believe this amendment is unnecessary, and I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is no force, you're right. But what happens if they do want to start promoting it? Because we do say institutions based on their community should have that option. If they're not going to do it, let's just put that, belt and suspender and make sure that we are protecting. That way we have that in case it should come up. Let's protect it now so we can keep our students' monies protected, their parents' money, and that we're finding that balance.
Is there any further discussion on L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L11. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L11 fails. Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's do a little bit of history as relates to one of the major medications that is used for chemical abortions, RU-486. RU-486 was developed by the French drug manufacturer Roussel-Uclaf, which is actually a successor to IG Farber, if you know their story. It's kind of interesting, the connection there. In any case, in May of 1994, that particular drug manufacturer donated its U.S. patent rights to the Population Council. In March of 1996, the Population Council submitted an application to the FDA for approval of those particular drugs. In September of 2000, so 4 years later, the FDA did approve that application. If you look deeper into that application's approval process, you will find some curious things, but with the time we have, we won't go into that now. But the FDA's initial approval included particular safety standards because there were great concerns related to these particular drugs and the adverse impacts that they were having on women. What are some of that? So for instance, those original safety standards required that the drugs could only be prescribed up to 7 weeks of gestation. A licensed doctor had to diagnose that the woman was pregnant and did not have an ectopic pregnancy and could accurately determine the gestational age before being able to prescribe the drugs. The doctor must see the woman at least 3 times in person before, during, and after the chemical abortion was taking place to ensure that she did not have any life-threatening conditions or serious complications. And the prescribing doctor must also, at this time, report all serious complications that women suffered from the drugs. So those were the standards that were set when the FDA approved this prescription set in September of 2000. Since that time, all of these particular safety standards have been eliminated or reduced. For instance, in 2016, upon request from Danco Laboratories, which is the drugs manufacturer here, the FDA increased the gestational age from 7 to 10 weeks, reduced the number of in-person visits from 3 to 1, and no longer required the drugs to be prescribed by a physician. The FDA also eliminated prescribing physicians' requirements to report all serious adverse events to the FDA. In fact, after eliminating many of these safety standards in 2016, the FDA decided that it didn't want to know if these changes increased harm to women taking these drugs. So long as the drugs didn't lead to a woman's death, the prescribers no longer needed to report serious complications like severe bleeding, life-threatening infections, and emergency medical treatment. Due to changes that came about as a result of COVID, the FDA further undercut its safety standards by allowing mifepristone to be dispensed by mail, concluding any in-person visits were no longer necessary. The FDA no longer requires a prescriber, let alone a doctor, have any direct contact with a woman before giving her these abortion drugs, drugs that carry considerable risk, especially for women with ectopic pregnancies. What's more, since 2016, the FDA has warned that roughly 1 in 25 women will end up in the emergency room after taking these drugs. So, we'll leave that there for now. I move Amendment L019 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. L19 is properly displayed. Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all know, kids go off to college as young adults, and the world of possibilities is open to them, and yet they still often have linkages back to their most recent life of being a minor in the care of adults. And they often look to their professors and to the adults on their college campuses as surrogate parents or aunts and uncles or just authority figures who can help guide them. In this particular context, you're dealing often with women who are scared at what is happening to their body, scared at what is happening in their relationship with their significant other, scared at what it could potentially be impacting on their future. If it is a situation involving sexual assault, you have all sorts of other dynamics that are at play there. And so you have a young woman who comes into this health clinic seeking aid from someone who prescribes this pill. And then something happens. More than likely, she's going to go back to that health clinic, wanting to keep the circle of people who know what is happening small. She's probably going to want to talk to that same provider about what took place. And so it's important that that particular provider have the necessary training to be able to respond in the event that there are complications or that particular risks are being seen. And so the first part of this amendment just simply says that any of these institutions that have these health centers, that have these employees who are able to dispense this medication or prescribe it, that those individuals take an annual training on the administration of these medications and any potential risks and complications associated with taking them. The second piece of this is just a check-in requirement. We do this a lot in outpatient care, where if you have some sort of procedure done, then somebody will call you within 24 to 48 hours. The most common chemical abortion pill regimen is 2 pills. The first pill is often administered in a clinic, and then within a 24 or 48-hour period thereafter, the second pill is administered. The first pill is designed to kill the child. The second pill is designed to clear the vagina, the uterus. Sorry, I can't say, no, it's part of it. It's designed to clear out the child and placenta and all of the things. And so the second part of this amendment says that the health center employees need to check in on this student within 24 hours of when the medication was prescribed or dispensed, and at least one time within the next 7 days. Just check in on her. Make sure that she is doing okay. Now, I want to address a couple of things that have been said about the safety of this. Again, we don't have time to go into all of the evidence, but let's just note that there was a comprehensive U.S. study done not that long ago that analyzed insurance claims data between the period of 2017 and 2023. They reviewed 865,727 mifepristone abortion claims. The study identified a serious adverse event rate of 10.93%. 10% of those claims resulted in a serious adverse event. But notably excluded, this particular study notably excluded a majority of emergency room visits in order to avoid anyone arguing that they had overstated the risks. This rate of nearly 11% ensures a conservative, accurate estimate of harm. The emergency room visits included in the report are only those directly related to the chemical abortion, based on the diagnosis and procedure codes in the insurance records, and are counted only if treatment for a serious complication related to the chemical abortion took place. Which means that the study excluded pregnancy-related, non-serious, or unrelated ER visits, they excluded pregnancy-related, non-serious, or unrelated to chemical abortion ER visits. Things like nausea with vomiting, unspecified lower abdominal pain, anxiety, shortness of breath. They also excluded mild and moderate adverse events. They excluded non-life-threatening mental health codes. They excluded women being treated for miscarriage. And they excluded non-serious bleeding. So only taking into account those insurance claims data from that 6-year period, they found that 11% of those women had serious adverse consequences. As institutions who take on a care like what is proposed in this bill, there should be that added follow-up. There should be that knowledge that this is not simply just taking a pill and moving on with your life. I will note that another piece of study data, they looked at a period of time prior to the shift from in-person visits and dispensing being a requirement to it no longer being a requirement. And they found that there was a statistically significant difference of 1.35 percentage points in terms of harm when it was no longer required that the woman visit a medical provider and have them dispense it to her in person. Which again goes to support this amendment that at the very least, we should be having some follow-up calls. If we're not going to mandate that the full amount of both pills are administered in person and regularly checked in on, that at the least we can have a couple of phone calls given to her. In light of time, I know that there are others who want to speak. I'll leave it there, but I will say that there is significant body of evidence, and if we were still tracking this at the FDA, I suspect it would be even greater than just in the insurance claim data that we can access to show that these pills are not benign. They do have adverse real-world consequences, and when you send kids, when you send your 18-year-old off to another state especially, but even those here, we need to make sure that we have some proper protections so that somebody is looking out for them when their parents and maybe their community, they could be in this health center in the first week of school, not knowing anyone, and find themselves seriously bleeding out. It's a good idea for us to make sure that the health center personnel are trained and that they are doing what is necessary to check in on these young women.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great amendment. I'm a little jealous that I didn't bring this amendment. And to the representative from Denver, too bad he's not in here right now because he said that there weren't any serious adverse events. But this study is from April 28, 2025. And what I find very interesting is that this study, the representative from Penrose just summarized it really well, includes 865,000 women, and that's 28 times as many that were included in all FDA-cited clinical trials combined. And you wonder why. Why? If it was that easy to put together that many women who were just listed as taking the chemical abortion pill. But what they also cited that the representative from Penrose did not say is that they stated in their study of 865,000 women that mifepristone should be administered only in a clinic, medical office, or hospital by or under the supervision of a physician able to assess the gestational age of an embryo and to diagnose ectopic pregnancies, all of which were originally required by the FDA. In the bill on page 3, it says, the abortion medication means a prescription drug or combination of prescription drugs used to terminate the pregnancy of an individual known or reasonably believed to be pregnant. So we don't even know if their pregnancy has made it into the uterus or is still in the fallopian tubes. And if that's the case, it can cause an ectopic pregnancy, and women die from that every year. Many women die from ectopic pregnancies. Physicians must be able to provide surgical intervention in cases of incomplete abortion or severe bleeding, and have made plans to provide such case care through others, and be able to assure patient access to medical facilities equipped to provide blood transfusions and resuscitation if necessary. If we're talking about the representative from Fort Collins, so many kids come out here from out of state and they don't know where to go and who to go see, and we're going to provide this on campus. Well, then we better make sure they know where the hospitals are, because 1 in 10 women will experience this after taking the abortion pill. So if we're going to provide access, we need to make sure we're following up on their care. Healthcare providers should be required, once again, to report to the FDA and manufacturers of mifepristone all serious adverse effects resulting from the use of mifepristone. Mifepristone should only be prescribed to a woman who is confirmed by a physician to be in the first 7 weeks of pregnancy as originally required by the FDA. And yet, here again, the bill says, known or reasonably believed to be pregnant. So we're going against what the original manufacturing of the drug was intended to do in the first place. We're not following up to make sure these young ladies know what's going on. They're here from another country. They're here from another state. They don't know the geographic location of the nearest emergency room. But it's okay. Just here's some pills. Take them in your dorm room. It might be like taking an Advil. You'll be all right. But 1 in 10 of 900,000 people have had severe complications resulting in sepsis. Sepsis for everyone is when there's death to your organs and body parts. Infection, which means you need an antibiotic to stop said infection in your body. Hemorrhaging is when you're bleeding without stopping, or another serious or life-threatening adverse event within 45 days. That's 1 in 10 out of 900,000 women. Our research shows unequivocally that mifepristone abortion as currently practiced in the U.S. is considerably more dangerous to women than is represented on the FDA-approved drug label. FDA should immediately reinstate its earlier, stronger patient safety protocols to ensure physician responsibility for women who take mifepristone under their care. And these ladies aren't even under the care. They're not even under the care. The healthcare facility at the institution is handing out a drug with serious side effects to 1 in 10 women out of a 900,000 person study, and they're not even following up. They're not even saying, go to your MD if all of these things happen. And the representative from Denver said, informed consent, we need to educate people. We don't even give informed consent on vaccines. We don't even get, I have 4 children, I've taken them to the pediatrician. I don't get a card that says, hey, after we give your kid MMR, these are the things that can happen. They're not given informed consent. Let's educate, absolutely. This is not a discussion about abortion in Colorado. But if we're talking about access and informed consent, let's educate the women. They're gonna have access to these drugs, And let's not talk about that the side effects are just like taking an ibuprofen. That's not what the research says. The research says out of 900,000 women, 1 in 10 will have serious life-altering side effects. I'm not making it up. Here it is. Come read it. I'll put a copy on all of your desks so you can read it. This is a great amendment. It's not excluding access. It's just saying if you're going to make the state institutions carry this, if you're going to make them call it out to a pharmacy, the very least you can do is check on the patient. And I would add that they need to check on them 45 days after. If these people are coming from different states that don't have these open abortion laws, then we at least need to make sure women are safe. At the very least, women are safe. That we're checking in and making sure they're not septic, they don't have an infection, and it's a fever of 100. Most body temperature is 98.6. It's a fever, a serious adverse effect from an abortion pill is a fever of 100.4 for over 24 hours. So the least we can do is make sure we're checking in on these women to make sure they're not having adverse reactions to the abortion pill. I rise in strong support of this amendment and urge a yes vote.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was one other point that I wanted to make that I forgot. Last week, there was a group up here that I met with, and it happened to be on the day that this bill was heard in committee. And one of the people in this group was a pastor who had been contacted recently, actually. The pastor lives in northern Colorado and had been contacted by a family who was concerned about their daughter because she had taken these particular drugs and had delivered a child in her room. When the child came out, the child was fully formed because that happens very quickly. And the young girl didn't realize that that was the case, that she didn't understand, I guess, what was happening and the fact that that was possible. And so when she saw that child in full form, having been delivered, she became suicidal. And so this pastor was brought in to provide counseling and support, which is another reason, because those weren't in the data points, as I mentioned, that was listed out in the nearly 11% of adverse consequences. Mental health consequences were left out of those particular statistics. And so another good reason to follow up, to check in, to make these calls is to ensure that these young ladies are not in that mental health state where they could take their own lives. And so again, I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I have actually some severe concerns about this amendment, only because I am positive that this was not actually developed with healthcare professionals and those who actually run these clinics. And to bring an amendment like this and enforce a procedure and a process, that to me seems like it is way, hugely governmental overreach. I think one thing that this amendment assumes is that our healthcare centers aren't professional trained healthcare centers. Our healthcare centers already know how to treat people that go into their centers. They are trained. They are not secondary centers, or they're not run by somebody who's not an actual MD. Our health centers just happen to be on campus. The discussion that we had about the study we've been hearing about, I want to just first share that this report done by this group that I will not name is a report that has not been peer-reviewed. This report is produced by an anti-abortion think tank. It stands in direct contradiction to 25 years of unbiased, evidence-based research on the safety and efficacy of mifepristone. Abortion is safe. Abortion is safer than giving birth. When you are arguing against a safe procedure that people can choose to use if they want to, you are condemning women, you're condemning people to 12 times higher rate of death through pregnancy and labor. To claim using a non-peer-reviewed report that this is not safe is misleading. I asked for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L19. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L19 fails. And there is only 5 minutes and 48 seconds left in the discussion. Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whew. Members, we are almost there on this. I want to just bring us back to why we're even having this debate, why this bill is even necessary. There are thousands of college students, of young adults, that have been asking for support, that have been asking to have access to abortion on campus. In fact, 75% of students, as they're making a choice of where to go to school, they're looking for a university that provides access to abortion. We are heeding the call. We are making sure that the constitutional right that was voted by an overwhelming amount of Coloradans is accessible to everyone who chooses to have it. No one and nowhere in this bill is anyone requiring or forcing anyone to choose one thing or another. We are simply making this option accessible. Universities and colleges are incredible places where people are preparing for the rest of their lives. They are deciding what they want to dedicate their lives to for the rest of their lives. Do they want to be in medicine? Do they want to go into teaching? But then when we are prohibiting and restricting the ability for somebody to make a choice that will also truly impact the rest of their lives, we are cutting short the entire purpose of a higher education. When you hide, when you prevent and you restrict access to abortion, you are promoting and you are pushing and you are requiring a person to have to give birth. How is that fair? That is a choice that every individual should make, and when they make their choice, they should have access to what's necessary to make their choice, whether it's to have a child or not. It is not our place to force individuals into having children. It is our place as the government to make sure that all options are available. And that includes ensuring that medication abortion is available on campus for those who are on campus and for those who choose that path. Members, this bill is simple. The only thing that this bill does is that it extends a constitutional right. There is zero opposition from higher education. There is zero opposition from the healthcare centers on campuses. We worked closely with them to make sure that this bill was written in a way that it could be implemented, and implemented effectively and fairly. Voting yes for this is voting to uphold Colorado's Constitution and the will of the voters. Voting yes for this means that you also believe in the potential and the ability and the brains and the knowledge of young adults on campus to make the decisions that they should, that are right for themselves. A yes vote on this bill
Representative Garcia, you have 1 minute remaining.
is what is requested. I can understand the moral arguments. I don't agree with them, but I can understand them. I can understand the concerns that requiring this type of medication to be held on campus would possibly create additional costs, but the reality of the way that our health centers operate makes that argument invalid. Colorado is a place where we believe in choice. Colorado is a place where we believe in young people. Colorado is a place where we believe in the potential of our higher education, and we need to make sure that students have the options of reproductive health care.
The time for debate has expired. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1335. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1335 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1276.
House Bill 1276 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia, concerning measures to protect the safety of individuals who are immigrants in Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. And just for everyone's knowledge, the debate on this bill will be limited to 2 hours, starting right now. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1276, the Judiciary Report, the Finance Report, and the Appropriations Report.
To the which one? Appropriations Report. Representative Velasco.
In the Judiciary,
Appropriations.
In appropriations, we added an amendment to add an appropriation.
And we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us. Oh, Representative. Right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Appropriations Report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Report passes. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee, we reduced our expenditures, removed costs from the Department of Public Safety related to multi-jurisdictional investigations, and we urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Finance Committee report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The Finance Committee report passes. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L012 to the Judiciary Committee report, and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. One moment. It is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L012, it's just a technical fix to add back the employee liability for intentional violations and make sure that it matches the employee liability that passed in Senate Bill 276 from last year, and we ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L12 to the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting L12 to the Judiciary Committee report, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L12 is adopted to the Judiciary Committee report. Back to the report. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did a series of updates and adjustments to the judiciary report based on the testimony that we heard and based on concerns from law enforcement and others, and we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Judiciary report as amended? Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L17 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment removes part of this bill that deals with unsealed subpoenas. That is not something that we want to keep in there.
I'm sorry, Representative Slaw, I couldn't hear that last sentence.
Sorry, I need to stand closer to the microphone. I've been told that before. This amendment removes the unsealed subpoena part of this bill, and we feel that that is an important part to be amended. We want to make sure that law enforcement has the opportunity, and agencies have the opportunity to do the work that they're supposed to do without information being put out that doesn't need to be put out ahead of time. Thank you.
Further discussion on L17. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L17? Seeing none, all those in favor of L17 to the Judiciary Committee report say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L17 is lost. Back to the Judiciary Committee report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the Judiciary Committee report as amended say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report as amended is adopted. To the bill. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L013 to House Bill 1276 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Hang on. We have L13 displayed. Representative Velasco.
Thank you. And for our dear representative that just brought the amendment before, this amendment also deals with the subpoena part of the bill. It clarifies that the Department of Public Safety will notify the Judiciary Committees on subpoenas received that all private personal identifying information will be confidential information that must be redacted. It also adds that the notification can be done via email to the last known address. Added that disclosure of unsealed subpoenas does not need to occur if a federal judge or magistrate prohibits the non-disclosure of the subpoena. And this was a request due to some subpoenas being unsealed technically, but are only discussed before a grand jury. And we ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on L13. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I didn't have the privilege to sit in committee and just seeing this the first time. So I just had a question. When you say all identifying pieces of information, does that include like information insurance on cars? Does that include if they have any kind of things like, because some people keep files, even if it's not official files, saying, hey, I'm diabetic, please call this, or my dog's at home, I got in a wreck, or can you please call this person if I have a medical issue? So like if you came upon something and you came all of this information that could be identifying to somebody, what is this prohibiting and what is not? I'm just curious on information on that.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. It is the personal identifying information that is in the subpoena. So whatever is in the subpoena is what would be redacted.
Further discussion on L13, Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for this amendment. I do like that. However, I would like to I will move L18 as a substitute amendment for this and ask that it be displayed.
One moment.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a habit thing. Well, we do it. It doesn't matter.
All right, we have L18 displayed. Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need to run this as a substitute amendment to the other one because there are some technicalities in this one that will be conflicting if we did not do that. This changes. Did you all get a copy? You want me to look at it at the same time? Yeah, we can share. This changes the reporting period to be from within 72 hours to as part of a SMART Act hearing instead.
Further discussion, Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We asked for a no vote. This is about the notification to people whose information is being shared. So it's important to us that they know if their information is being shared. So we asked for a no vote.
Further discussion on L18, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to know why you would not like information to be shared when it has to do with anything that has to do with a criminal investigation or any type of that kind of investigation. I think information being shared is an important thing.
Further discussion on L18, Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we just feel that though we understand that we're redacting some of this information, we would just like it to be part of a SMART Act thing, not shared so immediately, which we see 72 hours is a pretty quick turnaround. Thank you.
Further discussion on L18, seeing none, all those in favor of L18 say aye. Oh, all those opposed, no? No. L18 fails. We are back to L13. Any further discussion on L13? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L13 is adopted. Back to the bill. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move L014 to House Bill 1276.
Give us a minute. All right, it is properly displayed. Representative Velasco. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What L014 does is it just it gives the authority for CDPHE to set the fees for the inspections. As you will probably have noticed in the fiscal note, there is a cost, but it's paid for by the fees by the centers when they have to go and do the periodical inspections. So this just gives the authority for the department to set the fees, and we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L14? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L14. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L14 is adopted. Representative Velasco to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move L015 to House Bill 1276 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. 1 minute. All right, we have the amendment displayed. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L015 allows the Attorney General to enforce or state laws regarding this bill and issue civil and criminal penalties. And it moves the AG's ability to issue a penalty from the public health statute to the AG's statute. And this is also the post-board law enforcement training language. And we have had very productive conversations with law enforcement folks. So we ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on L15. Seeing none, all those in favor of L15 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L15 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Garcia.
Madam Chair, I move L016 and ask that it be displayed.
Give us a minute. It is properly displayed. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does, it was in coordination with the AG's office, where they will prepare and set up a policy that will be utilized by other state departments that describe how to actually engage in when there is requests for personal identifying information, what can be shared, what can't be, how to go through that process. As you know, we've had several instances where the state has had to sue our very own governor because he has broken the law when it comes to providing personal identifying information. So this is just a process so that everyone knows when and how and when and if and all of that. And we ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L16. Seeing none, all those in favor of L16 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L16 passes. To the bill, Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As you members have seen, this bill has gone through 3 different committees, and we have gone through some very specific changes in requests to stakeholding, and we feel strongly that this is a great way to be able to expand on the bill that we did last year. And I want to go through some of the pieces that are in the bill. We added employer liability because before it was just on the employee, and we saw that this was an issue, especially when you saw the same actor with multiple offenses. And then we have the federal subpoena transparency, because we believe that people's personal identifying information must be protected, and also that people should know if this information is being requested when they were applying for a program or when they were doing other things, and these agencies now have your personal identifying information. And the last piece is around the inspections of facilities. And what we're seeing is community members dying in detention centers. And we are saying that we need to do inspections every 3 months. Right now, we do 1 a year. We are adding that there's food safety standards and drinking water quality standards, confinement conditions, standards of care provided to individuals who are detained in the facility, because we believe that people have human rights. We also prohibit the housing or detention of a minor in the same room as a non-familial adult. And on the facility site and at all times, staff the facility with medical professionals and mental health professionals who are accessible to individuals who are non-citizens and detained for purposes of civil immigration enforcement. And I'm very proud that across the nation, we have seen other states also strengthen their immigration laws. And this is in response to everything that we're seeing happen at the federal level and also even at the state level. But it's very important to us to continue to do this work. We were leading the nation last year when it comes to the response. And now we're able to collaborate and work together with other states and support each other on the different efforts. So I'm very proud to be bringing this bill with my co-prime and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I know that last year we all rallied and united because of the atrocities that were happening across the country with unlawful immigration enforcement, and that continues today. And what we saw through that work last year is that there's still more that has to be done and more that we can do. I know that oftentimes we hear the arguments of immigration enforcement is a federal issue and it can only be dealt with at the federal level, but that is actually not entirely true. We can do at the state level, we can create protections for Coloradans who are also immigrants. We can make sure that when people are detained in this state, that they are detained while their human rights are still protected, while their access to attorneys is still protected, while if they need medical care, they can still access it. Members, since January 1, 46 people have died in ICE detention because they have been refused medical care. That is appalling, and no one in this building should be okay with that. We have seen where people's information is shared without their knowledge. Individuals who have, out of the goodness of their heart, have said, yes, I will take this unaccompanied minor and keep them in my home as a foster parent. And when the federal administration comes and says, I want the names of all those foster parents, and that information is shared, is a violation. And so we have to strengthen that, and we are doing that here in this bill. When we see law enforcement violating the law and sharing information and cooperating with ICE, we need to strengthen accountability, and we are doing that in this bill. It is our job to protect Colorado families, and Colorado families are those who have moved here from any other state or any other country. Colorado families are those who have been here for generations. Coloradans deserve to be protected, upheld, respected, treated with dignity, even if they are detained, lawfully or not, largely not. We have done a lot of work in this bill to address constitutional concerns, to address concerns where possibly we were reaching out of our scope. We have worked with law enforcement on this bill, and with the amendment that you all just adopted, they are now neutral. We address the concerns of local communities. They are neutral because of an amendment you all adopted. We have done the work for the people of Colorado and those who call home, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I agree with everything that my co-prime said. And I also wanted to add and say again that immigration issues are not just at the federal level, that it's our responsibility as elected officials to take care of everyone that lives in our communities. So this is an issue that can be supported at all levels of government, from your local communities, your municipalities, counties, and at the state level. And that the collaboration of law enforcement with federal agencies is not being damaged. They can still collaborate if there's a criminal investigation, but we want law enforcement resources to stay in the state, to stay in our local communities, and to not be utilized to do the federal government's job, because that is ICE's job, is to enforce immigration laws. That is not our local law enforcement responsibility. We want those resources to be utilized in our local communities. So I urge you just vote on this bill.
Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill has been of a lot of interest to me. I'm sure it's a big surprise to everybody if I say, I'm in the military sometimes, and one of the things that I learned about in some of my studies is a thing called centers of gravity. I believe that our immigration policies in Colorado are a center of gravity for a lot of the problems that we have in Colorado. I think that it impacts crime. I think that it impacts our medical system. I think that it impacts our education. I think that it impacts so many things. It's a very important issue, and for that reason, I considered this bill a lot. We heard this bill in Judiciary to start with as the original committee of reference, and since hearing that bill and before, I've been doing a lot of research on a lot of these topics. I I reaffirm to the sponsors that I believe in immigration. I believe that that is an important thing. We all are, or we all come from immigrant families. I also believe, like they do, in actual human rights of actual Coloradans. And we've heard some problematic statements at the well today to me about deaths of individuals who've likely committed the crime of improper entry by an alien, but still, those are concerns. I agree that we have immigration issues at the federal level, as I said, and we have had those for decades, a century even maybe, but that is not our job. Federal agencies need to be able to do their job, and our agencies need to be able to work with them. We've had a lot of amendments that have been brought. There have been a lot of changes that have been made in the two committees that have followed the original committee of reference. And Madam Chair, for that reason, I move that the bill be returned to Judiciary for reconsideration to be able to work out some of these many issues that continue to plague this bill. Thank you.
That is a proper motion. Is there discussion on that motion? Representative, no? Representative Kelty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am up here in support of that motion. I too am also on the Judiciary Committee, and we went through this bill for hours, and we heard testimony from so many individuals across this entire state of Colorado, not just law enforcement, but individuals as well, our own constituents. With the amount of changes and everything, that has been done to this bill is so heavily amended. It's almost like a strike bill. It's almost like a brand new bill. And honestly, taking it back to Judiciary so we can go back over everything that we thought the bill was, and now is something different, I think is advisable. The bill that had passed through Judiciary, this is not it. And this is different. It's so different that we need to allow the people of Colorado, we need to allow the public to have their day, their voice in testimony on this, on everything that has changed with this bill. And I do believe that to avoid it from being a sham bill swap, we should be able to bring it back to them so they can have their voice on what we are proposing today. And especially since, it was mentioned that the local, law enforcement can be hampered down, but just so everyone knows, it's not rocket science. Local law enforcement also has to follow federal law. So I think that taking this back to Judiciary is a due diligence to the people of Colorado, and I'm asking for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do rise to support this amendment. I have great respect for
It is a motion, Representative Richardson.
You are correct. There were so many amendments, I just kind of got lost in that paper trail, but there have been 5 amendments, 2 additional committee reports that have further amended after my colleagues on Judiciary had the opportunity to see the bill in its form at that time. We rely a lot on our colleagues. And for those that have brought bills before Judiciary, it's an experience. Every comma, every colon, every semicolon is looked at. It's picked apart, and it's rightly so, because a lot of this time we're looking at things that change criminal code that impact people's lives. This bill absolutely impacts people's lives. To bring it to the floor, to amend it heavily while people are eating lunch and on their phones and outside of this room, and then expect us as a body to decide whether it deserves to move forward is absolutely wrong on something of this significance. This bill needs to go back to Judiciary. That group needs to look at what the bill has become and determine if it is anywhere near the bill that was let loose from that committee. I'm seeing some head shakes that apparently this bill is greatly changed. We heard from the sponsor that more needs to be done in this issue, that more can be done. So let's send it back there and let that more be done, and then bring it back in a form that everybody can actually review and make a good determination of whether this should move forward into third. So absolutely support this amendment. It's a motion. Man, there are so many amendments that's just on my mind, but, okay. This motion needs to be supported. This bill needs to go back to whence it came and take a look and see if it really covers what needs to be covered. You know, satisfying stakeholders is one thing. Satisfying this body is paramount, and this body is largely absent right now.
Further discussion on the motion. Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot to mention, the reason I make this motion is because I believe that this is an important issue. We do need to get to right on this. We do need to make sure that we are doing the right things by immigration, and it does deserve to be given full consideration. I think we need to make sure that we get it right, and I think that there's been enough changes and enough differences that I think that it deserves to be given that full consideration once again, and I'm afraid that if we don't do that, with all the changes, for better or for worse, we're just not sure exactly what some of those things are and where it goes, and if it's doing the things that we had hoped that it would do when it left the judiciary, whether we were in support of or opposed to it at that time. Now we just need to be able to know where are we at on this now with all of the things that have been changed. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the desire to continue engaging on this bill. I stand and rise in opposition to the motion. I think that the process exists for the process sake. And this bill has gone through the ringer already. If you need to take the time, you have probably another hour and a half right now to go through and read through the amendments. The other option is that this bill will continue. This is second readings. It'll go through thirds, then it'll go through the entire process all over again in the Senate. There is no shortage of ayes on this bill and on the amendments, and I ask for a no on this motion.
Further discussion. AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the bill sponsor for what you said. You did bring up thirds, so if we go through this and we don't have amendment ideas today, would you be willing to consider third reading amendments?
Further discussion on the motion to send the bill back. Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in favor of this amendment.
It is a motion.
This motion, sorry. As somebody who is not a huge fan of a ton of amendments and rewriting the bill, I think that, this is part of the process. It goes through the House and then the Senate, or, whether it's the Senate and then the House. But this is part of the process of turning a bill into a law, and we are sidestepping that by saying that, hey, the Senate will handle it. It's not the Senate's job to clean up our mess. And so I am in favor of this, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you. All due respect, I don't think this is a mess. I think amendments demonstrate that you are engaging, ongoing, that you are open to changes throughout the process. If you don't bring amendments as a bill goes through the process, what that tells me is that you are closed off to any sort of feedback by people who are directly impacted or who have to engage in implementation of the bill. So I think this is a very well-crafted bill, and it will continue. It probably will continue to change because we will continue to be open to feedback. Our Senate sponsors will continue to be open to feedback, and by the time it comes back or by the time it passes, it will have been a bill that has gone through many iterations, many processes, many ayes, and many votes. And I ask for a no on this motion.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am asking for it to go back to committee because I am on that committee. And I can tell you right now, with all the amendments and everything that we've seen that this bill has gone through, you can say that it's been amended. Amended is just like tweaks here, tweaks there. But when it ends up being to where the entire bill is horked up, I mean, I do believe that the people of Colorado, especially those who came personally in to testify on this bill, I don't want them to feel that they've been hornswoggled because now it's something completely different than what they had originally read and testified to and what the people are expecting to come out of here. Taking it back to committee is highly recommended due to the fact that it allows the people to actually voice their opinion again on what is now completely different. So I'm asking for an aye vote on this motion.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the candor as we discuss looking at changes in this bill and taking amendments. It's just really hard to have that discussion when the majority amendments that the minority party brings are just glossed over and thrown in the recycling bucket. So if we're talking about being sincere about taking amendments and being open to those types of things, I would just ask that we would get the same respect that you're asking for.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I also think it's interesting that when we present amendments, we are told that this has already been stakeholdered, it's already been figured out, we've already signed it, sealed it, and it's ready to deliver once it hits the floor, and that it's an attack against the sponsors when we run a bunch of amendments. But when you run a bunch of amendments, we're just fleshing this thing out. We're just working it through, making sure, massaging it so that it comes out okay. This is the epitome of double standard.
Further discussion, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sponsor said that feedback is accepted, and that's great because 3 members of the committee have provided feedback that they would like to see this bill come back to them so they can hear it again, that they can get public comment on the changes. And I think that feedback is very valuable. And I think this motion needs to be supported.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we appreciate our colleagues' feedback. Definitely, please come talk to us if you have some good ideas that we can have a conversation about, but we have had robust conversations in the multiple committees that we have gone through, and this bill will continue to go through the process. So we ask for a no on this motion.
Seeing no further discussion, division has been requested. We will stand in a brief recess. We're ready? The House will come back to order. Further discussion on the motion in front of us, which is to Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to come up here right before we continue with this division vote to talk about why I agree with the motion to move it back to judiciary. I know we all have our aides, we all have our policy analysts. They prepare for those members that are not in committee, summaries, analysis of bills, so we can properly debate them here on the floor. Now, when we're here on the floor, we're reading this analysis, these summaries, and then all of a sudden we're amending the bill to be changed. Probably half, 60, 70% of the bill has been changed. So this no longer is valid for our debates, for the members that were not in committee. It is a proper motion to move it back to committee so that we have proper time for our aides, for our policy analysts to update these summaries, these analysis for the members that are not going to be sitting in that committee so we can properly debate it, maybe accept it, maybe vote yes on it, probably not, probably still a no, but we can properly debate it for the people of Colorado. I wanted to come up here and say that because I thought that was very important for us members that are not in judiciary to be able to update these analysis, because we can't do it on the fly here. I mean, we've been ruled for 2 hours. We got less than 2 hours now. So you think that's enough time for us to be able to summarize and analyze, talk to stakeholders, to our local police departments, to our local sheriffs in less than 2 hours to be able to debate this? No. So I support this motion to move it back to judiciary so we can get this updated. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also agree. This year, we have seen it a lot where we lay over a bill in committee because we know there are amendments coming. And why do we do that? Because we're working with the stakeholders. We honor the process, and we recognize, colleagues, that there's not a single one of us in this room that's an expert on everything. At least I hope you wouldn't agree that you're an expert on everything. I can't tell you how many times I'll say I am confused. I don't know. We just had a education committee yesterday where we had a judicial bill. And I said on the mic, this is confusing me and is outside my reign because it's too lawyery. Why do I say that? Is because we have special committees of expertise so we can look at this. And I love the amendment process. I love the stakeholding. But when we have a bill that is highly amended here on seconds, when we are capped at a time limit of how long we can debate, I have been trying to hurry to contact my people in my district. I have 7 counties. I have a ton of police departments, 7 sheriff departments, 2 DAs. I have a ton of people that this is going to affect. And because we're amending this so fast and people are so good doing what they do in real life, which is their business, protecting us, keeping us safe, they don't have time to look at this within 2 hours. So if we're going to have these many amendments, we've seen it so many times where we say lay over for action only because we're working with the stakeholders, because we're going to amend this. I think the proper protocol would follow that. This would be like laying it over for committee again, so that way we have time to review everything that's happening, and the members who are expertise in that field can look at it and then give better analysis when it comes all here. Because guess what? Even though we're not an expert in every single thing in this room, every single thing in this room matters to our districts, because everything happening in this chamber affects the entire state and affects all of our districts. So I would say for this case, it's like laying it over because it's been highly amended almost to a bill that I haven't read because there's so many amendments. I read the original, but now I'm trying to place where the amendments are and get feedback. Let's do the due process of this bill and let's send it back to judiciary so we can actually have a full scope of what we're doing. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's nice to see everyone, or those that are coming in. The sponsor had offered that we had about an hour and a half for folks to actually read the bill before we voted on it. So if you weren't here for the amendments, that's a shame because you didn't see them displayed or hear them discussed. So in the hour and a half you have to read this bill, probably less now, you still won't know what you're voting on. For those that are wandering in and don't know what you've been called in for, we are suggesting, and it has been moved, that this bill go back to judiciary, so those that actually originally considered the original bill can look at it in its more final form and perhaps even take more testimony from those that may like it more or like it less. It's a great part of the process, and maybe it would be great to put out a well-considered bill that everybody understands. So I absolutely support this motion.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, for everyone coming back in, we have additional amendments on this bill. And the bill sponsors, I know how frustrated you guys were last week when you were arguing a bill and you didn't feel heard. I have no idea what this bill says. I literally have no idea. I think maybe we could get to a bipartisan place on this bill. Maybe we could all sit down together at the table and get to a good place. It sounds like you're amenable. It sounds like you've brought a ton of amendments in committee and you were willing to bring several more on the House floor. And maybe we don't even need this division. Maybe we can all kumbaya and get to a good place on this. I know you remember how frustrating it was last week in this building when you were trying to offer amendments on a bill. That's where we feel. We just want to understand the bill. I don't even know what's going on in this bill right now. I guarantee you the people that testified whenever this bill was in committee last week, a month ago, have no clue what's going on with this bill. Good governance would suggest to send it back and let's all get on the same page, at least the 65 of us, so we can tell our constituents when we push the button why we're pushing yes or no. I definitely agree with sending this back. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, members. So I'm going to just take a quick minute just to explain all the amendments, as I've heard many people saying that they don't know what exactly was adopted. So let's just run through it one more time. L15 that was adopted includes training that was requested, and so that means that it's that the police department post board will now provide a training on immigration law. L13 clarifies that DPS will notify judiciary committees on subpoenas received. That can happen through email in the interim or whatever. All PII and confidential information must be redacted when they're sharing subpoena information. And it adds a notification that it can be done via mail to those who are individually impacted by the subpoena. It also added that disclosure of unsealed subpoenas does not need to occur if a federal judge or magistrate prohibits the non-disclosure of the subpoena. L12 was what we adopted in the Judiciary Committee report, where we returned the mistake we made by striking individual liability, and so we returned that back to the bill. And then L13 is, we already talked about that. L14 just created a fee-making authority for CDPHE to set the fees that they will then charge the private detention facility companies when they have to go and do, or when the required inspections occur. And then L15 is the AG's ability to sue and enforce the post-board training as well, but it's saying if a private detention facility violates the law, the AG then has the ability to sue. And then L16 was an amendment that allows the AG's office, or requires the AG's office with their request, to develop the policies on sharing personal identifying information. I really appreciate the commentary of all of these amendments that nobody has seen, and we can't go back to stakeholding. So I would actually like to put a request to the minority, so maybe don't bring amendments for the rest of this bill if we haven't had a chance to take them and see them and go and stakehold them and see if people actually support or not.
Further discussion, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good point on that. Don't bring amendments to the rest of the bill. We won't. If we take it back to committee, we'll put them in committee. That way we can properly get them stakeholdered, properly get them debated in committee, and we don't have to do it here on the floor, on the fly, right before a vote. And it's pretty funny. I heard the bill sponsors say on the First Amendment that get these people properly trained. And it's funny, in the last bill, they were talking about they're professionals. The medical people on this campus are professionals. You don't think they're properly trained? We ran an amendment to get them trained. It wasn't necessary then. Why is it not necessary now? Like, it didn't make sense. But at the same time, the reason we want to bring it back to committee is to be able to have these discussions. So we're not doing it on the fly here on a time crunch. So I still urge an aye vote on this motion to move it back to judicial. Thank you.
Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, for all of those of you that have just joined us, I'd ask for this to come back to judiciary. I think that's important because I think there are so many things that need to be considered. And I think that this topic is very important, and we very much need to address it. I think that it needs to be addressed at a level above and beyond us here at the state level. I think that it would be easily arguable that this has been a central topic for almost all elections for 8 or so years. I think that it would be difficult for us to argue that it hasn't been one of the primary platforms of even the presidential administration. They have wanted to see immigration changes and things. I think that many of our congressmen and congresswomen, they have wanted to see immigration changes. I would like to see immigration policy changes. I don't any longer know for sure that this particular bill, with all of the significant changes that have happened, that weren't necessarily a strike below that was heard all at once, but have been piecemealed together to make it what it is now, I don't know that that does justice to the issue that we are trying to resolve, or at least try to speak to. During the research and things that I've been doing around this topic, we found that there's, one of the things that I forgot to mention when I was talking about this being a center of gravity for our state in the policy issues and things that we talk about. One of the primary things that we have issues with, and I think all Coloradans are recognizing this, is the affordability of all things here in Colorado, and that goes for us as a state and our budget as well. Our budget is a disaster. I think most people would completely agree with that. We spend so much money on so many things, and much of it would be corrected or fixed if we had a better immigration policy. I mean, I go back to what I said again. I appreciate the sponsors bringing the topic as a bill. I think it's very important. Every single one of us is sitting in this room. All of our families live here. My family has lived here since about 18 months after the formation of the state of Colorado because they were immigrants. That is important. We should recognize that. We should make sure that we do the due diligence necessary to make sure that the policies that we pass around these most important topics are given full consideration, not just an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and 13 minutes, whatever the clock is at now, worth of consideration. And that doesn't just go for those of us that are sitting in this room, that goes for those outside of this room that are now considering and looking at these amendments as well, that we'll have to look at before we get to third reading, where now we've had it suggested that maybe we should look at more amendments on third reading. But that's been denied. It's been said, no, we won't take any on third readings. But if we have others, we would consider them now. Well, if we have others, which there are plenty of things that we would like to look at and still potentially propose for this bill, let's get this back to a committee of reference where we can consider everything well, put it all back together in a nice package, maybe create a good strike below that puts this all together in a nice, pretty little single thing instead of 18 different pages that are out of order and hard to track and things like that. I think that is probably a better way for us to do this. We need to address this issue. I think that is nationally recognized. I think it's recognized unquestionably within the state as well. I know that it's recognized deeply in my district. I grew up in a district where we have a lot of immigrants. One of my favorite was a neighbor across the street who would have been 107 years old if she lived at the birthday that she would have had here in June. And she came here as an immigrant a long time ago as a child, as a farm worker, working many hours in fields with her family, taking care of providing for themselves and helping us to have a strong agricultural economy here in Colorado. We need immigrants and we need correct policies here in Colorado, but we also need to make sure that we're following federal law, that we're allowing federal agencies to be able to do the work that they need to do. And so, that is the reason that this motion has been brought, because we need to make sure that we get this right. If we're going to do it right now, we need to make sure that we get it right. This is one of the most important topics that we're talking about this year. I don't see any reason why anybody would oppose making sure that when we have such an important bill, that we make sure that we pull it all back together, we make sure that proper engagement is able to be done, and that we pass out of committees of reference a good bill that is ready to go, and that we don't send a very pieced together piece of legislation to the Senate. And for that, I urge an aye vote on this motion.
Further discussion on the motion before us. AML Bacon. Oh, Representative Clifford.
We're bringing contingency from the Judiciary Committee who opposed sending this back to Judiciary. We heard this bill in Judiciary. Many of the amendments that have come today address the concerns that were left with us in committee, and we, those of us up here especially, would like not to hear this bill again in that committee of reference and think this work can be done here on the floor.
Bacon.
Okay, I didn't
Rep.
know everybody's raising their hand. AML Bacon.
Thank you. I think we just wanted to add that usually and generally don't nobody want to come to judiciary, let alone back to it. We urge a no vote.
Members, there's no clapping.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion on the motion before us. The question before us is a motion to return the bill back to Judiciary Committee. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. Everyone sit. All those in favor of the motion to return the bill back to the Judiciary Committee, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so we have about, an hour to look at these amendments that we had not seen before. I guess maybe some in Judiciary had got to see it, but we have an entire state to consider. We have a lot of voices that need to be at this table, and we had seen an amendment earlier regarding a fee and how this would be placed, and with the limited time that we had, I've been working with the fiscal, I've been working with the, the lawyers, trying to figure out what this is going to mean in cost, understanding that it was used for the fiscal note to help pay, because that was what a true fee is, a pay for service. That's it. No excess, no extra soft cushioning, because that's a tax. No, a fee, like when you go and get something, it's supposed to cover the cost directly. But that should come with caps, right? So we're not ending up putting a more tax on the people, and they can do it by feelings or, slush funds, because we're in a very tight year, and next year is going to get tighter. So without caps and provisions, it could be used to go other places with this cash. And when we've been saying and hearing from the sponsors and some other bodies in this room that they've been highly stakeholding it, it is very disencouraging then when you try to go and have a civil conversation and you say, can this be brought to the stakeholders, the proponents of this bill? And you're flat out told, no, we don't like it. I'm the final decision. Who cares what's outside this building? Who cares about all the other districts in this building? Who cares about the minorities, which this is what the bill's intent is for the minorities, but not minority party, no. By those of special interest if it fits one's agenda. But it will not take everyone else in.
Representative Johnson, you're starting to impugn some motives here, so I would encourage you to stick to the bill.
So in aspects of the bill, and I apologize, Madam Chair, because we are looking at, protection safety of individuals who are immigrants. Immigrants are a minority, but we have other minorities to consider, different district needs, different affiliations and beliefs. The idea that we don't want to end up doing a fee that is in sheep's clothing to actually be a tax. And we actually want to make sure we're being fiscally responsible on this regard. And with that, Madam Chair, I move L022 to House Bill 1276 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a minute. It is before us. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And because we've had so many amendments and not time, I would like to have you guys look at the giant projector. This says amend printed bill, page 11, line 26, after 1I LD, insert, notwithstanding subsection 1DDVB of this section, the department shall not set a fee for inspections and examinations made pursuant to this subsection 1ILD that for the 2026-27 state fiscal year exceeds $1,600 and for the 2027-28 state fiscal year and each state fiscal year thereafter exceeds $900. This is the cap. This is what I was working on with those who understand financing, who are able to project, looking at fiscal numbers in real data, that this is what it's going to cost. That way we can't say that we're going to, when it is $900 and it can't exceed that, they can't come and say, well, let's do 1,000 or, 1,100 and then use that extra. It's still going to the department roughly to what it's supposed to do, but not really, and then we can use it other places and it becomes a tax. And what we did here, understanding that there was an amendment at play, if you want to turn to page 11 with me and go to page 26, it goes after 1ILD to ensure that it is going with that ability that we have already put into an amendment. Well, some of us agreed to put into an amendment to this bill that says that a fee may be offered. And then this is putting the caps on it to make sure it stays true to the people of Colorado that it actually is just a fee to pay for the expense. That's it. The cap with the numbers and the data. We should be looking at the data. We should be looking at the fiscal impacts of the state. And when it is a true fee, I get it. Pay for service. That's fair. But I don't want to pay for extra. I don't want it to become a tax where we're using it to fund other initiatives because we're in a tight budget year. And so we made sure to look, when we were doing this, very carefully crafted, that this fits in with the fee that we already did, putting the restraints on for the people in a time where we are trying to figure this out. And if you have any questions, I can read it again if someone wants to come up. But I want to make sure that we are looking at the fact that every voice is considered. And the voice of the people do not want more taxes. We want this true fee, if that's what you've agreed upon by the majority of the vote. But let's keep it a true fee. And I want to make sure that the people of Colorado are looking at it, because this bill still has to go to the Senate with this amendment, hopefully getting on, but if not, still considering the fact, while making sure we're keeping this an open stakeholding process, not one that's shut down, that we consider the real impact of what we're doing in a short time frame that's already been limited. I encourage a yes vote.
Further discussion on L22. Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I want to see where my colleague is from Morgan County. We really appreciate her amendment and we hear the issue that you're trying to address, but at this point we want to ask for a no vote. This amendment doesn't quite work as the draft intends, specifically because we created a specific fund where the fee goes into that cannot be expended on anything else. So the fee is directly going into the fund to pay for the service of the inspections. So we urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like the sponsor to explain why where the fee goes to would impact the calculation or a limitation on the amount of the fee. That doesn't seem to track with what I just heard.
Further discussion on L22. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to, I really do want to know this because we haven't had a chance to stakehold it fully. I'm curious where this fund is because when I read before the bill, if we want to go to page 11, when it says, let's see, I'm going to just start on line 11 on page 11. The facility shall provide to a department representative who is conducting an inspection or examination pursuant to this subsection all access necessary to perform the inspection, including access to people who are detained, records, facility officials, and facility personnel. If a facility refuses to allow an inspection or examination, the department may revoke the facility's license, and the facility is liable for a civil penalty of not more than $50,000 for each refusal. The Attorney General may bring an action to enforce this subsection, including an action seeking a civil penalty. Any civil penalty money collected pursuant to this subsection must be transferred to the state treasurer, who shall credit the money to the Immigration Legal Defense Fund established pursuant to subsection. The department may adopt rules it determines are necessary for purposes of the subsection. And then we saw a prior amendment that said fees. But I don't remember seeing the fund aspects. Are we saying these fees are then going back to this other fund for civil penalties? I would love an explanation on when this fund was created, in addition to the bill I'm looking at, because right now I'm only seeing it goes to the state treasurer because it's a civil penalty. But then from there, where does it go? State treasurer, great. But if there was an actual fund created because of this fee, I would love that explanation. I'm sure the people of Colorado would love that explanation, because otherwise it looks like the way this is looking, it goes to the state treasurer, and then what?
Representative Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's just be clear that there are two separate funds that are occurring here. One already exists as the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. If there is a violation of law where we already have the penalties already written, the fee that is the penalty goes into that fund that is used specifically for immigrant legal defense. Then we are creating a facility inspection and detention cash fund. That is through L14. What that fund does is it creates specifically where you have a fee for service. It is not a pre-fee. It is once the inspection has occurred, they will bill and they will pay. That is how that works. And you have to create a fund in order for the state to be able to accept the fee that CDPHE will be charging to do the inspections.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer to that question, but the recommendation to deny this amendment was because this fee goes to that fund, not to the actual purpose of the amendment, which was to put caps on the size of the fee. If there's a reason to vote against capping the fee, let's hear that.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you. The reason to not put a cap against this fee is because it is a fee for service. This is not saying, in general, whatever, only accept this amount, because then what you're doing is you are handicapping CDPHE with this number if there's more site visits they have to do, if there's more centers they have to inspect. You are not taking into consideration what the actual need might be. By capping a fee on something that is a fee for service will require CDPHE, if there's more service required, to charge less, which then handicaps the department, which then means that they will then probably have to lay somebody off. Who knows what the consequences will be? But this is set up exactly so that they charge what it costs. There's no reason to have a cap. A cap is bad. Vote no.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the 101st day of this session, in the year 2026, on April 24th, somebody in this chamber accurately described what a fee is. That needs to go into the record, and it needs to be referenced every time we talk about what a fee for service is.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am confused, though. When we're looking at this department, we're looking at things. We talk about capping things all the time in terms of equity. When we're looking at different facilities, rural, urban, bigger, smaller, more staff, less staff, we always say we should keep it equal. So that way we're making sure we're best incentivizing all of Colorado. We've done caps before. We've done them in this department before because we say we want to make sure it's fair. So now we're saying we don't want to cap, which is very concerning because I just want to know then how you decide how much that fee for service is without a cap. Can that be, inflated? Can that be overly exaggerated? In a time that we have a fiscal constraint, I am concerned then we're going to make sure that we can inflate things without a cap, and facilities that end up being a little smaller may have some issues with that. Facilities that are bigger, I'm sure are going to see a lot more of that cost. And I just want to know how that's determined. How do we decide what is constituted for the service put in, and is that going to stay across the board the same?
Further discussion on L22. Seeing none, a division has been requested. Representative Garcia.
Members, I fully understand. I think we all have felt the constraint of our budget situation deeply. A fee for service does not impact that because the fee is not charged unless the service occurs. There is no reason to have a cap. The service must occur for a fee to be charged and to be paid. If you are capping the fee, you are capping the service. That is an equal parts exchange. And then you are eliminating the ability, if there's more centers that open that have to be inspected, then you are then putting CDPHE in the place of violating the law. We cannot have a cap on this. By acknowledging and recognizing the way in which our fiscal system works, a fee for service, you will know that you have to vote no on this. Otherwise, you will put our Department of Public Health and Environment in a position of violating the law should we have more centers open in this state. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on L22. Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And we really appreciate the efforts of our colleague. And at this moment, we ask for a no vote, and especially because of what my colleague said, that year by year, we know that the expenses may change. We also know that with the cost of inflation, with the cost of labor, as we update other laws, that there's going to be a need for these fees to be fluctuating. At this moment, we only have one detention center that is regulated by the state and where we do inspections. And some of the things that we are looking at are humane conditions for people. We are also seeing other holding facilities across the state that are not regulated by public health. And some of the things that we are seeing on those holding facilities is that they have their permit by the local governments, and it's a permit to be able to hold people there, but they're not supposed to be holding people for more than 12 hours at a time. And we are seeing our federal agency holding people for more than 12 hours. And these holding facilities are not meant to be holding people. They don't have, they might not have restrooms, they don't have access to food, they don't have access to water. Sometimes they are keeping children there. Some of the things that we heard in Durango were that kids were being sexually harassed in these holding facilities. We saw one of the ICE agents now being charged because he was aggressive towards people who were there to defend their neighbors. So this is a very important issue. We urge a no vote on this amendment. We don't believe that this cap will help us save any money. And this money is not tax money. This money is coming from the facility, from GO specifically, so that the state can do the inspections. So we urge a no vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition of this amendment. We cannot cap a fee that is being used to ensure that our neighbors are safe. If we do that without knowing what the need is and how much of this fee is needed to ensure the health and safety of Coloradans, we end up not meeting the intent of this bill. We will end up in a situation where there are bad actors that need to be held accountable. There are actions taken against children that we cannot correct. And let me remind us exactly the type of behavior that this fee is meant to address. What we have heard in Judiciary Committee over the course of multiple hearings is the disastrous conditions of these detention centers. And we have been called upon repeatedly to take whatever action we can. Now, there are certain actions that we simply are not able to take. And for that, we did pass a resolution earlier this session calling on the federal government to take steps to ensure that immigration enforcement is not done with cruelty and is not, quite frankly, violating constitutional rights and demonstrating a racist intent. But what we do have authority over is what is happening within facilities in Colorado. And so I want to share with you a call that I received earlier this session from somebody within these facilities. So this was a teenage girl who was separated from her parents and who was separated from her younger siblings. And I will just share that listening to this person's voice, as they have had to grow up and become the caregiver for their siblings within an environment where she did not know if they were safe. Her mental health had declined. And we're talking about little kids that have had birthdays within these centers without having their day in court, many of whom were improperly taken from their homes or off of the street without knowing who was even taking them or where they were going. Let me share this story of some Coloradans that were sent to a facility in the dead of night. For many weeks, my client has been concerned about a growth on her chest that has caused pain for many weeks. She has made complaints to staff and ICE repeatedly, but has been denied a visit to an outside doctor. She has specifically made requests for a CT scan to identify the lump and the source of her pain. On Thursday, a doctor told her that he had put in a request for a CT scan, but higher-ups in either ICE or Core Civic overrode the request, so no scan was conducted. Medical records show she had been demanding help since February, at which time she said her pain had already worsened for 8 weeks. A doctor said the lump in her chest was merely a bone. Mid-morning, my client began experiencing excruciating pain, which she rated an 11 out of 10. She described the pain as being stabbed through the back to the stomach. At about 11 a.m., she began pleading with officials for painkillers and medical attention. After 2 hours of asking for help, she was taken to an off-site emergency room. While there, she received lab work and finally a CT scan. The CT scan confirmed that the lump was not a bone, but it did not reveal what the lump was. The scan also showed she had fluid around the heart. The ER doctor recommended an ultrasound to determine what was causing the pain, but this was denied. My client was told she had to go back to the detention center and was not given the ultrasound. We do not know if the lump is cancerous. All we know is that the pain is increasing and the incidents are becoming worse and worse, and she is not receiving proper diagnosis that could lead to proper treatment. After 10 months in detention, my client remains in pain. We are concerned that the systematic denial of medical attention may result in her death. Her children are extremely worried about their mother, who is now their only guardian. Her 5-year-old child has been denied the right to go to a dentist for 13 cavities. Her 16-year-old son was told to take Tylenol when he suffered from appendicitis. All of the children are suffering from depression. This is not an unusual story out of these centers. Kids have been left in isolation. They do not get proper food. They do not receive medical treatment. The lights are on in the middle of the night. They do not get proper sleep. They do not see dental care. We talked about the number of deaths that we have seen in these centers, but we also need to note the number of individuals who have serious medical concerns that are not being addressed. And when we cap a fee, we are not allowing our agencies to do their job, to inspect these centers, to make sure that Coloradans are safe. I understand that we have a difference of opinion around immigration enforcement. But what I thought we all agreed on was that every person in this country has constitutional rights. And those rights are being blatantly violated in front of our eyes. And if we do not take every action to ensure that our state has the resources to make sure that our residents are safe, what are we doing? I urge a no vote.
Further discussion on L22. All right, the question before us, the division has been requested. And the question before us is the adoption of L22. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L22 to House Bill 1276, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed to L22, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. L22 is lost. To the bill. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. Just to make sure that we're on the same page, because I heard a funny statement just a second ago that says that we are on the same page, that everybody in this country has the same constitutional rights. We're not on the same page with that. We do not agree with that. And here's a funny thing, neither does the Constitution. The Constitution is the Constitution of the United States, and if you are a legal citizen within the United States, you have constitutional rights. If you are not a legal citizen in the United States, you do not have constitutional rights. You don't have the same right to due process. You don't have the same right to do a lot of things. And so, no, we strongly disagree because why? We're constitutionalists. Our side are constitutionalists. We actually like that document, agree that it is written for the citizens of the United States, and so does the document. It also agrees with that. So, yeah, we're not on the same page.
Further discussion on the bill? Seeing Representative Richardson.
No, we got more. Hey, thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues. As I rolled through the bill, there's a couple of issues that did pop out at me that probably weren't noticed by Judiciary, Finance, or Appropriations because they don't live in the world of housing, transportation, and local government. But if you could turn to page 11 and on to 12, starts in line 25. The department, which in this bill is defined as the Department of Public Safety, can adopt rules, and then they talk to what those rules may be. It rolls on to page 12 and down to line 11. I'll skip over A, which talks about pregnant individuals and dietary restrictions, but B comes down to environmental impact studies. Now, at the federal level, there's very strong definition of what an environmental impact study is. It's well defined, and environmental impact studies are part of the planning process. They occur long before permitting actually takes place. Within the state, that definition is a little more hazy. It's a term that's thrown around, but it's really not defined. It's not defined in this bill. But again, environmental impact studies are something that happens in conjunction with planning, development, and permitting. They don't take place after a facility is constructed. Now, there may be some violations that occur, but they're not driven or determined by environmental impact studies. So for that reason, I move L019 to HB 1276, which we've been discussing, and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Representative Richardson, the amendment is displayed. Go right ahead.
Thank you. The amendment itself reads very simply and inserts some language that this paragraph B that talks to environmental impact studies takes effect for facilities that are developed on or after July 1st of this year. Environmental impact studies are not done on existing facilities and existing projects. Now, existing facilities and projects may have impacts on the environment, but again, they are not determined by what is commonly referred to as environmental impact studies. So I think this tightens up the language because surely the sponsors did not intend to put in a paragraph that would allow the Department of Public Safety to just almost arbitrarily demand a study to turn down, to yank the license or close a facility. But I do think they absolutely are in the right space if they're ensuring that a facility, when built, has the proper studies done ahead of time to ensure that any environmental impacts can be properly mitigated. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on L19, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the representative from Elbert, not necessarily completely and totally opposed to this. I think my question, though, is the term of developed and why you're choosing the term developed.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you. So that term is intended to kind of place this back in the planning, development, permitting phase of a project. That's kind of envelops that whole pre-construction time frame. Once the facility is built or even permitted, you're beyond the point where environmental impact studies are completed. That planning and development stage is where it would more properly take place.
Further discussion, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I want to come over here and clarify that. It goes back to the point where when you get approved for a new development, it has to go through either, if it's out in the county commissioners have to review the proposal. It's called a PUD. And that would be included in the PUD before it even gets built. So it happens before the facility is even built, so it makes sure that it has the environmental impact it needs to have. So it's not being built first, then it gets found, and then they spend more money to fix it. It gets all done beforehand.
Further discussion on L19, Representative Garcia.
Yeah, I think a question that I have around that, I'm concerned about the term developed. I understand what you're meaning. I wonder if there's a different way we can describe that. I think there's also the way that some places are already built and developed or just then repurposed. So then would that exclude those facilities that are then just simply repurposed? And so I'm wondering maybe we could engage on that a little bit.
Further discussion on L19. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Representative Barone.
Yes, thank you. I apologize, Madam Chair. I came up here a little late. Yes, so this is part of the whole process when it comes down to development. It's a very important process for the reason that we got to make sure every development, every building that's being built is done correctly beforehand. Not just for safety reasons, but also economic and financial reasons why it should be done, because then these developers and these builders know what they're getting into when they start putting out bids for these new developments, for these new buildings. They already know what the plan is, and they can move forward with that plan according to what either the county commissioners or the city council approved in the PUD. And to be honest, the word develop is common phrase. It's the most common phrase that we used in these meetings, these city council meetings, these county commissioner meetings. That is a term that everybody knows, and it should be used. If we start changing terms now, there might be some confusion in these meetings, and now there's going to be two terms used when going over a PUD, and we don't want to create that confusion. There's really no ill intent to try to trick anybody with this word. It's common language in a PUD, pre-building, pre-development discussions in council and county commission meetings. I hope I can clear that out here for the bill sponsors.
Further discussion on L19, Representative Brooks. Representative Richardson.
Madam Chair, I withdraw this amendment.
Back to the bill. The amendment has been withdrawn. Representative Brooks.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate the discussion on the previous amendment for the amount of time that the previous amendment was displayed. And while I believe that there is a little work being done on that, I would like to go ahead and move 020 to House Bill 1276 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. It is before us, 2L20, Representative Brooks.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Chair. I do want to kind of go through, because the 1 year or 3 months, there is a little bit of language that gets repeated through the actual bill that I want to bring everybody's attention to. It's on page 11, actually. So how the bill is written is that the examination must be made, that's the end of page 10. Inspections and examinations must be made annually, right, after the inception of the bill. And additional, at the top of page 11, and additional unannounced inspections and examinations must be conducted after the annual inspection. Unannounced inspections and examinations must be made at least one time every 3 months. So that is the piece that this amendment speaks to directly, is the must be made one time every 3 months. Page 11, line 4. Basically, so I know we had the discussion around the cap, right? And I believe that this really kind of feeds into that overarching discussion as well, that, you know, I don't know that we want to give the impression that what we're doing here is trying to create this endless cycle of generating, or perhaps hoping to generate, penalties in order to pay for more inspections, and having that cycle be so frequent seems to be very onerous, right? That after the initial period, again, the way that this is written, after the initial period, the initial annual inspection, that inspections must be made every 3 months thereafter, or actually then may be made more frequently. I do want to point out that that language, may be made more frequently, is not being stricken, is not, I'm getting the head shake, they don't like it, is not being stricken. So this would say that you could still go in annually, or may still be more frequently than annually. It just doesn't dictate that it has to be every 3 months or more frequently than every 3 months. And I would ask for an aye, even though I got the head shake over here.
Further discussion on L20. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. I think we have seen throughout the stories, the horrible stories that we've heard and seen about folks who perish in detention facilities, that their health deteriorates much faster than over a course of a year. Not having these regular checks on a quarterly basis, when you're having kids sleeping on the floor with aluminum blankets, like those are things that need to be checked on a more regular basis. And I would ask for a no vote for the safety and health of people who are being detained.
Further discussion on L20. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this amendment, this is why I believe it's so important. So I believe is it the Colorado Department of CDPHE would be the ones that's doing the inspections? Is that the same organization that does the inspections on the restaurants? That's DORA? Well, I'm going to use DORA as an example because they're supposed to do them once a year, and sometimes we have restaurants that haven't been done for 5 years. So how are we going to be sure that we're going to be able to get people that are going to come there every 3 months when we're already watching another organization where it's up to 5 years where they can get the inspection? Are they going to hire more employees so that they can make these inspections?
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. The intention is that CDPHE will have to determine within the cost that they'll set for the entity to pay for the inspection to occur, whether that means hiring somebody else if they need to, or if it's within their current staff. But that is going to be left to CDPHE to figure out how to do it. I understand your concern on the lack of inspections that should be occurring, and I think that that's something we should actually look at as a body in the future.
Further discussion. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come in support of this amendment because I know we're talking about health and safety here, but also there's health and safety checks with the fire departments that go on with industrial and commercial buildings. They only happen once a year. And that's also safety. It's also checks. In the city of Fort Lupton, it's once a year. Come to my dad's shop, come check everything, all the fire extinguishers, everything that goes on in the building, electrical, and that's good enough because every year, maybe they find one emergency light that is not working properly when the power goes out. They fix it, good to go. I believe this is really going to help. And then to add to that, it may happen more often. When we start mandating it's going to happen or they have to doing it more often, may is perfectly fine. Now, according to the pricing CDPHE is going to have to put on this, that's what's going to concern me, is that I understand the bill sponsors have already explained that the facilities will be paying for these fees for the inspections. And I heard one of the bill sponsors say that it's not coming out of the taxpayers, the facilities are paying for it. Who pays for these federal facilities? Federal government. We pay federal government taxes. So vice versa, taxpayers are paying for this. So it's a big chain, but at the end, the taxpayers are paying for this. So I urge a yes vote on this to try to save the taxpayers a little bit more money.
Further discussion on L20? Seeing none, the question before Representative Brooks.
I thought you saw my hand. Permission to be obstinate? I wake up that way, never mind.
Declined.
I appreciate the point that was made about more frequent, except this doesn't preclude the ability to still make those more frequently. It just, what it does is it strikes the mandatory every 3 months, but still leaves in the may be made more frequently. And I would anticipate that the may be made more frequently is done based on need, not necessarily a prescriptive nature to say you have to go in there this often.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you. And I understand what you're trying to do. And I think the reason why we are making it mandatory is because currently what's in law right now is a mandatory once a year with the option of more visits if you want, and it doesn't happen. So that's why for stakeholders, it is necessary for us to actually dictate the calendar of you need to go quarterly, because it just hasn't been done. Even if they could, it's not happening.
Representative Brooks.
So bottom line, I think I say yes, you say no. I think that's where we're at. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on L20, the question before us is the adoption of L20 to House Bill 1276. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I came down here because I heard some very embarrassing statements that are embarrassing to this entire body. And I would have hoped one of our colleagues on the other side would have come down and corrected. But when we hear the statement, constitutional rights are only for U.S. citizens, and we're constitutionalists, that demonstrates an ignorance beyond belief. The Fifth and 14th Amendment refer to persons, and when they were both enacted, and as the Supreme Court has interpreted it consistently, for more than 200 years for the Fifth Amendment, and for more than 100 years for the 14th Amendment, persons meant everyone. There was a reason Guantanamo Bay was established. Had the unlawful combatants been brought to Guam, the American Samoa, or Florida, all the due process protections of the U.S. Constitution would apply. So they tried to find a loophole, an exception. But if there's an exception, there must be a rule. So what is the rule? The rule is constitutional fundamental rights apply to all persons present within the jurisdiction, territorial jurisdiction of the United States. And this bill goes directly to the 14th Amendment, to those protections. Our constitutionalists seem to think one of the most notorious cases in Supreme Court history is still valid. Dred Scott led to the Civil War. That there would be certain people that could never have U.S. citizenship or ever have constitutional rights. But your side lost that war, and the immigrants do have constitutional rights.
Further discussion, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L023 to 1276 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Give us a minute. Okay, it is before us. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. This amendment is a refined version of what we discussed a few moments ago that clarifies that environmental impact statements would become effective on essentially newly established facilities. But this new language captures potential repurposing of existing facilities during that kind of redevelopment, repurposing process. So I would ask that it be approved.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Elbert County. I respectfully ask for a yes vote on this.
Further discussion on L23? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L23 has passed. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, members. I hope I can get your support in saying that this is a bill that I believe is not necessary. I believe there are already safeguards, there are already procedures for bad actors in this area that we're doing. Don't get me wrong, I also agree everybody should have their basic human rights, no matter their immigration status. But I believe that we are prioritizing people that, honestly, there's a difference between immigration, legal immigration, and illegal immigration. You all know I am a big advocate for legal immigration. Huge advocate. And when we are we're going above and beyond for the illegal immigration community. I believe that, of course, a lot of them want to be part of this system. A lot of them want to be part of this country. But unfortunately, they're not at the moment. Now, going back to some of the comments being said that some people are being held for more than 12 hours at these facilities, there are reasons why they're being held more than 12 hours for these facilities. Not necessarily negative reasons either. Some people are going through the process of being investigated while they're in custody because, quite frankly, yes, they broke the law. They're here illegally. Now that they're going to stay illegal is another thing. They might not stay illegal. There are some people that are being investigated while in custody to see if they should be deported, if they will be deported, if there's a reason why they should stay in this country and go through the legal process. So yes, there are some occasions where maybe some of these people that are being held for over 12 hours are being investigated for crimes they have committed in the country, just to make sure that we actually are deporting the right person. Now, while being in custody, yes, they should have basic human rights being taken care of while in this country. But to say that it's criminal to hold them while they're being investigated for either a positive thing or a negative thing is not right. There could be an occasion where there's an immigrant that got held at this facility and is pleading his case as to why he's still in the country, why she or he is still in the country. It's being investigated. Maybe there's a path for that person that person did not think of, where you know what, you can possibly apply to be a legal resident. Let's look into it. But you can't just let them go. They still committed a crime. They can't just let them go and then, okay, we'll catch up with you in a couple months and tell you what the cause of the investigation we did on you. There could be a possibility where, hey, you know what, we were wrong. We found that you committed a crime, but they already let them go. Now they got to go out and find them again. So there are those contingencies, there are those plans that there's possibilities that a lot of these immigrants have a path, could have a path. And you all know that I am a firm advocate for legal immigration. You all know that. I want to reiterate that time and time again. I urge a no vote on this bill that I believe is not necessary. There are still safeguards. And those bad actors in these facilities, those bad actors in immigration, and customs enforcement, they will be dealt with. They should be dealt with. I agree with that. But to put them all in the same pool, I believe is not necessary. There are bad actors everywhere, everywhere. Let's support our immigration and customs enforcement agents and weed out the bad ones. But given that support, given that backing to these agents, gives them the moral ability to be able to do their jobs correctly, the way they should be done. I urge a no vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to everybody that's spoke on both sides of this. It obviously is an issue that brings out a lot of passion. While I was working over at the desk, I saw that Amendment 20 had failed, and I understand the argument that you, depending on the severity of what you're seeing, that more frequent inspections can make sense. So, but I think it also makes sense to ensure that facilities aren't so inundated with inspections that the same errors are being found over and over again without the ability to be corrected. I think providing a little bit of a safe harbor is wise. So I move L21 to 1276 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L21 is displayed. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and sponsors. This amendment, again, following 20, which would have put perhaps long delays between inspections. I know that was rejected, and I understand the reasoning. But this allows a cure period for the facility to actually comply with errors that are found. And I know we will hear that there are, at times, potentially outrageous things that are found that have to be taken care of immediately. And I do have faith that the people that run these facilities will comply as quickly as possible. But I think for many issues that may come up, there is going to take some time to do it. If it's a change in the facility's construction, or it requires some remodeling or that sort of thing, you're going to have to get a contract out, you're going to have to get a contractor in. There's going to have to be some time and opportunity to correct some of these issues. So this amendment would provide a 60-day time frame to comply with and correct anything that's found on an inspection.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. 60 days to cure or to fix human rights violations is far too long. 60 days to change a child sleeping on the floor to a bed is far too long. 60 days to make sure that a sick pregnant woman has access to a doctor is far too long. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's been a little dramatic on that, but at the same time, 60 days is fair for the facilities to be able. We're not talking about beds. We're not talking about all this. We're talking about cures that all other industries already have. Cure periods, all other industries already have. like I said, there are facilities here that really do take care of the people that are staying there. We do want the best for them, but there's some things that might fall through the cracks, small things. So I believe that this is a good amendment to be able to go along with what we do with restaurants, what we do with all other industries. Give them a cure period to be able to fix it. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to take all 60 days. I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on L21? Seeing none, the question before us is all those in favor of L21, say aye. All those opposed, say no. L21 is lost. To the bill, Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is we were talking about these facilities. I was trying to find where one was on the western slope, and then I did some research. So is there just one facility in the state of Colorado?
Representative Garcia. Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So there is just one facility in Aurora that's called GEO where they detain people, but we have these other facilities across the state where they're only supposed to be holding people for up to 12 hours, and that's because of the permit that they receive. Their occupancy permit that they get from local government dictates that these are not holding facilities. So if they are en route or there's other circumstances, they're able to hold people, but they're supposed to be holding people for 12 hours or less, and what we're seeing is that they're not following those regulations, but the inspections and the things that we are prescribing would only apply to GEO.
Representative Sukla.
So is there any then on the western slope?
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, you do have some holding rooms on the western slope. We are also seeing a new center that's about to open any day now coming up, and then there's also more there's more interest in opening even more centers here in Colorado. So at this point, yes, we have one center, we have many rooms, and soon there will be more.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1276? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1276 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1281.
House Bill 1281 by Representatives Carter and Espinoza, also Senators Weissman and Hendrickson, concerning the alignment of criminal offenses that involve the death of another person.
And for everyone's knowledge, the amount of time dedicated to this bill will be 2 hours starting right now. Representative Carter.
To the amendment, or to the...
To the bill.
To the bill. Yeah. I move HB 26-1281.
And to the judiciary report.
Okay. So this is the bill we heard in judiciary. Basically, it was concerning the alignment of criminal offenses that involved the death of another individual. What this bill was trying to do, it was trying to make statutory classifications of extreme. Are we going directly to the?
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's start with the Judiciary report. I just want to indicate in the Judiciary Committee report, what we did was essentially move Senate Bill 72 into House Bill 1281. Because both bills are dealing with vehicular deaths, we felt it was important to take the provisions that the Senate had already passed with regard to definitions in criminally negligent homicide, use of a mobile electronic device, and vehicular homicide, criminally negligent homicide while operating a motor vehicle with the license revoked, habitual offenders, frequency and type of violations, and driving under the influence, additional crimes that were being enhanced. What our bill does, and the reason this was important to incorporate the Senate provisions into our bill, is it adds an additional crime of vehicular enhancement on vehicular homicide and provides better information to the district attorneys so that they won't be relying so much, at least what we heard, on criminal negligent homicide in these circumstances. And so we did also add, you'll see that in our bill, but that's why Judiciary added basically Senate Bill 72 into our bill. We'd ask for an aye vote on Judiciary Committee.
That's proper motion to the Judiciary Report. Representative Carter.
Already did. We asked for an aye vote on
On the aye vote. Okay, all those in favor of passing Judiciary Report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Judiciary Report passes. Representative Carter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I indicated originally, this bill's purpose was to align Colorado, making statutory classifications to extreme indifference homicide consistent with case law and national standards. We also, as my co-prime was indicating, we've created a new crime of aggravated vehicular homicide with increased penalties that codify the crime of negligent vehicular homicide. That is what she was referring to when we took those amendments to incorporate House Bill 72. So one of the key things that needs to be understood, we are not just aligning the statutory homicide, we are also increasing the lower level. So while we may be aligning the top level on the F1s and the F2s, we are increasing the ability for district attorneys to use that tool at the bottom. What this bill changes specifically is regarding extreme indifferent homicide. It's currently a Class 1 felony right now, and it's punishable by mandatory life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. This is the exact same class of felony sentence as premeditated after deliberation homicide. However, Colorado and national case law say that the culpable mental state of extreme indifference should be or is less than after deliberation, but more than knowingly, which is second-degree murder, which is a Class 2 felony. Now, the bill classifies extreme indifference homicide as the Class 2, but with the higher sentencing range that knowingly second-degree murder. The bill places this classification punishment for this offense where it legally belongs and logically. However, the bill recognizes there are certain aggravated circumstances surrounding extreme indifference offenses that necessarily raise the level of culpability and should therefore raise the classifications, a sentencing level to a Class 1 felony and life without parole. Regarding the aggravated vehicular homicide portion, currently, vehicular homicide is a Class 3 felony if a person is impaired or uses drugs, and a Class 4 felony if the person is just driving recklessly. Our bill creates a new mandatory sentencing crime of aggravated vehicular homicide, which clear and recognizable aggravating factors exist: prior driving conditions, commission of an offense while attempting to elude a peace officer, while in flight from commission of another felony, and driving at a high rate of speed. This new crime is categorized as a crime of violence, which means that there is a mandatory sentence to the Department of Corrections in the aggravated range for the offense. The primary charge for vehicular homicide in our bill is creating that crime of violence, and the most serious cases will get between 10 and 32 years in prison. And finally, the criminally negligent homicide, or criminally negligent vehicular homicide, this is currently a traffic 1 misdemeanor. So careless driving that results in death right now is a Class 1 misdemeanor. This bill creates a tool in which the DA can use the criminally negligent vehicular homicide statute. This allows for a crime of criminally negligent homicide to be charged when there is a traffic violation, and this is a tool that we are giving to the DAs as part of this bill. The additional offense maintains that careless behavior resulting in death can remain a misdemeanor, but codifies criminally negligent actions while operating a motor vehicle rise to that level of a a Class 5 felony.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, members, and I'm excited to be talking about this bill today because I get to put on my former law professor hat and walk you through why this is important and why the attempts from the district attorneys to say that we are radically changing the law is not true. I want to start with first-degree murder's definitions because I think there's a lot of confusion, and there's been some statements that if we eliminate extreme indifference homicide as a first-degree felony, we're eliminating the ability to convict someone if more than one individual is seriously harmed, or if we just kill one person. That is not true at all, because under the following definitions I'm going to give you, if you engage in these conducts, one person dying, which is horrific and should never be what we want to have happen in society. But when deaths occur, the history of the law has been we have to look at both the thought and mental state, what's called the mens rea, and the actus rea, to determine the level of what an individual should be punished at. And we're going to have a lot of discussions today about the kinds of acts that we're concerned about, which will be realigning from F1, felony murder, first-degree felony charge, to an F2 felony charge with still enhanced punishments. So we just want to set the record straight at the outset. We're not trying to change the culpability. If someone acts with the mental state to engage in and results in a death to an individual, they should be punished at the highest level. That doesn't change under our bill, and there's two methods to get there. But if someone doesn't act with that level of mental state, the question becomes, what do we as a society assign that death to? And I'm not saying we should ever excuse the death of an individual. This is the most serious crime that has existed historically for punishment by society for all time and in memoria. But there is a recognition that deaths happen for different reasons, and that is why we have everything from careless driving, which can be a misdemeanor, all the way up to the circumstances mostly that we'll be talking about today, I believe, those circumstances where people either knowingly or intentionally commit a crime resulting in death. First-degree homicide is after deliberation and with the intent to cause the death of another person, a person other than himself, and causes the death of that person or another person. And I thought it was very important to start with that definition under the first-degree murder definition. So if you're convicted of killing yourself or another person, you have a chance as a prosecutor to charge that without having to prove that you intended to kill that other person. So the prosecutors have said, we've taken that away completely. That always exists, and what we see and we provided a lot of data on this information to you, and I hope if you have questions, you'll come and talk to us, and we can explain this. But the data we're saying is the prosecutors always have that option, and in the majority of the cases where they charge extreme indifference murder, they are also charging first-degree murder because they know they have that charge available if a person is killed. It doesn't have to be the intended target. But what happens most often in those circumstances is if it's not the intended target, I'll say, the criminal defense attorneys get up, explain the circumstances, and sometimes the juries then will give second-degree murder of them knowingly engaging in that and not finding the premeditated deliberation that's required for the first-degree conviction. First-degree murder also is by perjury or subornation of perjury. The person procures a conviction and an execution of any innocent person. So if someone is, has a third party acting on their behalf, they can still be convicted of that first-degree murder and put in prison for life. It also includes circumstances evidencing an attitude of universal malice. This is what we're talking about in extreme indifference, manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life generally. The actor knowingly engages in conduct which creates a grave risk of death to a person or persons other than himself, and thereby causes the death of another. What's interesting is, back in the day, there was a time when we just had common law in how we addressed our statutes. We, and as many states, adopted the model penal code, which gives us 4 levels of mental states. That is to act intentionally, which holds you to the highest level of culpability. The second specific intent is to act knowingly. The third is to act recklessly, and the fourth is to act negligently. And based on those specific intents when you commit a crime, there is lesser punishment because the culpability is deemed to be less in society based on whether that is. When we adopted our model penal code provision, we did keep this definition of extreme indifference in our code. At that time, we also had capital punishment for first-degree felony murder. So to a certain extent, this was already a lesser penalty to have life without parole when we had the death penalty. So many first-degree convictions that were after deliberation were given the death penalty. There was also a provision previously in our law called felony murder, so that if you were the innocent actor, you were a semi-innocent actor, you're the driver of a vehicle car, you didn't go into the building to commit the robbery, your partners agreed that they weren't going to take weapons into the robbery, they took weapons into the robbery and killed someone, you could be convicted, not for killing that individual, but being part of that crime and go to prison with life without parole. Several years ago, we readjusted that crime to recognize that if you were not the person that actually killed someone, you should not be held to the same liability as a person who did actually kill someone. And we still held that person responsible by making a second-degree felony charge for what is, you might know or hear of as felony murder. So there's this history that's going through. We have the highest level of mental state when you premeditate, you know your victim, you plan your victim, you do actions that even if you don't know your victims, but you're planning and premeditating to cause such death as to really require the first-degree penalty. The next one that's interesting is if you commit unlawful distribution, distribution or sale of a controlled substance to a person under the age of 18 years on school grounds, and the death of such a person is caused. So we already have in our first-degree murder statute a recognition that there can be age eliminations. That is, if you do something to people in school under 18, that's a more serious crime, and we're going to hold you to first-degree murder. There's also, and this is where we have the companion in our bill, the death of a child who has not attained 12 years of age, and the person committing the offense is one in a position of trust with respect to the victim. So for first-degree murder for a child under age right now, that person has to be a person in a position of trust. What we are saying for extreme indifference, you no longer have to have that position of trust. You can still be found guilty of the first-degree murder. So again, we are enhancing the penalty with regard to that level of charge, and that's the reason we chose 12 years of age. Murder in the second degree has that second level of intent that's required, that a person knowingly causes the death of a person, or acting either alone or with another person, he or she commits or attempts to commit felony arson, robbery, burglary, kidnapping, sexual assault in the first or second degree, or a class 3 felony for sexual assault on a child, or a felony crime of escape, and in the course or of in furtherance of a crime that he or she is committing or attempting to commit, or of immediate flight therefrom. The death of a person other than one of the participants is caused by any participant. So what I'm saying is the law already recognizes that not all deaths are equivalent. And if you're committing these crimes and someone dies, you're charged with second-degree murder. Most often, the prosecution will charge you with both a first-degree murder, especially if more than one person is injured, and a second-degree murder charge, and a jury then gets to decide which one you're guilty of. And when they charge with the first-degree murder, they can charge with either that first degree after deliberation or extreme indifference, or they can charge with both, which is very interesting according to the case law, because the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court of Colorado has said you cannot intend to be reckless. So they had some problems with extreme indifference as the highest level of mental state, and their case law has said, but because the legislature hasn't eliminated this, well, and originally they struck down the provision, so the legislature came back and tried to amend the statute. The court struck it down again and said, look, you're still not addressing the issue of where does the mental state fall within this? We believe that extreme indifference, acting with universal malice and extreme recklessness, falls between first-degree murder intent and knowledge. The court has said we believe that there are circumstances that can go either way in first degree or second degree. With all of that history and case law, we spent the summer working, and we had a team with the DAs and the prosecutors trying to come to the perfect solution to bring to you in this body. We got pretty far, and then the district attorneys dropped out of the negotiation. I think we're this close. They will argue that we are not, and that there's huge differences, and that somehow we're taking away every tool that we have with regard to this extreme indifference. We already have provided you as well lots of data with regard to how many times this crime is actually charged and how many times it's charged only on its own. And it is very, very rare. What we have learned is that most often the district attorneys are using this, especially in my own judicial district of the 2nd Judicial District, as a plea bargaining tool. And they are then plea bargaining those crimes below second-degree murder often to a determinate number of years and promising the defendants that they will be getting a certain number of years if they plead guilty. And a defendant, if you're facing the question of, do I go to trial to try and prove my innocence or to prove that my act wasn't universally malice, and face life in prison versus getting a sentence that I know what it is, from the data, looks like many of them take the plea bargain and then justice is served in the sense that some level of punishment is assigned to those crimes. What we are trying to do in this statute, though, is align that punishment to the level of harm that has happened, in accordance with what the case law has told us what we should be doing. So we recognize that extreme indifference with malice is always going to be more than a second-degree knowing kind of a death. And that is why we have added an increased the penalty to add the crime of violence notation to those crimes, which raises the mandatory minimum sentence to 24 to 48 years in the Department of Corrections. Moreover, if one person is killed and another person is injured, it goes right back up to life without parole. If one person is injured and 15 people are gracefully saved because they're a bad shot, that person can still be convicted of attempted extreme indifference murder, but that will now be a Class 3 felony, which will stack for every individual that was in harm's way an additional minimum 16 years onto their sentence. So they will be getting 24 to 48 years, plus 16, plus 16, plus 16, plus 16 for every one of those individuals that they did not kill. And this is a tool that the prosecutors can use because they can decide how many counts to charge. In the quintessential example they give, at least when I've been talking to them and I've heard them talking to a lot of people, is the biggest tool you take away from us is gang violence and drive-by shootings. Let me say that in those contexts, the courts would say, you didn't intend to kill anybody, and if by grace of God you didn't kill anybody, you don't have a homicide at all. But if you have extreme indifference, you're going to have second-degree felony conviction for that attempt to do something, and you're going to spend a lot of time for any people that might have been in that place of the drive-by shooting. What we're saying is, if you look at what the third-degree murder statute is, that conduct aligns much more with the recklessness, because you're acting in reckless disregard, to the life that you might be harming. And so we're trying to align the attempt back down as well to the same level as it would be if you were charged without this crime at all being in existence under the state of Colorado's laws. So I just wanted to set all of that out in order to say we are not doing what you might have heard from everyone saying that the sky is falling. What we are trying to do is bring in statute an alignment to what the cases have said. That is, that this crime itself is in between first-degree murder and second-degree murder because it's often done with total lack of forethought. I've heard that one of the major stories the district attorneys will tell you about is the kids who dropped rocks off of a bridge and killed a woman, and that person is serving life without parole in the Department of Corrections because of their action. What they won't tell you is that there were 3 defendants in that case, and only the one who was 18 years old and 2 weeks, still a high school student, is spending life in prison without the possibility of parole. The final motivation for us on the homicide side of the statute is a recognition that we don't throw people away without ever any chance of redemption. And if we are going to do that, it should be for the elements that I just told you of first-degree murder, where it's done directly against an individual. One of the other examples that's given to us, and I just think about it. The other part of that story is I've talked to some of my colleagues, and they've admitted they lived out in the country, but they lived in a place where they had rocks up on the hill, and they would roll those rocks or boulders, or some people say tires, that they would roll down that hill. You could see the first level of the highway. You couldn't see the second level of the highway. That was a stupid act, dangerous. If someone dies, there should be accountability. But should that accountability for someone who has not fully formed their mental state truly be life in prison without ever the possibility of redemption or parole? We believe not. If you're convicted with extreme indifference, you are ineligible for any programs of ever being looked at for everything that you do. We had a witness testify who got clemency, which I guess I would say may be the one exception, who obtained 4 degrees while he was in the Department of Corrections and became a professor teaching other people from the Department of Corrections as a professor. Most people don't have the wherewithal when they are sentenced to be thrown away to figure out what they're going to do. Are we going to give these people an incentive to try to get better, or are we going to give them an incentive to be the worst of humanity by staying in the Department of Corrections and learning to be the leader of the gang because they're going to be lifers? I think we need to look at the second. But most importantly for me, last year I worked hard to get the careless driving as a misdemeanor so that we would have a bottom end of a range of charging. And it was critical to me, and this is the part where prosecutor, judge, and defender kind of had to argue and fight, was on the second end of this statute where we're increasing penalties in the vehicular homicide case. But I met too many families who were victims of death from a vehicle, with drivers that had repeatedly been driving under the influence, or people that got caught in a flight away from the police department. Those people are acting in a higher disregard, and we should not be letting them out with a sentence of 4 to 12 years in DOC, which can lead to probation. So we're not doing that anymore. We've increased and created the crime vehicular homicide DUI, which becomes a Class 3 crime of violence felony, mandating 10 to 32 years in prison. We are holding people accountable in this bill, but we are aligning our law in the state of Colorado to that which the courts have said is applicable. We are also aligning it with other states, and the district's attorneys, from my understanding, are telling you that it doesn't matter what other states do, except most other states, if they do have anything towards life imprisonment, also have the judge's ability to exercise discretion. We instead in this state have created mandatory minimum sentences, and judges don't have that authority on many of these crimes. I would submit that the other ones of those states that might still have a holdover of this also have second-degree felony charges for this offense, not first-degree felony charges for this offense. So again, we are not doing anything unique. We have given a lot in terms of articulating 4 specific exemptions. If you're more than one person is killed, one person killed and 2 others serious bodily injury, a child under 12, which aligns with this current first-degree murder statute, and a first responder in the line of duty. We have increased penalties. We are not decreasing penalties. We are recognizing that the penalty and punishment for what you do should be aligned with your act and your thoughts. And I'm sure we'll have a great debate on a lot of what I've spoken about, but I do hope we will think about what it is we're trying to do and recognize if you have a former judge/prosecutor and a defense attorney standing in a bill, we have worked really hard to reach a compromise that brings justice. We are not acting one way or the other for or against reducing crime. Thank you.
There's 1 hour and 34 minutes remaining. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to come up before I say what I was going to say and defend the woman that they were talking about, a 20-year-old woman who was driving in Jefferson County talking on the phone with her friend when 3 18-year-olds threw landscape huge boulders over the bridge so horrifically that they had to actually lift them up and throw them over the bridge that decapitated her. And they turned around and went and took pictures with her decapitated body, trophy pictures. So let's be real honest about what actually happened that night. These 3 young men, yes, all 18, had been picking up large, heavy landscaping rocks and throwing them at a string of cars. This isn't skipping rocks across a lake. These were landscape boulders Not just that night, but in prior days and weeks as well. Incidentally, the anniversary of Alexa's murder was just a few days ago, April 19th. By that time, these men had been throwing landscaping rocks at unsuspected drivers all the way back to February of that year, at least 10 times by their own admission, rock by rock, car by car, on this day starting at 10 p.m. at night, in the dark. What do you think they were waiting for, hoping would happen? Did you want your kids driving down that road? Alexa was the final unsuspecting driver that night at 10:45, a full 45 minutes later after they had already been throwing these big, not little pebbles, huge rocks that 3 people had to pick up and throw over. These young men hurled these large, heavy rocks, not an easy task, smashing through her windshield, striking her in the head so hard that it decapitated her. The phone call with her friend immediately went silent. Her car crashed. Experts confirmed it was the thrown rock, not the crash, that killed her. Was this a mistake? A horrible mistake for which these 3 young men were immediately remorseful? Was this a hasty, impulsive act by a young person who simply didn't think it through? They've been doing this for months. With respect to my colleagues, no. This was repeated behavior, a choice to again and again pick up the rocks, the big rocks, collect the rocks, as many as they could carry, according to one of the offenders, for days, weeks, months by that time. These young men cared not at all what innocent, unsuspecting people were in those cars. How do we know? How do we know who was driving on that? Well, here's what these young men had to say for themselves after they took trophy pictures with her decapitated body. One of them, to his credit, told police he felt a hint of guilt, just a little hint. But all these 3 were excited when the rocks they threw smashed through her front window into her head with such force, it took out her back window as well. Another said, we have to go back and see that. So after seeing her car run off the road, they turned around and took trophy photos of Alexa, still either already dead or dying, and her car is, quote, mementos. That's not a mistake.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And unfortunately, I sat in on this bill last year, and unfortunately, I had to sit through this bill again this year. And let me tell you, I'm just as mad this year as I was last year. This bill, we had so many witnesses, so many stories. Everyone appalled that we would even consider lowering the crime for extreme indifference from a class 1 to anything less than that. We heard time and time that these people who have indifference to whom they harm are far more dangerous than someone who actually has someone in target. We heard they didn't mean it. They didn't mean to go into the school, and when they shot it up, they only killed one 12-year-old. They didn't really have a target. When someone goes into a school, they plan it, they take a weapon, and they shoot haphazardly into a school, they have a target. Everybody in that school is the target. That makes them far more dangerous than someone who actually gets first-degree murder, who goes in with a rage and kills their neighbor or kills their wife, that one person. And I got reprimanded because I said, well, they meant to kill everybody. Oh, I'd like to see you on a jury, it was said. Yeah, I'd like to be on that jury. If you take 200 rounds into a school, a middle school, where there's children, your target is anyone you come across. There's no mental state in that. I can't believe I'm up here fighting this. It just, to my soul, wrecks me. You've got an individual who will plan it out. They pack a weapon. They take a weapon with them. They drive to the site. They have everything written down. They know where they're going in. They know what they're going to do. And you're going to tell me they didn't mean it? How are you going to tell that to the people? Every individual, I don't care what party, who they're from, who they're with, that I have explained this bill to, has been livid over this. Livid. The fact that we would even consider it. With the environment that we have today, in my district is Club Q. You tell those individuals what we plan to do today, and let them tell you how they feel about that. The story with the young men with rocks, it's not a story, it's the truth. They intentionally threw these rocks, laughed as they did it, thought it was great, ripped off a woman's head, a young woman who had a full life ahead of her, but because, well, they didn't intend her being the victim. And then they went back and took trophy pictures of her face ripped off. Extreme indifference is far more dangerous than first degree, in many people's opinion. They're mass murderers. They're people who go into a theater and shoot it up. They're people going to schools with children, universities, grocery stores, clubs. Last year we heard a family, because it was extreme indifference, they said. The family didn't think so. They found over 4,000 rounds outside this family's home. On a gang initiation, one of the gang members even had an ankle bracelet on. And they shot up this home, and the family had nothing to do with this gang. It was just an initiation, they said. They didn't know who they were going to shoot. It was inside of a home. 6 inches above their 5-year-old's head, and while she slept in her bed, was a bullet hole. Tell her that doesn't matter. It's just indifference. That person should get less. Sitting through this bill was horrendous. Having to listen story after story after story. Victim after victim after victim, which for some reason we seem to forget about in this place. They should be first and foremost. The victim should come first. Whether it's it's attempted murder, whether it's rape, whatever it is, they should come first. Not less. I'm absolutely appalled that I'm having to fight this today. I feel like I'm in backwards land. Or in my generation, we call it bass-ackwards. I can't believe we're doing this today. I pray to God. This does not pass this House. We owe it to every person out there, every Coloradan, to keep them safe. This doesn't do it.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, colleagues, for engaging on this. Oh, too short. I wanted to share with you the evolution not only of this bill and the evolution of the conversation around homicide. I might channel my colleague from Delta County that often likes to go back to canon, if we will, or back to the founding of this country, when we share the history of how certain crimes have developed. And you know what, before I do that, I want to say it is always, even though we disagree and conversations are very difficult, it is okay for us to advocate for victims. I am grateful that we have the advocates, and I want to acknowledge the lives that we were just talking about and the tragedy of the loss of those lives. Being able to talk about homicides in general are very difficult. Sometimes it doesn't matter how someone died. The loss of that life, and many of us have actually felt it, is hard to get over, whether someone died because it was a bad patch of ice or if someone intentionally wanted to harm them. Talking to people who have lost loved ones is entirely deferential. In fact, in committee, when we hear from victims, it has been our practice to just receive their stories because we don't think they deserve to be grilled with legal questions. And so I joked earlier in saying nobody ever wants to come to judiciary, but we spend that time with the questions with the attorneys for a reason, because the legislature has the responsibility to construct the laws to then be interpreted by the judicial branch or executed upon by the executive branch. We have a lot of respect for district attorneys, but they too are elected and they are a different branch of government. And so our responsibility to create statute and elements is very important, which is why, and I'll get to this now, this topic has been talked about in this building for quite some time. There's been some commentary on a space we had called CCJJ. There was a sentencing task force that had begun to convene that decided we needed to look at this law. And then the CCJJ was disbanded. And since then, we have been trying to negotiate this space. In law, what we match is your mindset to the actions. And to my legal friends, they'll know this is the mens rea, your mindset, to the actus reus, which is the outcome. Homicides have long been determined for centuries now that we separate the mindset from the outcome, and that's why we have degrees. We have first-degree murder because someone sat down and planned in Colorado, that's called deliberation. We have second-degree murder, which is a technical term. It's knowingly. That means you knowingly kind of acted, but you didn't deliberate on the killing, and that's the difference between first and second-degree murder. Both of them require a particular mindset. The challenge that this law creates is that it equates extreme indifference, and indifference means it's a version of recklessness. You should have known. I'll give it that. It equates the time with the people who sat down and planned to kill somebody. And that is why the task force, the sentencing task force, took it on, and that's why we've been spending years on it. Because how it is also used, it is used in the event where you cannot prove that deliberation that you intended to harm this particular person. It is equated to doing the same thing, and it is used in charging structures that ends up being used to tell people to take pleas that are downwards. The truth of the matter is, between the committees and our affidavits in courts, and we presented this in judiciary, is we have actually seen that data of how many people are charged with this crime versus convicted with it. And it has a disparate outcome. That means the outcomes are lopsided. We know 8 of the 22 convictions for first-degree murder after deliberation, okay? There were 8 people, convicted of 22 first-degree charges. 6 of the same type of group for extreme indifference. 6 people were only convicted after being charged and going through a trial for extreme indifference. But the real problem is a later category that I will get to. So our evidence is showing us that in the event we can't prove that someone deliberated, we will charge them as if they did with the same outcome. That is also why the penalties for first-degree murder are the highest. Some states have the death penalty. We have life without parole. Because your mindset has to match the outcomes. And so what this also means is if juries listen and deliberate, they do not have the opportunity to differentiate between did someone deliberate and plan and did someone not. So we are also limiting juries' ability, juries of peers, from sentencing because of this category of crime. Now, the real challenge for us actually has to do with attempted extreme indifference. And for those of us legal nerds, the question is, how can you attempt to be indifferent? And in fact, our Supreme Court noted that and told us to go revisit the law. To attempt to do something requires an intention and deliberation. And that's why it is a legal quandary. And honestly, we are the only state with this law that our court and our CCJJ said we should revisit. And it is not for lack of empathy or understanding. But what we do know is that our data for attempted extreme indifference is very concerning. Attempted extreme indifference means someone did not die. How many of us know that it is possible in the state of Colorado for someone to actually kill someone and murder them, and they serve less time than someone who is serving time for attempted extreme indifference, which means someone did not pass away? Now, let me be very clear. Every life has value, and even though you did not lose your life, it does not mean you were not harmed and traumatized. I want to be clear on that. But when it comes to our sentencing structure, we structure it per the bodily harm, right? First you're assaulted, then there's seriously bodily harm, then there's attempted homicide, then there's homicide. So the fact that people are serving more time than some people who actually murdered people is what we are questioning. The way that attempted extreme indifference works is you can be around the crime for a drive-by. You don't even have to be the shooter. You don't have to be the driver. Someone doesn't have to die. You can be charged and convicted of that. And let's look at our own data from our fiscal note. First-degree murder, extreme indifference, it said only 17 individuals have been convicted. For point of clarity, I do know we have the representative from Colorado Springs, but Club Q shooter was charged with first-degree murder. First-degree murder, because they could prove that deliberation. Now, when we look at attempt, 109 individuals have been convicted. Do you hear the difference? That means we are having people in jail who are serving anywhere from, and you are charged with every person who is around, so there are people serving 150 years when someone who committed a homicide is out in 30. Of the 109, 99 were male. Demographically, 66 were white, 28 were black, 10 were Hispanic, 1 was Asian, 1 was American Indian. 28 out of 109 is 30%. The African American population of the state is 3%. So that shows us where this tool is used and for what. When we moved originally this bill last year, and I want to commend the sponsors because quite frankly, it had much more stark of differences. And for another interim, we spent time with district's attorneys. We did talk. And I want to just highlight that of all the things we changed, this bill actually only changes 2 things. The original law that we have, extreme indifference murder, the current penalty for that is a class 1 felony, the same as planning a murder, which is life without parole. But guess what? We only changed one thing in that category. We said, Extreme indifference murder now only applies if there is more than one person killed, or more than one person is killed and there were two others who had serious bodily injury. That means they were shot or stabbed. There is no extreme indifference murder for children under 12. And we can argue all day. One thing I do know we all believe on, whether you believe a parent should support that kid or their decisions, under 12, they are not developed. And this applies still. I'm sorry, if the victim is a child under 12, it is extreme indifference. Let me take that back, okay? And there is still extreme indifference if the person who died was a first responder in the line of duty. So I'll repeat that. You can be charged with extreme indifference if now more than one person is killed, if more than one person is killed and two or more are seriously injured, if the person who died is under 12 years old, or if the person who died is a first responder. That means extreme indifference still exists. So the only time it does not is if only one person suffered from the homicide. Okay? However, we still have all of the aggravators, all of those things. The sentences still need to be served consecutively. So I just want people to understand, to the extent, I know we're going to argue, and I believe we need to support victims as well, but what this is a realignment of our system to fit the rest of it, not only in this state, but across the country. Lastly, I would say on attempted extreme indifference, the current penalty is still the same as a Class 2 felony, that's second degree. This is the current penalty, Class 2 felony, as a crime of violence, and if you know our code, if the crime you're convicted of is categorized as a crime of violence, it is an enhancer on your sentence, okay? And the term right now is 16 to 48 years. The change with attempted, so it could be right-sized with serving less time than someone who actually murdered someone, it is now a Class 3 felony, and it still includes the crimes of violence, which means you serve 10 to 32 years. And that's for one charge. For every charge you have of attempted extreme indifference, you still must serve that time consecutively, not concurrently. So they're still in jail if more than two people were even that they're charged and convicted for attempted, for up to 64 years. The last thing this bill did was it actually brought something in regarding vehicular homicide. So there's another half to this bill. And this is something that we have heard, actually, from our victims groups who have advocated where our vehicular homicide crimes are now. They kind of live in that carelessness space. But we brought it up to space to be more commiserate with the harm, as we have heard from people here. And so I hope that you all had a chance to read the entire bill. And I hope here, as we advocate for this law, that we do the hard work of the legislature, which is to ensure that we create a code that fits nationally and with our own terms. Because we do not believe that someone who commits a homicide should serve less time than someone who does not. We also believe in that value set. So once upon a time, when our criminal systems changed, some of us have said eye to an eye for an eye, but over the course of our history in this country, we have changed that, and it was often led, ironically, by people of faith. We no longer have a penal system, we have a corrections system. And we changed that because to some extent, We believe that if the state was going to invest in keeping people remanded, then they should also be rehabilitated. And so rehabilitation does not mean not taking accountability. It does not mean taking responsibility for your actions. But it does mean that the time that you have been remanded or sent away, you can correct your behavior and your mindsets, and especially at the cost to the state, where it's 6 figures to keep someone in jail every year of their lives. And again, there is no cost, before someone says it, to compare it to someone who has lost their loved one. There is no price you can put on that. And to be clear, that is not what I'm saying, and I hope we are not comparing that. And so objectively speaking, between our courts and those who deliberate here, we have all said this section of code needs to be right-sized so that it aligns to the principles of our underlying criminal code, that your mindset matches your outcomes. And especially those that commit a homicide need to be spending more time in jail than those who do not. And we cannot create disparate systems, particularly since we pay for it, under a premise of corrections and rehabilitation. Thank you for the time.
There is 1 hour and 7 minutes remaining. AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And colleagues, the easiest way to understand this bill is to stop looking at labels and start looking at conduct. Under Colorado law today, first-degree murder after deliberation covers the person who reflects, decides, and intentionally kills. First-degree murder by extreme indifference covers the person who may not fixate on a single-name victim, but who knowingly creates a grave risk of death to human beings generally and acts with universal malice. Simply put, a person who commits this crime does not value human life. They mean to kill. And they are extremely indifferent to whom they kill or how many are lost. The sponsors are right to point out that those are not the same crimes. They are not morally identical, but they are both first degree for a reason. One is the most deliberate form of murder, and the other is the most dangerous form of murder to the public. Coloradans know extreme indifference murder well. Brandy Duval, Alexa Bartel, Ma Kang, and so many others. Case after case, victim after victim, community after community. We've been here before, too many times. The Colorado Supreme Court recognizes extreme indifference murder as a distinct class of murder because it targets murderous acts of a particular type, acts that show a willingness to take human life indiscriminately. That is the phrase you should remember, a willingness to take human life indiscriminately, an affirmative act that is not a lesser public danger, that is a greater public danger. Recognizing this conduct for what it is matters to those outside the building. And I'll tell you, it matters to me, not just as a legislator, but as a father. I don't get to choose the world my children walk into, but I do have a responsibility for the laws that shape it. The lesson of our tragic experiences is that some acts are both targeted and discriminately lethal. Intentional murder of a specific person is horrific. Taking life without any care whatsoever for who or how many one murders is equally horrific. Recognizing both crimes as first-degree murder is critically important to honoring the impact to victims, survivors, and our communities, and to every parent who expects that we take seriously the threats their children face. That is the heart of my opposition. This bill lowers the law's response to the very conduct that terrorizes schools, roads, apartment complexes, and neighborhoods. And it does so not because the conduct becomes safer, not because the killer does not mean to kill, and not because the community is less endangered. It does so because of what happened after the incident, how many people died, whether 2 others suffered seriously bodily injury, whether the victim was under 12, whether the victim wore the right uniform. That is not conduct-based criminal code. That is a result-based, discount-based, entirely on chance. So if you want one sentence to sum up the decision before you, let it be this. First-degree murder after deliberation is the highest expression of murderous intent, but first-degree murder by extreme indifference is the highest expression of community-wide lethal disregard. And as a father, I cannot accept lowering our response to that kind of danger. Colorado should keep both truths in law. Vote no.
There's 1 hour and 3 minutes remaining. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the representative from Denver for coming up. I always appreciate listening. And I do appreciate the bill sponsors. I've gotten to know them pretty well over the last 2 years and understand their intent and where they're coming from. And there are parts of this bill that I like. I don't agree that a driver that is shooting in a drive-by should get less time than a passenger in the same vehicle. I don't agree with sentencing when there's places in sentencing that don't make sense. I don't agree with that. I have real issues with that. And maybe that goes county to county. And I was debating this in my head. I was coming up with different situations where I could see myself supporting it and then other situations where I can't. And what it really comes down to is this. One, when we come up here and we say, we write bills for one person. We heard the diaper changing was from one constituent. And we talk about one all the time. And that's where I'm having the biggest problem. Under current law, if someone shows extreme indifference to human life and kills someone, that is first-degree murder. That means the highest level of accountability our justice system can impose. This bill now says no. If you kill only one person, we're going to treat that as something else, something less. And it does, because we've ad-libbed. Think about that. We are standing here as elected officials debating whether taking one human life deserves the highest level of justice or a reduced charge. And I heard and I wrote notes, mindset to action, to decide the crime first degree and not. But these are not accidents. This is not a mistake. This is firing a gun into a crowd. This is driving 100 miles per hour through our neighborhoods. This is shooting into a home. This is acting with total disregard for whether someone lives or dies. That is not a mistake. That is not an accident. That is first-degree murder. And today this body is being asked to say, if only one person dies, it's not the worst kind of murder. Tell that to the victim's family. We don't have to imagine what this looks like. We've seen it right here in Colorado. There's a rally right now going on for victims. We've seen shootings in our communities, Aurora, Denver, Colorado Springs, Boulder, where reckless, violent behavior turns deadly in an instant. We've seen DUI drivers with multiple prior offenses get behind the wheel and kill innocent people. We've seen criminals with long rap sheets escalate their behavior because the system keeps telling them there will always be another chance. And now we're adding to the message. Supporters of this bill will say this is about proportionality. But let me ask you, what is proportional about telling a grieving mother that her child's death doesn't meet the threshold for the most serious charge because no one else died? I have buried a child. That is not something you tell a grieving mother. What is proportional about saying one's life is somehow less worthy of justice than multiple lives? Justice is not a sliding scale based on a body count. And let's talk about the broader pattern here in Colorado. We have reduced penalties for theft, reduced consequences for drug crimes, bail policies that put repeat offenders back on the streets, and now we are redefining murder statutes. At what point do we stop and ask, who are we protecting? Because it's not the victims, it's not the families who have to live with the consequences of violent crime, it's not the communities dealing with rising fear and instability. We keep hearing that Colorado is out of step with other states. Again, a rally for victims on the West Steps. Good. Maybe we are out of step because we actually took violent crime seriously. Maybe we're out of step because we believe that extreme indifference to human life deserves the strongest possible consequence. Why is the goal always to lower ourselves to the weakest standard? Why is the answer always to reduce penalties? And let's be honest about deterrence. The people committing these crimes may not be reading statute books. I would say they're not. But they absolutely understand consequences. When the system consistently lowers penalties, delays justice, and reduces accountability, it sends a message. You can push the line, and the line will move. This is exactly what the bill does. It moves the line on murder. Now, I've heard the argument that this will save the state money. Think about that. We are weighing budget savings against the value of human life. We are saying it's just too expensive to hold the most dangerous offenders fully accountable. That is not justice, that is policy failure. And I want to speak directly to the people of Colorado. If someone acts with complete disregard for human life, if they make a choice that results in someone's death, you expect your justice system to respond with the highest level of seriousness. Not a downgrade, not a reclassification, not a technical adjustment. You expect accountability. This bill moves us in the wrong direction. It weakens the clarity of our laws, it reduces the severity of consequences, and it sends a dangerous signal at a time when public safety should be our top priority. We should be strengthening our laws. We should be standing with victims. We should be making it absolutely clear that in Colorado, human life is valued and protected. Instead, this bill does the opposite. Victim advocates were devastatingly clear about this in committee. Courtney Sutton from COVA said the bill would produce outcomes where penalties vary based on factors entirely unrelated to the offender's conduct. She gave examples that every Colorado parent understands instantly. An 11-year-old killed in a school shooting would fit first-degree murder under this bill, while a 13-year-old classmate killed on the same exact facts would not. That resonates with me as a mom to a 12-year-old and a mom to a 15, 17, and 19-year-old. A responding officer killed would fit first-degree murder, but a teacher in that classroom would not. These are not minor differences. That is the bill's operating policy. And that is why the line, only one person, became so important at the hearing. Prosecutor Nate Marsh testified that he had to tell the widow of Lieutenant Colonel Matt Anderson that the bill lowered penalties for the murder of only one person. He repeated it because the absurdity needed to land. Lieutenant Colonel Anderson was not only one person, he was a husband, a father, a war hero, and a Colorado life that mattered. When a law starts sounding morally false the moment you explain it to the victim's family, that is usually a sign the law is wrong. And I'll tell you, it lands differently when you hear it as a mother of 4 boys. When I think about my sons growing up, going to school, driving with their friends, sitting in a movie theater, living their everyday lives, I cannot accept a law that treats their lives as weighing differently based on circumstance they can't control. I cannot accept a system where whether one of my boys is treated as enough depends on who else was standing nearby or how many others were hurt. This body should not write into law the implication that if 2 people had died, we would take it more seriously. If the victim had been younger, we would take this more seriously. If one more body had been shattered by seriously bodily injury, we would take this more seriously. As a mother, I reject the idea that any child's life is measured against another's, or that any parent should hear that their child somehow counted less. Do not support the suggestion that one person's life matters more than another. The message to the public must be far simpler and far stronger. If you set out to kill Coloradans and engage in conduct that accomplishes your decided intent, Colorado will treat that act as first-degree murder. For my boys and for every family in the state, one life is not only enough, it is too many. And with that, I move Amendment L018 to House Bill 1281 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L18 has been displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is simple. It removes all ifs, ands, or buts. You kill one person, you get first-degree murder. One life is enough. One murdered Coloradan is enough. One dead child of any age is enough. Trust me, I can speak to that personally. One dead father at a gas station is enough. One teacher, one nurse, one neighbor, one teenager in the backseat of a car, one is enough. And I do not believe the law should suggest otherwise. The problem with this bill is not that it has no enhancers for the worst forms of extreme indifference murder. The problem is that it makes those enhancers carry too much moral and legal weight while treating the same exact deadly conduct as second-degree murder when the murderer's roll of the dice comes out differently. Look at the bill structure. The murderer must, beyond a reasonable doubt, be killing not because they intend to kill a specific person, but because they are happy to kill any person at all, or all people, no matter how many in their path. If by pure happenstance they kill more than one person, life without parole. If they happen to kill one person and cause serious bodily injury to 2 or more people with a deadly weapon, life without parole. If the murderer kills a child under 12, life without parole. If he kills an off-duty first responder, life without parole. But if the same shots fired into a house, into a car, into a crowd, into a school, kills just an adult or a child who is at least 12, who is not a first responder, the bill creates a new second-degree murder path. A chance at parole that person, that child, will never have. That means the legal outcome turns not on what the offender chose to do, but on what happened to be in the wrong place, at the wrong time, how old the victim was, how many people the offender managed to kill. Let's bring back sanity and common sense into the Golden Dome. Let's treat victims with the utmost protection. Let's say yes to this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under this bill, 2 children can be killed under the very same circumstances, and the punishment can be completely different based on a birthday. If the victims are 11, the law still requires life in prison without parole. If the victim is 12, the sentences become 24 to 48 years with the possibility of parole. 1 year of age becomes the difference between a guarantee that the offender will never get out and a term of years that in practice may be much more shorter than it looks on paper. So I want you to ask yourself, what changed in that scenario? Not the mental state of the criminal, not the danger to the public, not the pain of the family, only the age of the victim, and yet the punishment collapses. Do we want our sentencing structure to turn our birthdays or whether the offender managed to kill more people or on the seriousness of the conduct and the risk of human life? Some of you may say the sentences outlined in this bill are still significant, but we all know sentences don't play out exactly as they appear in statute. We have earned time. We have statutory credits that reduce sentences. For most nonviolent offenders, that means they only serve roughly 30% of the sentence you see on paper. For violent crimes like the second-degree murder, people still do not serve the full term either. They spend roughly 60% of their time in prison before they are eligible for parole because they received between 15 and 25% off immediately in good time credits and can earn up to an additional 30% off for good behavior. So when this bill changes a life without parole sentence to a range of 24 to 48 years, that does not mean 24 to 48 years actually served. In practice, a 24-year sentence can make someone eligible for parole at around 18 years, and a 48-year sentence can make them eligible at around 36 years. When you replace a life without parole sentence with a term of years, you are not just changing a number in a statute book. You are creating the possibility that someone convicted of an extreme indifference killing will return to the community. You're also making it far more likely that families will have to return to the parole board to argue for keeping the killer in prison. Whether under current law, they will never have to face that process at all. A sentence that guarantees an offender will never be released is not the same as a sentence that starts a countdown the day they enter prison. Those are different promises to victims. There are different levels of protection for the public. We also hear that this isn't about alignment and consistency. We are told that Colorado is stricter than other states and that we should move towards the national norm. But nothing in our laws says that we must match the lowest common denominator. Our responsibility is to the people of Colorado, not to the national average. If our current law reflects a choice to treat extreme indifference with the utmost seriousness, it may be a strength to be preserved. And consider the message this sends to families. Imagine trying to explain this to parents whose children were killed in the same way. One family is told, by law, the person who killed your child will never leave prison. The other is told, under the new law, the person who killed your child may be released someday. The only difference is a birthday. Extreme indifference is not a momentarily lapse or ordinary mistake. It is the decision to engage in conduct that creates a grave risk of death and to proceed anyway, to fire into a crowd, to drive like other people's lives are disposable, to act as if it simply does not matter who gets hurt. When the level of disregard results in a death, our law should be at its strongest. I want to talk about a testimony that I heard in committee from Tim Lopez, Brandy Duvall's uncle. Brandy was just 14 years old when she waited at the school bus in her red Chicago Bulls jersey, a color that several young gang members decided was not hers to wear. They kidnapped her, raped her, tortured her over several hours, committing unspeakable acts of violence while forcing her to beg for her life. One stabbed her 17 times before leaving her to die alone at the bottom of Lookout Mountain. In advocating for youthful offenders during the hearing, the inhumane crimes they committed were described as, quote unquote, youthful mistakes. With respect, these are not youthful mistakes. Mr. Lopez testified that this bill is insulting and re-victimizing, and he is right. It's not just the months of trials, dozens of hearings, opportunity after opportunity for Brandy's murders to get the second chances she'll never have. Mr. Lopez explained what many victims' families know all too well. Every sentence reduction and every new release mechanism is not just a policy paper. It is another notification letter, another hearing, another day in court, another reopening of trauma. I do not quote him because every factual detail of his case maps perfectly onto this bill. I quote him because he expressed the long institutional memory of victims who have watched Colorado repeatedly reopen finality. Brandy's family has watched decade after decade as death sentences turned into life without parole, and life without parole turned into life with parole, and offenders were released and committed new violent crimes. Supporters will say this bill still punishes some people harshly, perhaps, but victims do not experience law at the level of abstract years. They experience it at the level of what the state says their loved one's murder meant. And this bill says that for a large class of universal malice murder, one death is not enough to keep the crime in the first-degree category. I do not believe that builds trust in the law. I believe it breaks trust in the law. If we want a criminal code that communities trust, we must do two things at once: punish proportionality and speak truthfully about harm. This bill does neither in the most dangerous public violence cases. Colorado can debate parole policy, youth sentencing policy, and charging transparency in other places. But for this crime, the humane course is to stand with victims and affirm that when one means to kill, when one prepares to kill, and when beyond a reasonable doubt universal malice is proven, we must hold them fully accountable. When we are dealing with extreme indifference to human life, I believe our first obligation is to public safety and to the families who will carry these losses forever. For that, I urge everyone to accept this amendment.
Representative Carter. There is 45 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking for the proponent of the amendment. I may have had a couple of questions regarding but I did want to give some information specific to some of the questions that were brought up regarding the analysis of exactly who was being charged with this. We actually have information specific to, for the last 3 years, regarding who exactly was being charged with this type of crime and who was actually being charged with the actual homicide cases. At this point, we had over 500 individuals who had been charged with the homicide cases. Of those, about 128 were actually charged with the F1 extreme indifference. The interesting part, and this goes to kind of her conversation about who was being charged, the interesting part is that they are centered specifically in 2 districts. The 2nd and the 18th. The second being Denver, and the 18th being Arapahoe. Of the approximately 128, 50 of those were actually in Denver, and 27 of those were done in the 18th. Interestingly enough, more than half the districts have never charged this specific type of crime. 79 of the 128 also charged after the deliberation, the same time they charged extreme indifference. So what I'm trying to show is there are certain DAs that are using this the way it was meant to be used, but then there are certain DAs that, for some unknown reason, refuse to use extreme indifference either judiciously or properly. The reality is, of those 128 cases that I spoke to you about, 37 were still pending, 91 were resolved, and of those 91, 68% were plea bargain. So what appears to be happening is a defense attorney or the district attorney is overcharging of the extreme indifference, knowing the draconian penalties that will be put in place if that happens, and then forcing or giving the defendant the option to then plea bargain. And what we've tried to do, and what we've tried to right size, is they still have the ability to continue that plea bargaining, but we're plea bargaining with, instead of the F1, they're plea bargaining with the F2. And the reason I wanted to speak to the proponent of the bill, the proponent of the amendment, I apologize. In reading your amendment and understanding, I'm not going to say where the amendment came from, but it came from you. In reading your amendment, my request and what I need to understand is, while we are right-sizing the F1, F2, extreme indifference, and murder after deliberation, this amendment takes out the compromise that we discussed previously. So while it leaves the extreme indifference the way it is and the murder after deliberation the way it is, it does not take into the account the conversations that we've been having regarding Senate Bill 72, in which we actually created a brand new crime. So I understand. Well, I don't want to speak for the proponent of the amendment, but the purpose of this was a compromise that was stake-held with many groups. This takes out the compromise, and so I just need to understand why you don't feel that we should raise the criminal negligent homicide statute, or why you don't believe that we should actually have this portion in the bill.
Representative Bradfield. Representative Bradfield. Colleagues, I'm sorry, Representative Bradfield, there's 40 minutes remaining. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm not here to answer your question, but I am here to say that I do support the amendment. But I'm here to talk as to why I support the amendment, okay? According to a handout I'm looking at, there are 23 district attorneys in this state, 23 people that rarely agree on one thing, but they do here. They do, and they unanimously oppose this bill. Don't know what their thought process is, but I can tell you when I read this handout, I have a feeling I think I understand. There's an offense called first-degree murder,
and it's after deliberation. And I'm going to just use that because it seems to be the most significant one. Death is caused after deliberation and with intent to kill. That means whoever is doing this crime thought about it, planned it, and executed. It's purposeful, it's targeted at a particular person, and it's been planned. This is the most morally blameworthy category, and this is a Class 1 felony, and the punishment is life without parole. There is another lower level, first degree, a murder, and by extreme indifference. It also has the same punishment, life without parole. But let's go down to second degree. Second degree, person knowingly caused the death of a person. No after deliberation, no universal malice. Knowingly killing, meaning the person is aware of their conduct. For example, beating a person may cause the death in the abstract, but there is no reflective, deliberate judgment to kill. It's serious, it's deadly, but not deliberative or demonstrating an extreme disregard for the value of human life generally. Punishment. Punishable by 16 to 48 years with good time, minus good time, earned time, and subject to early special needs parole. Okay. Now, come over here. According to this bill, there is a prioritization of victims. Where do each one of you fit in this priority list? We would all like to think we are at the top, but obviously we're not. I would like to think my life is as valuable as anyone in this room or in this building. But according to this, I believe this is a horrible loss of life. An on-duty police officer is shot. That is, of course, egregious. How about a teacher? How about a veterinarian? How about the delivery person that shows up at your front door? How about a truck driver? How about a waiter or a waitress? How about the man who drives the garbage truck? How about the people who come to mow your yard? How about your CPA? How about your boss? How about the owner of your company? Yeah, I got you. Not a one of those people have any more value than you do, than I do, than the police officer does. This bill prioritizes the value of victims. Please vote no.
There's 34 minutes remaining. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go grab my bill copy. I wanted to make sure I did not misspeak about my amendment. So my amendment stops on page 5 before vehicular homicide in your new charge. So all my amendment is talking about is extreme indifference. So just to be clear, that's what you're voting yes on, is to make sure that a murder of one person is first degree. Thank you.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you. I just want to make clear I've gone through and marked up the bill, And what this bill is doing is saying, let's take out everything that Representative Espinoza and Representative Carter did, and as long as we take everything out of what we did in the proposed bill, we'll go with the bill because it might be existing law, although I am concerned that some of the strikeout also may affect some of the existing law. I think giving up what we're trying to do in the vehicular homicide area is a big mistake, so I think you shouldn't vote for this amendment just specifically for that, because there is a critical need to align this statute all the way along the road, and that's what we're doing. Now, you might look at charts that we've sent out to you and say, well, they're both Class 3 felonies, so it doesn't matter. But here's the difference. In the vehicular homicide, the Class 3 felony currently is sentenced without being a crime of violence. As a result, people are getting probation and not serving any time. This is the problem that the families talk to us about, and the reason that I supported the increase in the vehicular homicide to a F3 felony with a crime of violence on it. And once you put a crime of violence on it, you are then mandatorily going to spend time in prison at the Department of Corrections. Your time won't run out by the time you were serving, waiting to go to your trial, and then you get credit for that time and you don't do anything. So I think it's important. I'm just going to speak to this amendment at this time, but I do think it's important to understand that we ask a no vote on this amendment, even if you ultimately have different determinations, because we believe that people who bring forward bills should have an opportunity to have their actual bills voted on and not go with an amendment that strips out everything that we're trying to do. We'd ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L18. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L18 fails. To the bill, Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L15 to House Bill 1281 and ask it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L15 has been displayed, and there's 32 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really, we're limited to 2 hours, which is not right, and then you eat the clock for 45 minutes. I don't appreciate that.
Representative Woog, let's stick to the amendment.
L15. So first responders, they are on 24/7. That is the expectation. And I ask, when is a police officer not in the line of duty? And I ask that to the representative from Denver who brought this topic up earlier. They are always on the line of duty. What this amendment does is it removes the requirements that first responders such as police, hospital personnel, or firefighters be on duty in order for their murder to merit life in prison. Police are expected to react and intervene every hour of every day. They are always on the job, and I'm thankful for that. Whether they are protecting the public at a protest or on the side of the highway, guarding against drunk drivers or at home, putting their child to bed when a drive-by shooter unloads into their home. They are always on duty. So I urge a yes vote on L15.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L15? Representative Espinoza.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I'm going to bring up a recent event as we've been talking about recent events. Recently, a police officer was convicted of domestic assault and killing his wife. He was not on duty at the time, and if we put this bill in here, if we take this amendment, we take away the ability to charge that individual because there are times when they are not acting in the course of duty. I believe that oftentimes, the moment something happens, I've heard from the law enforcement community in our community hearings that they're always on duty. And I think if you're acting in that capacity, you will be protected we're hoping, first of all, you never become a victim in those circumstances. Let me be clear about that. But secondly, my concern is if we take out while in the line of duty, then we are opening the door for a bad actor, law enforcement, to not be able to be charged, and we don't want to do that, and that's why we've limited this to the power of being on duty. If you're riding in the police car and you are called to a scene of an accident, my understanding is you immediately become back on duty, even if we don't have a punch card system for our law enforcement or our firefighters. You can be activated as necessary. We know in many parts of this state, we have firefighters who are on duty. The moment that a call comes out, as long as they're acting under the course of what they're supposed to be doing in that capacity, if they are injured, they will be protected to the highest level under extreme indifference without any of the other requirements. So I would ask for a no on that, just because there are circumstances, I do believe, where someone could use this as a bad actor within those departments to kill someone and not be held at the same level of accountability. And what we've talked about today here is ensuring that we are holding everybody to the same level of accountability. So we need to think about all circumstances, and we've tried to do that. And that's why I would ask you to keep in the line of duty. Although I do appreciate where this is coming from, I believe that when an officer, law enforcement, or firefighter are working in the course of their duties and they are injured or killed, they would be covered by this law. But we don't want to take out in the line of duty because there are circumstances, and especially in the domestic violence cases, where those individuals can and have acted outside of their line of duty, and we want to be able to hold them responsible.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L15? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L15 fails. To the bill, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for Amendment L008 to be, I'm sorry. I move L008 to 1281 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. L8 has been displayed, and there's 27 minutes left to the amendment. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am bringing this amendment to you, and I do want to clear up some information here. This extreme indifference, it's being said it's Colorado is the only state that has extreme indifference, which kind of is true, but that's only because it's called different things in other states. It's the same thing in other states. Oregon has it, and they either call it depraved heart. Oregon calls it just first-degree murder. So let's just get that straight right now. This amendment that I'm proposing today, this amendment addresses the significant public safety issues that were raised in the Judiciary Committee by law enforcement, victims, and district attorneys. Section 4 of the bill reduces the penalty level for attempted extreme indifference murder and seeks to create a new scenario of an attempted extreme indifference murder of just one person. Both will be classified as Class 3 felonies, a reduction from current law. Attempts to commit crimes are generally decreased by one crime level, unless they are already the lowest crime level. This bill would make the attempt to commit a Class 1 life without parole to a Class 3 felony, inexplicitly making policy that an attempt to commit murder by extreme indifference should not be only less than 16 to 48 years, but only 10 to 32 years. Tell that to the victims. In effect, if a mass shooter walks into a school and miraculously doesn't kill anyone that he planned to do, that he went in there to do, today that person would face 16 to 48 years. If this bill passes, then that person would then face only 10 to 32 years. Let that sink in. In today's environment, we're saying, you're a mass murderer, you're a bad shot, you didn't really hit anybody this time. We'll let you out in 10 years. You can try again later. I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure I understand exactly what you're asking for here. It appears that you were attempting to rewrite the criminal attempt statute, because this is already canon And so I just want to understand exactly what you're trying to do if you take out criminal attempt, which is canon for every bit of case law regarding jurisprudence, regarding any other crime. Are you taking it out, or is this an attempt to take it out specifically for this, understanding that you're taking 18-101, you're taking it out of the whole statute?
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment is doing is taking Section 4, page 5, Section 4 out, and basically going back to what it is, first-degree murder.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the question before us. Representative Carter.
I asked for a no vote. This amendment appears to be an attempt to completely change criminal jurisprudence where we take out criminal attempt, so I'd ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none for real this time. The question before us is the passage of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L8 fails. To the bill, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move L16 to 1281 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L16 has been displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this deals with people who have a history of domestic violence. As a lot of you know, seeing domestic violence in my family, I know what it does to people and to the victims. And so I want to make sure that we stress and emphasize the protection of domestic violence victims. We know that a lot of these shootings have, the perpetrators have a history of domestic violence. We see them usually targeting either intimate partners or families. We are now at the 10-year anniversary of House Bill 161066, in which the General Assembly recognized that habitual domestic violence offenders should face felony charges. If the same person who has a domestic violence record decides to enter a crowded 16th Street mall, for example, and unloads a firearm but only kills one person, this bill would treat that person's life as less deserving of a harsh sentence, would treat the person's family of deserving of having to go to a parole hearing instead. This amendment recognizes that if we're going to differentiate between would-be mass murderers' bullet trajectory, we should also recognize their history of domestic violence and meriting a harsher sentence, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Espinoza. Representative Carter.
I'm going to ask for a no vote. This is, in reading exactly what you seem to be taking out, it includes language that's we've already addressed in other portions of the statute, I believe, regarding the criminally negligent homicide, but I also believe it's duplicative, so I'm asking for a no vote at this time.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you. Again, we did not have a chance to look at these amendments in advance, so we are kind of working on the fly here. This addresses an amendment. This amendment is attempting to add domestic violence to this crime. During committee, I specifically asked the representatives from COVA who were talking about adding domestic violence to this crime, and the reason that COVA is opposed to this bill is because they claim that we're not going to allow for murder in the first degree for domestic violence victims. The reality is, extreme indifference homicide has never been charged in a domestic violence case because you always can prove that the individual who's committed this crime intended to kill their victim. They will always be found guilty of first-degree murder because there is an intent, and you can almost always demonstrate after deliberation. So we would ask you not to vote for this amendment and recognize that we did consider this issue of domestic violence. But the testimony and the evidence is that domestic violence is never charged as an extreme indifference crime, and therefore adding it as an enhancement is contrary to what the law is. And what we were trying to do in this bill is use those circumstances that have been used in the law and obtain convictions in the enhancements for the F1 felony, to not take tools away from the prosecutor, but we also don't want to be adding additional factors that are not relevant to that extreme indifference. Because I will tell you, the fact pattern for any killing where domestic violence exists is that this is personal, this is specific, this is intended. This will be first-degree murder. And so that's the whole point of what we're trying to say here. There are circumstances where an individual is and will be convicted of first-degree murder. And I will tell you, I don't know if I'll have another chance, but I will tell you that we have statistics that demonstrate that this charge, when it is charged, is most often charged with first-degree murder, and most often the jury will find the individual guilty of the first-degree murder. That is, the facts lend itself to it. In circumstances where it's been charged and they've not found first-degree murder, they haven't necessarily found extreme indifference murder either. They've often found, because this charge has been used most often as that stopgap in vehicular homicide, they found vehicular homicide as the charge, which under our current sentencing statutes mean people can go without serving any time in the Department of Corrections. We wanted to fix that. This amendment does not address the concerns. We'd ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L16? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L16. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L16 fails. To the bill, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On to the bill. This is a question of policy. Even if you think there are real problems around charging patterns, even if you think there are hard youth sentencing questions, and even if you think Colorado should revisit some part of its homicide code, it does not follow that House Bill 26-1281 is the right vehicle or the right answer. This is the kind of bill that requires extraordinary care because it rewrites the architecture of public violence murder. Supporters repeatedly paint Colorado as an outliner in the sentencing of extreme indifference murders, yet champion our outliner role on what the majority of states often view as overly lenient reforms. So why are we outliers on this? Maybe. But even if so, since when do Coloradans follow rather than lead? Stakeholders who join me in opposition to this bill are right to point out that a true 50-state comparison is more complex than comparing names of offenses. States vary on sentencing ranges, enhancements, parole eligibility, attempted murder doctrine, and how depraved heart concepts like first-degree murder are embedded in the context of overall criminal laws unique to each state. Again, unique to each state. A simplified map is not enough to justify dropping a broad class of current first-degree murders into second-degree murder. That is not fair to our victims and their families. There is also a practical point. This bill contains some vehicular homicide ideas that even neutral witnesses thought were worth continuing exploration. But that is not a reason to piggyback a major murder downgrade onto the same measure. The executive branch suggested some vehicular provisions had merit while still opposing the bill overall. If there are pieces with merit, separate them, improve them, pass them on their own. Do not use a few potentially useful provisions to carry a risky rewrite of extreme indifference murder across the board. If lawmakers generally believe there are issues to address, let's address those in narrow ways. We are a single subject topic in Colorado. Let's use that. A successor to the Colorado Criminal and Juvenile Justice Commission is the appropriate venue for thoroughly considering a policy of this complexity and importance. What we should not do is make the most irreversible change first and ask the public to trust us. Don't trust the government. That is what we will make, corrections later. In murder law, later is too late. Again, in murder law, later is too late. My position is not that the law can never be improved. My position that this bill is a blunt instrument pointed at the wrong target. Separate the vehicular issues. Debate youth policy honestly, but do not downgrade Colorado's response to the worst harm that can be visited upon on an unsuspecting public. I am urging a no vote, and I'm urging us to separate this issue. I also want to make sure that when we're looking at this, we break it down. I move L007 to House Bill 1281 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. L7 has been displayed, and there's 14 minutes left. Representative Johnson.
Thank you. And understanding that we're talking about a high complex thing, so this amendment addresses the significant public safety issues that were raised by law enforcement, victims, and district attorneys. As I mentioned before I introduced this amendment, there are a lot of things that people are saying are good, but a lot of concerns in such a high complex bill. In some, this amendment seeks to remove any effort to reduce the offense level or add alternative elements for the crimes of murder 1 and extreme indifference, and attempted murder 1 and extreme indifference. Those crimes are already a Class 1 and Class 2 felony, respectively. Section 2 of the bill unnecessarily adds additional qualifiers to hold an individual accountable for first-degree murder, extreme indifference. Section 3 of the bill reduces extreme indifference murder from a Class 1 felony to a Class 2 felony, reducing accountability for the most serious criminal conduct possible, and reducing the sentence upon conviction from life without the possibility of parole to a term of years. Section 4 of the bill reduces the penalty level for attempted extreme indifference murder from a Class 2 felony to a Class 3 felony. All three sections are harmful to public safety and should be stricken. This amendment accomplishes that, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L7? Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear. It appears that we are removing the murder in the first degree statute, 18-3102. I just want to be clear. That's what your amendment is attempting to do.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me break it down again. So Section 2 of the bill unnecessarily adds additional qualifiers to hold an individual accountable for first-degree murder, extreme indifference. Section 3 of the bill reduces extreme indifference murder from a Class 1 felony to a Class 2 felony, reducing accountability for the most serious criminal conduct possible, and reducing the sentence upon conviction from life without the possibility of a parole to a term of years. Section 4 of the bill reduces the penalty level for attempted extreme indifference murder from a Class 2 felony to a Class 3 felony. So this amendment here, because all three of these sections are harmful, accomplishes getting rid of those.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. While I understand the attempt to remove murder in the first degree and criminal attempt, I don't believe that's in line with jurisprudence at this point. So I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L7? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L7. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L7 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had a lot of discussion this afternoon. We've had colleagues up here on both sides talking about for and against. When it comes down to the specifics of the law and the courts and the district attorneys and why different DAs bring different charges, I can't answer that. I'm not even going to try. However, current Colorado statute does not require that more than one person be killed or endangered for extreme indifference conviction. From my perspective, why is that important? It matters because the law, the way it's sitting right now, captures the indiscriminate nightclub shootings, road rage shootings, drive-by shootings of houses, crowds, peoples, malls. Is it, the policy question before us, is it more determined if you pre-plan something and then kill someone, or you drive by and shoot and maybe you only kill one person?
or you don't kill anybody, but you might have killed 30. Or maybe you attack a house of worship, a synagogue, a church, but you don't kill a bunch of people, you kill one. I would argue that the perpetrator has an extreme indifference to the people that are in that building or in that house or in that mall. Just because they were unable to kill them because they were driving by too quickly or couldn't get somebody square in their sights does not eliminate that extreme indifference, that callousness, that disregard for life. Is that okay? Is it okay when we ask ourselves here that we should disregard just because you don't pre-plan, that we should change how things sit? I understand that they're trying to make a balance, and I see some things that they're trying to achieve here. And it has been noted that there are some things that are viable. But when it comes down to it, unless you want to run to be a district attorney, their job is to decide how they want to apply that prosecution, when they want to apply that, who they want to charge it with because of what they represent, what goes on in their district. Our job here is, do we provide them the tools or do we take tools away from them? My position is a no on this bill, is that we should not take tools away from district attorneys. Just because some choose to use it one way, some choose to use it in a different way, that is up to them to decide and be accountable for, not only to their constituents, but to the courts, the judges, the jury, because that's their job when it comes to the prosecution. So the question, should we really declare that drive-by shootings and things that just because they don't result in a pre-planned death of somebody, should that be any less indifferent? There's been discussions both here today, in committee, in conference rooms, about redemption versus death. Should someone be eligible for redemption? Should someone be eligible for parole if they did something at a young age that resulted in the violent death of somebody, but it was very callous in the way they did it? You've heard the examples of throwing the rocks off the freeway bridge and the decapitation of the victim. That indifference, that callousness, does that mean that person, because they were teenagers, are they eligible for redemption? Are they eligible for parole? Or should we be serving justice? Where do we draw the line at justice and truth, redemption? Where does that come into play? When do we decide that at what age are you not eligible for redemption? At what age can you not be rehabilitated? At what age do we as a society decide and say, you know, they didn't mean that enough when they were 15, 17, 19, 25, 45, 55. When do we decide that? And how do we weigh that with truth and justice? How do we decide at what point redemption is a viable course of action and the death that was caused is outweighed by their ability to be paroled, outweighed by their ability to be redeemed? Can they be put back in society to be productive? Do they deserve the right to go back out there and try to make up for that death that was caused, if it was one, or if they did a mass killing, or they did 2, 3, 20. At what point do we decide that that's not enough? And how do we tell the victims and the families that are left behind that justice has been served because someone can be redeemed? I do not believe that we should eliminate or change the current extreme indifference. Just because you are not successful, just because a perpetrator is not successful in killing a multitude of people, in a drive-by shooting, in a road rage, they shoot into a car, they miss the child, or they hit the child. Their intent was there. Their extreme indifference was there. Their disregard for life was there. That cannot and should not be excused. Whether they're 15, 20, 25, or 50. Now, if they're serving in prison and the system allows them to go through a parole board and have a discussion, then that can be had. But there is no reason for us to eliminate the extreme indifference that is currently in the statute and the way it's applied and take that off the books. The DAs will decide how, when, and where they want to charge that. That's their job. Our job should be to make sure it stays here. We can work on refining it. I appreciate what the sponsors are trying to do. But we should not be sitting here and changing and taking things away from district
Representative
attorneys.
Hartsook, there's 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We should not be doing that. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Espinoza.
Not much time left, but I did want to get up here and just say one thing. If you look at the chart that we gave you, many of your jurisdictions do not ever charge felony murder, extreme indifference, F1 murder. And of the 501 homicides in the period between July of 22 and June of 25, 501 homicides were committed. Only 128 were charged as extreme indifference. Of that, only 8 were convicted of extreme indifference. This is not an earth-shattering change that we're asking. And in many of those circumstances, the same DAs...
Representative Espinoza, there's 1 minute remaining.
The same DAs you're doing are pleading down those charges. They understand there's differences.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I want to say in the last minute and the last 30 seconds is make sure you understand we are right-sizing, or an attempt to right-size the extreme indifference with murder after deliberation. But what you really need to understand, and what is very important, and what we keep harping on, is this is a compromise. Criminally negligent homicide. There is a bottom step that has been created because we wanted to make sure while we were right-sizing the top part, we also had to right-size the bottom part, and we have created a new felony. So if anyone says that they have not been given the tools, look at the bill and read the bill and understand there is now a new felony for criminally
Representative Carter,
homicide.
the time for debate has expired. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1281. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1281 passes.
Mr. Sheep. Oh, I don't have to. ready? Where's your co-sponsor? Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 120.
Senate Bill 120 by Senators Marchman and Wallace, also Representatives Zokai and Bradley, concerning law enforcement procedures related to missing persons.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to talk really slow. No, I'm just kidding. I am so excited to present this bill. We heard testimony from two families this really affected, and was really grateful to the senator for asking me to be on this bill.
Representative Bradley, before you
I should
continue.
move it.
Yes.
I'm not used to
We can
this,
do a
so
Tennessee pace. You want to do it?
I was just taking some time so my co-prime could get in the building.
Yes,
I
indeed.
would love to move Senate Bill 26120.
Show enough, but you have to actually move Senate Bill
I'm going
120.
to move Senate Bill 26120 and yes.
To the bill. Representative Zokai. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, and thank you to my co-prime. You look lovely. Thank you for being here. This bill is needed to identify gaps in training and procedures related to missing persons, especially in how peace officers are trained and how higher education institutions handle missing student situations. Right now, Colorado law requires certain training for peace officers, but there isn't a uniform requirement, so we're not mandating or adding on new training. We're just making sure they're getting the training that they're supposed to be getting. The bill also allows institutions of higher education to conduct a preliminary wellness assessment for missing students when there's credible evidence to the risk of a student's safety. These are not kids that are going out on benders. These are kids where there is a credible risk for their safety. And so this is going to have colleges and universities legal authority to check on students who go missing on campus or stop attending.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my co-prime and thank Senator Marchman for her leadership on this issue. And I do want to just note that this bill does come to us out of some pretty tragic events. And I want to thank families that came forward and shared the worst moments of their lives with us in order to advocate for change. And I wanted to highlight some of their stories. So Megan Trussell was a student that went missing last February from CU Boulder. And her family did everything that they were supposed to do, but they were told by the police that they needed to wait before issuing an alert. She had already been missing for 72 hours, but they were told to wait even longer. And they were left knowing that something was wrong, but without the support of the system responding alongside them. Like Megan Trussell and what her family went through, Kaylee Russell went missing in November 2025. In her case, there was also this gap. Local police did not realize that they could request an endangered missing person alert. And that lack of awareness meant a missed opportunity to mobilize the public and resources quickly. Her body was later found inside her overturned car in a canal near Timnath. When people go missing, those first hours are critical. And this bill is about making sure we don't lose those hours. It's really great to join my co-prime here. We have not done a bill together before, and I think the reason you see both of us standing up here together is because as moms, we really feel for what these families had to go through. And we relate to that panic of waiting for a phone call to know if our kids are safe. But what we really cannot imagine is knowing that our kids are missing and being told to wait. And it's these cases where we need the system to move immediately and decisively. And currently what we have is a lot of confusion. We have institutions unaware of who has jurisdiction, and we have critical information simply not making it into databases quickly enough. So my co-prime did an excellent job going through what this bill does, but just to put it on the record, the bill requires specialized training so that every officer understands the full range of alerts available, and that is to ensure consistent training on all the tools they have and when to activate them. It also ensures that when a higher ed institution is alerted that a student who was last known to reside in their state is missing, that they must immediately inform law enforcement or conduct a wellness assessment. They have to document that assessment, and those records have to be retained for 3 years. If they don't locate the student within 6 hours, they have to notify the institution's police department, and if they don't have one, they must notify the nearest law enforcement agency with jurisdiction. It also requires that a higher ed institution have a wellness assessment policy and that they make that public. I just want to note that this bill passed unanimously in the Senate. I hope that we can do the same here, and just want to note that we owe the families behind this bill everything that we can do to help ease their pain and make change. We've given them our sympathy, and now we owe them our action as well. Urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors. This is something that is very close and personal with many, and it was an honor to sponsor Missing Persons Day. I know there's a lot of factors at play here. I know law enforcement, being at the table and having worked with law enforcement regarding this bill, like our chiefs, I would like to move L008 to Senate Bill 120 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this does is move it from the 6 hour to the 8 hour. Just asking for more time, understanding when you're dealing with college students, if they go on a hike, they decide to go, partying, if they want to do things and not being responsive to phone calls or looking. Some of our law enforcement is asking that instead of the 6 hour, move it to 8, just to make the accountability of resources, time, knowing this is a priority and we need to take care of them, but just a little more time is what they're asking. I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the representative for bringing this forward. And I appreciate that in talking to the police chiefs. This is a very small percentage of students that go missing. There was only 11 in 2024, only 14 alerts of this kind last year. We're not talking about a broad base of students. We have 88 colleges and universities in Colorado, and 11 kids. Time is of the essence. When my son was in his accident, it was an hour before I found out. And I will tell you, if I had to wait more than that, I can't imagine not getting to the hospital within an hour of his accident. I can't imagine waiting 3 days and then finding out that he was in the bottom of a ravine and that the police would not file a missing person. This is good. This is good policy. And I think going from 6 hours to 8 hours, time is of the essence. And so we were going to respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on L8? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. L8 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 120. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 120 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1225 is amended, 1276 is amended, 1281 is amended, 1335 is amended, and 1347 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 120 passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
AML Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the winter amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1225.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following winter amendment, L14 to House Bill 1225, to show that said amendment passed that House Bill 1225 is amended passed.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the winter amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Basically, this amendment was to an amendment, and we just wanted to make sure that basically what the amendment says is a public utility should not implement the subsection 7 if the public utility determines that doing so will result in a higher utility rates for consumers or instability to the grid, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We really do appreciate the effort of our good colleague from Southern Colorado, but would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the winter amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Sukla, could you please mute? Thank you. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sukla votes yes. Caldwell is. Phillips, Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Taggart. Smith, Stewart K, and Taggart all excused. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 39 no, and 8 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1276.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Johnson Amendment, L22 to House Bill 1276, to show that said amendment passed that House Bill 1276 is amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Johnson report to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Johnson, I'll have you move that again. It's the Johnson Amendment, not the Johnson report. Thank you.
It sounded good, Madam Speaker.
Sure, it did.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I move the Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
That will work. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is, again, I just want to reiterate the difference between a fee and a tax, and I want to make sure we're making it clear to Colorado that this fee in place is a fee because it has a cap and it can't be inflated, misused, or misallocated, that we really do want to make sure that we are being fiscally responsible with the dollars that are being held and those that are paying the fee. And I would urge a yes vote just so we can put this cap on it. Again, did a lot of work with the fiscal analyst, did talk with some folks outside of this building in the room, and would just really want to make sure that we are showing Colorado that we know what a fee is and not what taxes and cheap clothing that we pretend are fees are in Colorado. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, just having a cap on a fee does not mean that it's not a tax. You have caps on taxes as well. So that argument doesn't actually make sense to me. But regarding this particular amendment, I asked for a no vote because this fee is a fee for service. There will never be an additional fee that is not charged if the service is not conducted. That in itself serves as the checks and balance and the cap. You do not charge a fee unless the service is conducted. And that is, this will take that away and it will put a limit to the services that CDPHE can provide in the oversight of these centers. Why would we want to put a cap on oversight of centers that have been reportedly and continuously violating people's human rights, sacrificing their health care, prohibiting them access to medical care and to their attorneys? Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Sukla votes yes. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no.
I said yes, ma'am.
My
Sorry.
apologies. Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 40 no, and 6 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1281.
Representative Bradley moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Caldwell Amendment, L18 to House Bill 1281, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1281 is amended passed.
Representative Bradley. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed. It is properly displayed. Please proceed. Colorado law currently treats extreme indifference killings as something less than the most serious crime, but when someone shows a complete disregard for human life, when their actions are so dangerous that death is practically certain, that is not a lesser offense, that is first-degree murder. That is what this amendment does. It will put that back in to the bill. This isn't about accidents or mistakes. This is about conduct so reckless, so dangerous that any reasonable person knows it will likely kill someone. Firing into a crowded space, high-speed intentional vehicular attacks, throwing boulders over an overpass into oncoming traffic, acts that endanger people with obvious deadly risk. When death is a foreseeable outcome, pretending it's anything less than the highest level of murder defies common sense. Right now, extreme indifference is often charged as second-degree murder. This amendment puts it back as first degree. That creates a gap where some of the most dangerous killers face lesser consequences than those who plan ahead. The result matters. A life was taken through conduct that showed total disregard. Families don't experience a second-degree loss. The law should reflect the severity of the outcome, not just the defendant's claimed mindset. If your actions demonstrate a complete disregard for human life, the penalty should match the harm. Extreme indifference cases often involve conduct that threatens multiple lives, not just one victim. Elevating these cases to first-degree murder sends a clear message. Colorado will not tolerate this level of danger. This is about preventing the most catastrophic acts before they happen again. Jurors often struggle with nuanced mental state distinctions. They understand common sense. If someone acts in a way that's almost certain to kill, that's the highest level of wrongdoing. This change simplifies the law or the bill and aligns it with what most people instinctively know is right. At a time when Coloradans are concerned about violent crime, this is about drawing a firm line. We should not be downgrading the seriousness of the most dangerous behavior. This is a targeted fix to ensure our laws match reality. When someone's actions show a complete and utter disregard for whether people live or die, that is not a lesser crime. It is the highest offense we recognize. This amendment restores that truth in Colorado law. This amendment says that we stand with victims in our state. Please say yes to this amendment. Thank you. Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I noted in the discussion, what is being asked here is to basically strip your colleague's bill and take it back to existing law. And under any circumstances, I don't believe that's what we should be doing on a cow amendment. And I would ask for courtesy to allow our bill to proceed as it was and answer this larger question. And contrary to what was just said, we are not eliminating first-degree extreme indifference murder. It still exists in certain specified circumstances. And circumstances, most of which were just discussed, still apply and would still lead to first-degree extreme indifference murder charges. But I really want to hone in on one fact that our colleague just raised. That is that mental states are very difficult for juries to decide. One part of the debate that we didn't talk about was why, in part, we are doing this change. Is because by giving the jurors the specific enhancements, they will know how to increase the penalty, or that if they vote for those enhanced charges, that their penalty is greater. What we heard in testimony was that the jury often thinks currently if the district attorneys charge both felony murder, first-degree felony murder, that is murder in the first degree. I want to make sure I don't say the word felony murder because that's a different concept, which is a second-degree felony, by the way, not a first-degree felony. If the district attorney charges both felony murder in the first degree after deliberation, and they charge extreme indifference murder, jurors come back afterwards to defense counsel and say, I didn't realize I was giving the same sentence for that crime, and I was voting for extreme indifference because it wasn't as deliberate as the first-degree murder charge. So part of what we are doing in this statute is aligning and letting the jury know if you engage in this conduct without the district's attorneys being able to prove that you deliberated about it, but you did do something as horrific as what we've heard, then you can still be convicted of first-degree felony murder, or first-degree murder, first-degree murder. However, we're also, now there'll be instructions that will let people, the jury especially, know if those enhancements don't go, then there's clearly a distinction, and there is now a clear lesser offense that the jury will convict the individual of. What I didn't get to say in the time that we have was a full number of cases that have been pled down or reduced substantially way below first-degree murder or second-degree murder to manslaughter and vehicular homicides. Those are the charges most often that the district attorneys themselves plea the extreme indifference murder charges down to. 75% of the cases, they are acting and using this tool and then pleading those cases to a determinate sentence with the defendants who led to the death. And why are they doing that? Not because they're disregarding the life that was lost. None of us is disregarding that. But there is a time when the mental state for the conviction, for the conduct, don't match. And our statutes and law, even the juries find, often don't lead to what the prosecutor charges. Prosecutors can charge the highest level, they can charge lesser included offenses, or they can charge offenses that are totally contradictory. Because the courts have said over and over again, extreme indifference murder is inconsistent with first-degree murder. You cannot at the same time intend to kill someone after deliberation and recklessly, and knowing with recklessness that you're harming someone with resulting in death. That those mental states are so far removed. We have narrowly tailored this bill to provide enhancements for those most frequent offenses. It will not be lost on the district attorneys. But it is critical to understand we also created vehicular homicide because that was the area where the prosecutors were using extreme indifference, and the results of the jury show that. Because in the majority of the cases where extreme indifference is been charged, the majority of those are convicted of vehicular homicide. But what we have done is now increase the penalty for vehicular homicide if there are enhancements in that, so people will actually go to the Department of Corrections and serve time. This is a right-sizing of our law in concert with what the courts have said the mental state of the crime should be. We are not eliminating life without parole. We are just saying the circumstances for which we throw people away, life without parole, need to be in line with what the case law says. And there's a difference between first-degree murder and second-degree murder. Don't go with this amendment, which would eliminate all of the work that we've done. Please vote no on this amendment.
Representative Bradley, this is your second time to speak. You have 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the bill sponsor coming up. Yeah, there's plenty of us that would like our bills to come out of committee and go to the floor for a discussion. We would love that. We would love to have a discussion with all 65 of us, but for some reason, this side of the aisle doesn't get that opportunity. I'm not striking your bill. You're adding a new charge to vehicular homicide, negligent vehicular homicide. I'm saying bring us to the table. Bring the victims to the table. The people who have one person murdered in their family who get a life sentence without parole, grieving their family member for the rest of their life. They have a life sentence too. There's no amount of money that you can put on the victims' families. That's what we're asking for. And we're asking for commonality as far as that goes. We can't just say that your solution is the only solution in this building. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sukla votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 37 no, and 6 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Gonzalez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1281.
Representative Gonzalez moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Caldwell Amendment, L16, to House Bill 1281 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1281 as amended passed.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Gonzalez Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
So again, I just want to emphasize the importance of DV to people who have been impacted by that, especially myself and other people in this room. So all this amendment, we heard some of the concerns from the sponsors. So DAs can and do charge extreme indifference murder for DV homicides. There is a case in particular dated from last year in March where in Rocky Ford, I believe, there was one deceased and one seriously injured in related to a domestic violence incident. Think of this classic scenario. DV abuser goes to a wife's work and shoots up a place to harm her. That is DV, but only kills one person, that's not the wife. That's DV extreme indifference. And I can tell you that because my mom was followed by my dad at her work when she started working, and although he was not armed, he would still follow her, and so there is that potential risk for people who may be followed or in other instances and environments. So with that, I would just ask for an aye vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask for a no vote on this. As I indicated during testimony in committee, I specifically asked whether this is being charged as in domestic violence cases of the prosecutors that were in the room. And one of them did indicate that he's never charged this and he wouldn't charge this because domestic violence is a targeted crime. In addition, the way this amendment is drafted, it would take even misdemeanor offenses that do not rise to the level of serious harm. Any conviction of a domestic violence by virtue of what in that area would elevate the crime. And we know that there are times when women, the ultimate individuals who might be victims, are multiply charged as well, so we don't want to set the record based on that. If there have been previous circumstances or arrests for domestic violence, that could unknowingly bring people into the first-degree murder circumstance when there may be justifications, which would be lost potentially if extreme indifference is the charge rather than first degree, and taking away from the jury's ability to actually look at the facts. As I said before, in almost every circumstance involving domestic violence, you have a circumstance where the individual actually knows that person and is engaged in an intimate relationship with that person, and so there is absolute intentional first-degree intent that would be charged in those circumstances. So we'd ask for a no amendment, no on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Gonzalez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sukla votes yes. Minority Leader
Yes.
Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 36 no, and 6 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1281.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to receive action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Caldwell Amendment, L7 to House Bill 1281, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1281 is amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is it strikes Section 2, Section 3, and Section 4 of this bill, which are harmful to public safety. This is also listening to the voices of our victims, law enforcement, and district attorneys. What these three sections, by removing these three sections, we are seeking to remove any effort to reduce the offense level or add alternative elements for the crimes of Murder 1, extreme indifference, and attempted murder 1, extreme indifference. Those crimes are currently a Class 1 and Class 2 felony, respectfully, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my reading of this amendment during seconds, it appeared that this was one of the amendments that was attempting to rewrite jurisprudence and the actual, not just extreme indifference statute, not just murders, not just the murder after deliberation statute, but the entire criminal code. I would request to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that we be allowed to carry the bill that we brought forward, and I'm asking for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Sukla votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 38 no, and 6 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Woog Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Woog moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Caldwell Amendment, L15 to House Bill 1281, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1281 is amended passed.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Woog Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So many first-line workers are expected to react and intervene every hour of every day. They're always on the job. What this amendment does is removes the requirements that first responders, such as police, hospital personnel, or firefighters, be on duty in order for their murder to merit life in prison. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Very tall. When we talked about this amendment, I raised something that's very difficult to hear, but not all people who serve in those capacities at all times are free from engaging in conduct that could result in death. Specifically, we know that at least one police officer in this state has been convicted of death, of committing a homicide while he was not on duty. If we adopt this amendment, he would not be eligible if the kind of crime that he engaged in qualified for extreme indifference under our bill. So we'd ask you to vote no. To my colleague's point, anytime an individual is acting in the capacity for which they are doing service and doing their job, they are covered by the terms of our bill in that they are at that time presumed to be, there's no punching a clock in and out for law enforcement, firefighters, those individuals. If they're acting in the performance of their duties, they would be exempt. They would be brought into our bill as a person who would be qualifying for the higher level life without parole. That's why we put them in here, recognizing that when they are acting in the line of duty to protect and serve or to work with our people in this nature, any injury to them, people engaging that conduct know and should be held to a higher level because of the nature of that work. And so I would ask for a no on this amendment because I think it might open the door to unintended consequences.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Woog Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Sukla votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote? Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell, if you'd like to go off video. We did not hear you. Minority Leader Caldwell, can you signal with a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
Thumbs up.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 40 no, and 6 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Kelty? We will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Sukla votes no. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 19 no, and 6 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Monday, April 27, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, April 27th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.